someone is suggesting, Mitch is suggesting a nude heritage round, which is not a bad idea.
Round.
It'd be one for the buffs, though, and you'd have to...
Get it? Buffs?
Well, the other thing is, as I've often argued in the past, Mitch, what we don't want rugby league to do is send a signal, a mixed signal to sickos and pervs.
Bye now. See you next week for more Bludgeon.
ABC News with Mary McDonald. Good afternoon. Millions of Australians are heading to the polls today to vote in the federal election. Here's political reporter Monty Boville.
Despite the coalition starting ahead of Labor in the polls before the campaign got underway, the opposition's now trailing the government in all major polls. Opposition leader Peter Dutton says he's confident there's still a path to victory.
I've worked really hard over the last 3 years. We've got a united team, and I think there are a lot of quiet Australians out there.
Prime Minister Anthony Albanese says Labor has the better plan for Australia.
We have a plan for cost of living relief today, but investing in tomorrow.
Around 9 million Australians are expected to vote today.
And Victorians have turned out in droves to cast their votes, with the state set to play a major role in deciding the outcome of the election. Joshua Allen reports.
Both Prime Minister Anthony Albanese and Opposition Leader Peter Dutton started their election day in Melbourne, highlighting Victoria's importance as a battleground state. Labor holds 24 of Victoria's 38 seats. The Liberals hope to make gains in the suburban fringes of Hawke in the west, McEwen in the north and Aston in the east if they are to find any path to victory. Inner City Teal's Monique Ryan and Zoe Daniel are also expected to face a fierce challenge from the Liberal Party as they fight for a second term, while Labor faces a battle with the Greens in the inner north seat of Wills as Samantha Ratnam seeks to oust Peter Khalil from a seat Labor has held since 1996.
And reporter Stephanie Ferrier has been at the highly contested seats of Kooyong and Goldstein this morning.
Voters are queuing for more than half an hour as lines snake outside Glenferrie Primary School, and democracy sausages are selling like hotcakes here. Earlier, Dr Monique Ryan cast her ballot, hoping to continue her work as Kooyong's independent MP after being swept into office in the Teal wave 3 years ago.
I think that we can force the parties, whichever major party it is that might end up forming government, to take action on the things that matter to electorates like Kooyong.
Earlier, fellow Teal independent Zoe Daniel voted with her 18-year-old son Archie in the Bayside seat of Goldstein before embarking on a final day whistle-stop tour of booths.
Meanwhile, it's been revealed that a pro-Russian influence campaign has been trying to poison AI chatbots with propaganda ahead of the federal election. Here's national technology reporter Angela Wapierre.
Pravda Australia presents itself as a news site, but analysts say it's not actually intended for humans. Its real target, they allege, is Western AI chatbots such as ChatGPT, Google's Gemini and Microsoft's Copilot. Pravda Australia is one of roughly 180 websites in the global Pravda network, a highly automated operation that republishes Russian propaganda and posts from pro-Kremlin Telegram channels, effectively laundering them so chatbots are more likely to absorb and repeat their messages. Audits have found the tactic has been successful overseas, where the campaign has been running for longer, but it's yet to make much of an impact here.
Prince Harry says he's keen to reconcile with the rest of the British royal family following a dispute over his security arrangements. Ali Crew reports.
Prince Harry has told the BBC he doesn't know how much longer King Charles will live as he undergoes cancer treatment, and that his father will not speak to him. The Prince has made the comments after losing a court battle with the British government over his police protection. He was appealing a 2020 Home Office decision to strip him of protection after he stepped down from official duties and moved to the United States. Buckingham Palace made no reference to his comments about his father, but says the issues surrounding his protection have been examined repeatedly and meticulously by the courts, with the same conclusion reached on each occasion.
Police in the US city of LA are searching for a suspect after 2 women were shot at a technical college. The shooting happened at the Spartan College of Aeronautics and Technology in Inglewood. The 2 women are believed to be employees of the school and the suspect is a former employee. One of the victims is in a critical condition. To sport, and Collingwood's Jack Crisp will break the VFL-AFL record for the most consecutive games played when he takes to the field against Geelong tonight at the MCG. The 31-year-old midfielder is set to surpass Jim Steins' long-standing mark of 244 straight matches. Mitch Junkin comes in for the injured Tom Stewart as the Cats look to solidify their place inside the top 8. In today's other games, the Western Bulldogs take on Port Adelaide and Ballarat. The Crows host Carlton at Adelaide Oval, and the Demons have travelled to Perth to take on West Coast. To the weather now for the state: dry, mild to warm and sunny. For Melbourne, mostly sunny with a top today of 22 degrees. Tomorrow, mostly sunny, 23. Monday, mostly sunny, 25. Right now in Melbourne, it's 19 degrees. ABC News.
Talented Aussies have been playing public pianos across our nation. Secretly listening, Andrea Lamb and Harry Connick Jr. with a unique opportunity.
I am really excited.
The Piano starts Sunday, May 4 on ABC TV and ABC I.
The World Test Championship is coming.
He gets connection here, lifts it over the keeper, 1 bounce for 4.
Australia versus South Africa.
And he nicks it, he's got him again.
Catch every ball on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport.
This is AFL Saturday with Corbin Middlemass.
Hand pass to Ngoe, the Collingwood superstar. Ngoe, the destroyer.
AFL coaching record holder.
Mr. Mick Malthouse.
The man's about to coach a team for the 715th occasion.
Premiership player.
Number 12, Luke Ball.
Finals pressure. Luke Ball from 45 metres out directly from goal. Score the level.
AFL Saturday with Corbin, Mick and Bally. AFL Saturday on your radio, ABC Sport Digital. And take us with you on the ABC Listen app.
Oh, when the Saints, the Friday night fallout, how did they do it? The bounce back from Ross the Boss's team last night against his old mob in the Dockers, and we will sift through the wreckage, which was the Dockers disaster on a Friday night. Primetime love was shared around the competition this week. The Bombers, the Dons, the Dockers, the Saints involved. Did they live up to the billing? The Bombers got the win, but what cost? Did it come out? The art of the tackle thoroughly examined again this week. Does the MRO process need an overhaul? And as Jack Crisp prepares to break Jim Steins' record for the most consecutive games played, will it ever be broken again? We'll pose all those questions today here on ABC Sport. This is AFL Saturday. Higgins onto it, looks inside the forward arc, kicks out to half forward, Owens collects, turns, snaps to it unguarded, goal square, it's another one! Oh, it's all St Kilda. And they have marched all over Fremantle under the Friday night lights. Draper wins the hit out, the siren goes. And the torture ends for the Dockers as Ross the Boss delivers a beat down to his old team. The Saints take their turn as Dr. Jekyll, while Fremantle has certainly missed a Hyde tonight. The Saints by 61. What a stunning result last night, a 61-point win for the Saints. Welcome to AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. Our feature guest today is the Premiership coach of the Western Bulldogs, the man who's coached more games than anyone else in the Dogs' 100-year history. Luke Beveridge is going to join us. Speaking of a man who's coached a whole lot of games, the games record holder for the most games coached, the coaching icon, the VFL-AFL games coached record holder, Mick Malthouse. Hello, Mick. How are you?
I'm well, Corby. What a brilliant day. If we'd have had 20 mils of rain last night, it would have been an exceptional day. But you're up in Ballarat. What a wonderful place that is. And it'll be probably 2 or 3 degrees cooler than here in Melbourne. But it should be a ripping game. And I'll just add on to that game last night. That is the most complete team-orientated. It might have been great in looking at it, but I reassessed that game. There wasn't one St Kilda player that didn't play his role, and there was hardly a Fremantle player that actually registered any sort of blips to say, I'm here for the contest.
It might be 4 or 5 degrees cooler than it is in Melbourne, Mick, but it's great to be here in your old hometown, the beautiful gold mining town of Ballarat at Eureka Stadium. The ground is being redeveloped. It was meant to be a legacy stadium with the Commonwealth Games, of course, that never happened. This was meant to host the athletics, so the works are still going on. There is going to be an athletics track out the back, which was going to be the warm-up track. This was meant to be the main stadium for the athletics, so it is getting the redevelopment anyway with the state government money that's been poured into it. So you'll notice if you're watching on television today, sort of half the ground is currently being reconstructed. We're in the established grandstand on the members' wing, and Luke Ball is in the box with me. I could have sworn when I was driving down and it was getting cooler and cooler and cooler, Bally, I thought there's no way the shorts are coming out today. And you've hung on to them for at least one more week.
One more week, Corby, one more week. I'm probably regretting it though on that walk from the car park up to the box here. And I must admit, I'm a little bit disappointed not to see my old coach sitting here in person. I thought I thought he would have had this one in the calendar for months ahead, being the old hometown. But the presence of Mick still looms large as you drive into the city, doesn't it? So we'll have to make do with looking at him down the tube. But nice to be here, bathed in sunshine. I said to you as well, brings back memories this ground. 2009 when I'd been dropped and was trying to get myself back into the team. Came down here and played against probably the Roosters at the time, was it?
Okay.
At the time, and it's the coldest I've ever been on a footy. The closest I've come to wearing the long sleeves, and actually played okay. I think I got myself back into the team after, and that was in August. So what are we? Early May here, so it's not too bad. But no, it is nice to get out of the regional areas, isn't it, Corby? And I agree, Mick. This is regardless of where it is, this is a beauty. This shapes as a terrific game. Two teams in really good form. So looking forward to this one.
Well, if I was to say to you, Mick, just quickly as a little scene setter, we're obviously here all day for the game between the Bulldogs and the Power to come. If I said to you, footy in Ballarat, what do you immediately think of? What is the essence of the game in this part of the world?
Well, it's distinct from over the range, which is Bendigo, and I hate even saying the word Bendigo. We used to slug it out on very wet. Used to be very wet, just over the back there. See, where you are now was the dog track, and this is where Plugger Lockett's father, who was also Plugger, he was the curator of the dog. He was managing the dog track, and just to your, I'd say your left up the road towards the city, in the showgrounds was the North Ballarat ground, and that was a bog heap. And you just learnt to put your head over the ball and get the football, because that's where you had to do and show that you had the courage and capacity to get a ball under pressure. So that's my. I have played in the snow up there very rarely. It was, Beaufort was part of the competition. Maryborough, Dalesford, Redan, East and Point were actually teams. Now they're joined. It's like Collingwood and Carlton joining up. That's how bad it's got. Wow. So Ballarat to me was tough, hard football.
Mick Moldhouse with us in the studio. Corbin Middlemass and Luke Ball with you here from Eureka Stadium in Ballarat. The talkback number is 1300 558 222. That's 1300 558 222. All right, all the Friday night fallout, Bally, you would have been watching on last night. Mick and I were there at Docklands, a 61-point win for the Saints. The question always gets, it's always a combination of both, but particularly when we see results like this, was it more good Saints or more bad Dockers as to how we got that last night?
Well, maybe let's start with the winners, and Mick, maybe you were there, so you can handle the fallout from the losers. But it was a great response, wasn't it, from the Saints? I mean, it was a hard watch. There's no doubt about that, sitting at home. But the Saints supporters would be thrilled with, and coaching staff would be thrilled with the response that they got, particularly in the areas where they clearly fell short over the last couple of weeks, and were really questioned. And look, they're still going to have some challenges through that mid part of the ground. But if you looked at it going into the game on paper, through that sort of midfield, the stoppage area of the ground, you would have favoured Fremantle. And coming off a really good performance, albeit at home last week where they toppled Adelaide, you would have thought that Fremantle, that's a big strength of theirs. But what's becoming apparent is if you take that strength away, which Ross is great at doing as a coach, then there's not a lot of other ways that they can get you, Freo. And so it was just an absolute. I mean, the numbers back up what the eye saw. It was just an absolute monstering, wasn't it? Around clearance. Was it 50 to 22?
It's so minus 28 clearances for Fremantle, their worst ever on record, and the contested ball plus 48 for the Saints.
Yeah, and so we talk about, a lot of the game these days is how you score on a turnover, how you punish on the turnover. So clearances are only a part of the game, but what they do allow you to do is gain field position, don't they? And set up behind the ball, and that's what the Saints were able to do. And with Fremantle's, they resorted back to that stodgy sort of slow ball movement in that first half. And 1 goal was the result at half time, wasn't it? So full credit to the Saints, I think, first and foremost. Still undermanned a little bit. They got a terrific game out of Jack McRae again. He responded after a couple of down weeks through the middle of the ground. He was at his absolute best from a clearance point of view. I couldn't believe the lack of response from Fremantle's A-grade gun midfielders. They just got. That's as good of a beating, Mick, as you get through the middle part of the ground. And Hayden Young certainly going off helped. What's clear to me is that he's their most important player. As good as Sarong and Brayshaw, and as honest as they are, Young's the point of difference. He's the class. They got absolutely monstered, and the Saints were able to control the game from then on.
How do you say it, Nick?
Oh, exactly right. I've never seen a side so bad because their opposition just didn't allow them to be good. I full credit to St Kilda. They, right across the board, every player played a role. There was, Jack McRae got a lot of the football and had a lot of clearances. But Jack Steele, to me, he took out Brayshaw, just absolutely slaughtered him. The other players Wilkie was outstanding in the back line, but then again, you couldn't find one forward that represented Fremantle at all that even looked dangerous, because the back line from Jimmy Webster and these sort of players, they just played their role. The wings played their role perfectly. And if you're going to keep losing centre bounces or clearances, then all you have to do as a backline player is come up the ground a bit further, squeeze it a bit further, and Fremantle just couldn't get through because they couldn't get any free ball. Even the last 10 minutes, the tackling and the harassment caused turnover after turnover after turnover. Fremantle, right now, they are that fragile. The response was astonishing that it didn't come. Yes, there was a move at the end to put Brayshaw forward and then bring him up the ground, which freed him up a little bit, but that was in the last 15 minutes of the game. I don't know what they do. They sit on their hands up there and think that's just going to turn around for them. It wasn't, because the Saints weren't going to let go under any circumstances. So, there's a thing about coaching that you've got to do. I'm not bashing the coach, but you've got to react quicker and more precisely. And if things aren't working, throw the magnets everywhere, put them all over the place, and see if you can get some sort of change that'll make St Kilda have to change. Because the way it was, they didn't have to do one single thing but play the same game.
It's so rare, isn't it, that you see a game of footy where it's just one team the whole way. Ordinarily, one team will get a little run on or have a moment, even if they're badly beaten. That's not what we saw last night. No. It was one-way traffic the whole way through. Justin Lomia was asked at his post-match press conference about whether he's questioning himself at the moment.
I think everyone at a football club at the moment should be questioning themselves. The first thing I look at after a performance like that, and any good leader should, is what did I get wrong? I'm not sitting here blaming the players, Craig. I've got to look at my own performance this week, and am I contributing to us being an inconsistent team? So, of course I'm going to question myself. Can't just sit here and say that's all on the players.
He went on to say the hamstring for Hayden Young looks serious. He said, when we get challenged early in games, I'm not sure we're up for the fight. And we've got to question the players on that. Are we up for the challenge that AFL footy presents? And that in terms of all the things that were wrong, he said, look, ball movement, we got hemmed in and we couldn't move the ball deep in defence, but we were forced to move at the length of the field so often that I had 5 or 6 things ahead of ball movement in terms of what Justin Lomua said that the list of the issues were last night. Yeah, so mechanics and dynamics, that's what he's talking about. But the jarring thing is that dynamics piece, that ability just to dig in and be up for the fight. And it's a pattern of behaviour now, even early in the season, isn't it? The 3 times they've gone on the road, we've done all those games, haven't we? The Geelong game, round 1 it was, then down to Melbourne against a team that hadn't won a game, and then last night again. They get challenged early, like the coach said, and he's talking to his players there, isn't he, as much as he's talking to supporters.
and they just wilt. They're not up for a team that has finals aspirations. It's really disappointing at the moment.
Well,
what did you hear there, Mick?
Well, we're talking about one side. The question for me is Fremantle. Yes, they've declared what they're like. They're fragile. They're breakable easily, and there's no comeback. The question for me is, how do you get the Saints on previous performances, and then you get this reaction, and does a coach have to get that reaction to get the Saints up? The Saints, technically, if they played with that type of vigour and that type of teammanship, and I call that about because everyone had a job to play, and they were brilliant at it. I thought they were outstanding at it. Why can they get beaten by sides that they should be playing better against? And that's got to be the question. The Saints have got to be asked questions as much as Fremantle, in my book.
It felt, we mentioned it a bit during the coverage, didn't we, the whole Jekyll and Hyde aspect of the two teams, and they both got that in common. Last night it was certainly the best of St Kilda, and when they were all sort of brought in, and I think Ross Lyon even had a great line last night, as he often does when he gives these press conferences. He said, look, it's easier when everyone's having a dip. He said it's pretty hard when there's only a few of them, and certainly last night they had one of those nights where they were all brought in the way that they went about it. Dougal Howard got hurt on the run last night. We had him on ABC Sport post-game, and he offered Tim Hodges a little insight as to what exactly happened with him and how he was able to get back on the field after a long delay.
I don't know how close we were to getting subbed. Probably pretty close. I just felt a little pop in my adductor, and it didn't feel like I could move great, but docs worked their magic, and unfortunately got through. Was probably not moving my best, but look, we've got 7 days now to rest up, and hopefully I'll be right.
So he felt a pop in his adductor. That's what Dougal Howard said about his injury, chatting to us on ABC Sport post-game. His coach was asked the same question in the press conference moments later, and this is what Ross Lyon had to say about it.
I actually said, who comes off with adductors? Yeah, but that's a face, but I'm not a doctor. What would I know? Someone come off last week with a tight adductor. I said, that wasn't an injury in 2000. But it is now. I actually said, we can't do an early sub. People would be thinking.
So the week before he gets criticised, Mick, for making the sub in the second quarter, the tactical sub by taking out Hugo Garcia. Last night, he showed everyone he had an 18-year-old in Toby Travalia, and he made him sit the entire game. He didn't get on at all.
Yeah, it was not unusual, honestly, if the side's up and running like that and you've brought... And the fact is that the young kid didn't have a game up until about 6 o'clock. Or there mid-afternoon perhaps. So the player pulled out and he comes in, and you can do with what you've got on the bench. Really, it's probably just in that case it would have been a 15-minute reward to go and have a kick of the footy because they're well and truly on top. We discussed it last night. He'll get a game under his belt, full game. He's only a young fella. I don't, and unless the parents were flown in or come over and said, look, this is your first game. Or was it his first game, by the way?
No, it wasn't.
No, so that wasn't his fourth game.
Yeah, so there's I don't see any real problem with that at all because I think he invested heavily in the team first approach yesterday. I've got to say, I know the game was horrible, but what I liked about it was the intent by the Saints right across the board. So who did you take off? Howard was the only one that I thought may come off because he went off earlier and perhaps save him. But obviously the medical staff thought that he wasn't doing any further damage because you don't want to do that because you do have that sub. But I've got no worries about him sitting there.
Still get a match moment. Young Toby.
Yeah, get two, probably.
It's the easiest day he's ever made, Nick. Happy days.
The 18-year-old Toby Travalia never got a minute last night. The Saints big winners, 24 scoring shots to 8 and just completely dominant across the board on the numbers.
Good response from young Garcia too, wasn't it? Not just he got his reward in the air and kicked the goal, but I think he had 8 or 9 tackles. So that's a really good thing for him to lean back on as his career goes on. The fact that he was challenged and publicly and I'm sure behind closed doors and got a good response.
The zoomed out conversation on last night, Mick, and it feels like probably most seasons, but certainly going into 2025, the senior coaches were going to be the story of the year. There were so many of them either off contract this year or off contract next year, and a heap of them under pressure. Luke Beveridge is going to join us a little later on the program here on ABC Sport, and he's one of those who's obviously off contract at season's end. But Justin Longmuir feels like now he's all of a sudden sitting in just about as hot a seat as there is in the competition. We had the Chief Executive of the football club, Simon Garlick, with us as part of our pre-game last night, and I put a few of those questions to him about what next year looks like with the new employment agreement for Justin Longmuir. Do you envisage him being the coach round 1 2026, that when the season starts next year, should we expect that he'll be the coach of the Dockers?
Yeah, absolutely.
There's no world that he won't coach round 1 next year?
Absolutely not. No, he's doing a phenomenal job. We're building, he's really still, for successful coaches like Mick and others who've done it for decades, he's still learning and still growing, but we've got a great team around him and, we're incredibly pleased with the job he's doing.
Simon Garlick with his pre-game, and then obviously we got what we got from the Dockers. So I imagine this is the most critical stage, Mick, of Justin Longmuir's tenure now. He's got a 6-day break. They got Collingwood at home. They're 4-4, and as much as, even if they bounce back and get a victory next week, that it feels like that one will live in the memory for a minute and take some breaking and certainly leave some scarring, what we saw from the Dockers last night.
Corby, I have no doubt about that. I've seen some bad games played by teams. Forget the 5 goals, because up until three-quarter time, they kicked 3 straight in the last quarter. But just by the simple fact of listening to or looking at that screen in front of you with those listeners typing through and giving their... Most of them gave up on it. They just said, we're not watching this. We're going to turn this off. We can't cope with it. It was the most miserable response I think I've ever seen in football. There's been 20 goal losses. Yeah. And they're far more creditable than that last night, because we heard about Pearce being, the mean man on the ground. Well, he may well have been, but he had no friends, and I don't know whether necessarily he was overly great, because they've got through. Saints kicked 14 goals without their key forward. Probably didn't capitalise as much as they possibly could have, because just simply they don't have a lot of class up on that forward line, but. I think the Dockers, they've promised so much for so long, and I couldn't work out why all of a sudden everyone's jumped on to make the 8 and in fact may even win the premiership. They made one change, Bolton. What did he do last night? And I've said this before. Bolton's a very good player to finish off, but he's not a great footballer. When you're 5 goals down, you don't become 2 goals down or get in front because of Bolton. Having said that, he was stuck on a forward line that the ball never got to. So if you're going to have that, go and get that class, bring it up where the ball is and say to him, this is your opportunity to shine. Give us something from this. I hardly saw him near the ball at all.
Yeah, especially when Young went out.
So we're going to start asking questions about who's advising. I hear so many coaches these days say, I leave it to the blokes who are controlling the back line. I can leave it to the blokes who are changing the centre. Guess what? They are passengers as far as I'm concerned. You sit in the car, you are the P. You are the one driving the bus. The assistant coaches, they live by your ways and methods. They're going to build, not their methods, your methods. Because if you're going to go and die in this job, don't let someone else take you down. You go down yourself.
I think it's the fluctuations in effort that are going to cause the magnify, the spotlight to shine brighter on Judd. It's not the win or loss. I think any talk about them being even top 4, let alone premierships, was a bit fanciful. I don't think they're anywhere near ready for that this year. I did expect them to improve and maybe sneak into the finals. But it's just that fluctuations and I just thought they had some players just put in some really poor efforts last night. You don't see that much, So and I'll be really interested. And they've got a quick turnaround, and they've got the best team in the comp next week. Whether he goes with the same players, like Cox, Brendan Cox's effort. And look, towards the end, maybe the ball was just coming down so much that he run out of gas. But some of his efforts towards the end, young Draper was called out. He had a couple of really poor efforts, and it was interesting. He threw him into the ruck as if to say, "Righto, you need to screw your guts up here and show us something." I'd be surprised if he plays next week. And a handful of, Sarong and Brayshaw are entitled to have an off game every now and then.
No, they're not, Paulie. They're not entitled to it.
Not from an effort. Well, not from an effort point of view, Mick. I'm talking not output, yes, but. Yeah, maybe they were. I was a bit disappointed in their ability to. Let's be honest, not against the A grade midfield in the competition at the moment.
They froze under pressure. Like Brayshaw picked the football up, and honestly, he stopped because he just didn't know what to do. I've seen good players be beaten, good players play poorly, but he froze in front of the big headlights. He froze. Sarong froze. Their rucks were atrocious. Atrocious, their rucks.
Yeah. So the criticism of them is that they lack a ruthlessness, that ruthless edge. Do you see that in them, in the way that they go about it?
No. They're not unconditional. That's the thing. So you be careful not to overreact because they've got it in them. We saw that last week. You know, there's the home and away thing, but they're just not unconditional at the moment. And that's the challenge for every team to work towards. You know, I think the Bulldogs, we're going to see them today. Port Adelaide, when their leaders are doing it, they're still not quite there. You know, not many teams are. No, that's what separates the very pointy end in this competition.
Yeah.
It's not the win-loss. It's just it's been unconditional in your effort at the contest.
Let's have a listen to Jordan Clark, who joined us last night. Of course, Fremantle Dockers defender. He spoke with Ben Cameron post-game on ABC Sport.
Jordan, I think the obvious question is what happened there?
Well, it's probably more of a question of what didn't happen, to be honest. It's pretty disappointing, to be honest, mate. It's, I don't know. It's a whole lot of feelings going through our bodies right now. We're embarrassed. We've let Freo family down. We feel a lot of responsibility for an absolute crap performance tonight. So, there's a lot of frustrations, feelings running through each and every single one of our bodies at the moment. But to put a finger on exactly what it was, I don't know at the moment. There's a lot of things. We're feeling as much as you guys. It's this industry's bloody tough. And it's bloody hard, and there's a lot of challenges that get thrown our way. And like I said before, I feel like we have let everyone down. We've let ourselves down, more importantly. Don't think that we don't feel that, and we don't feel the shame and the embarrassment and whatever else that comes with that. So stick with us. I know our good's good. It's just bridging the gap between our not so good and our best stuff.
They were fighting words. It was, I guess, it's if you're a Fremantle fan and you hear that, you think, great, that's the emotional response. But you'd also be thinking, well, where was that for the last 3 hours when they were running around playing? But the words don't mean a whole lot post-game, do they, after that kind of a defeat? So 4-4, both the Dockers and the Saints on the season.
Too. Yeah, Thursday night, Collingwood, huge.
Off the SMS, Laurel says, I remember the cold days in Ballarat as I lived in Geelong and went to Ballarat every second week as my family all followed Geelong West. Good calling today. Thanks, Laurel. Nice to hear from you. That's off the SMS. The talkback number, by the way, is 1300 558 222. We spoke about this last night, Mick, as well, about the primetime slots shared around. So a lot of people looked at the fixture and thought, what's this? We got Essendon and North Melbourne on a Thursday night, and then St Kilda and Fremantle on a Friday night, and they got the opportunity. And yet, I guess the question has to be asked: did the games live up to the billing, Mick, with them under the Thursday night and Friday night spotlight?
Well, we know that Thursday was close. It wasn't a great game. We know Friday last night the St Kilda absolutely destroyed Fremantle. But my argument is this: that if we don't expose the whole 18 clubs on those nights, sponsorship, we've got to remember they've got to live, and they've got to live on what supporters they get. One of the biggest disappointments outside of Fremantle last night was only 20,000 people turned up to watch the Saints play. I think that is dreadful. That is really dreadful. Now, I reckon the Saints have got to take some blame for that because the promotion has got to be absolutely right on. You've really got to promote the game and get people there. And I don't care whether you pay them to get there, but just get 40,000 there. It's your home game. You've got sponsorship, crowds, people want to watch the TV, they want to see that side play. I think that it's a right by the AFL to actually have every side play one or two games on a Thursday, Friday night in primetime television.
I agree, Mick. Sometimes we can be a bit greedy, can't we?
Very
greedy. It didn't work out last night, but no, I think that's right. And Corb, you're a big American sports fan. They run a similar model over there. The smaller markets, they all get an opportunity, don't they? So I think, if anything, the AFL will be a bit disappointed in Fremantle's performance. Because you're right, it doesn't have to be the highest skilled sort of game, but if it's close, everyone will tune in and watch it. So I'm with you. Yeah, everyone deserves a go.
This is AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass alongside Luke Ball from Eureka Stadium in Ballarat and Mick Malthouse from our ABC Melbourne studios back in South Bank. And I'm very pleased to say we're joined by the man who's coached more games than anyone else in the 100-year history of the Western Bulldogs, their premiership coach in Luke Beveridge. Luke, really appreciate your time.
Thanks for having me, Corbin. Thanks for making the trip down, gents.
It's great to be here. It's even with the reconstruction, it's a beautiful ground, and you'd expect nothing less than a bit of crispness in the air. And I noticed You didn't even have a jacket on when you were walking around out there earlier.
Yeah, that's unusual, but it's always handy when they at least put one of the games this earlier in the year. It's not too bad. I mean, you get the usual win. We've run into a bit of a different and interesting challenge today. There's a lot of the ducks have been out, so whether they've cleaned up their mess or not, I'm not sure. So as long as the boys don't open their mouth when they go to ground today.
Yes, that could be a bit of a drama. I'll hand you straight to Mick Moldhouse. He'll fire off a couple at you, and we'll put a few to you at the back end. Luke Beveridge with us on ABC Sport.
Good afternoon, Lukey, and it's just a pleasure to be able to talk to you, mate. I think you've done an outstanding job. I know I'm going to pump you up. You know I'm going to pump you up. I love the way you go about it. Coaching right now, with the restrictions of number of times you get to run out there and the 666, how are you going? You know, you're one of these coaches that does throw the magnetic board around all over the place, and it confuses some, but I'm delighted to say I'm glad you don't sit on your hands and wait for things to happen. Tell us about your coaching. What's you just seem to be so much on top of your field at the moment compared to, say, a couple of losses a couple of years or last year, and you tend to lose a little bit of confidence because the media are at you and all sorts of stuff. What's the turnaround?
Yeah, thanks, Mick. It's a privilege to be on with you and Luke and Corbin. I won't leave you out of that, but having spent some time and learning from you, Mick, at the Pies during 2009, 2010, I really coveted that that period of my journey and my path, and I thank you for bringing me on board at that time. Actually, I've never done that publicly, but and obviously Bawley being one of your premiership players, and the influence that Bawley had as a player, but as a man and a leader. When he came to the Pies, he's a great example of. I always say, when the 18-year-olds come in, are they coming in like a Luke Ball, or are they coming in like a 14-year-old? Because Luke, you've always had that maturity about you and that willingness to lead. Getting back to the coaching side of it, Mick, I think it's hard to simplify the game, but in a sense, as we know, it can be looked at as quite a simple game. It's a 360-degree invasion game where you need courage, you need skill, you need game sense, you need speed and endurance, and it's a big ground, as we know. And I quite simply, as far as looking at the game, mostly think, okay, how do we make our players relevant and the opposition irrelevant? And you can't do that in a saturation sense. You're never going to get an 18 versus a 13, but you might just be able to get an 18 v 17 or a 17 v 16, and we can go down as long as you place your players. They've got an understanding with their positioning, and there's a freedom of movement in what they do. So that's probably a good starting point. And then, at different times with your playing personnel and your talent and the scope to influence winning outcomes, at times, as we know, you may be a bit compromised, and you've got to do your best to mitigate risk, and we all try and do that as you have over your journey. And then you get into these sweet spots where your personnel have got this vibrance and these really great strengths. And I mentioned probably the 5 key areas in the running, speed and endurance, which is 2. The contest, just that willingness and the techniques and the craft attached to that. And then, the basic skills of the game, the ball handling, the kicks and handballs, and that decision-making element of how you coach that, how you bring them all together with that as a team, but how the individual deals with the pressures of the game and maintains their composure. And the boys playing today is a really healthy blend of run and all the other things I just mentioned. Some pretty significant strengths, I think, in the 23 that's playing today. So there's a level of confidence that you turn up with that we can really challenge Port Adelaide today. Yeah,
mate. Look, I might have heard this wrong, but someone interviewed you recently, and you said if you're not coaching the Dogs, you won't coach anyone. You just seem to be you're in the top, in my eyes, you're in the top echelon of a coach. You're all the things I love about a coach. You're daring. You seem to get on very well with your player group. Surely the Dogs have got to come to you soon, if they haven't already, and get you set for the next 4 or 5 years. None of this 1 or 2 years business, because I mean you're a unique sort of person. You're a unique coach. You get the best out of some players that really probably other clubs won't do that. I'd hate to think that you live by what you just said, is that if you're not been given a contract by the Dogs, you won't take up another job. You're too good not to be coaching AFL football at its highest point.
It's flattering, Mick, and I appreciate it. I tend to, I think because of my sort of pathway in my working life and even my sort of tertiary sort of studies, and I established some experience in industry, definitely the public sector. And so even when I came to you and spent some time with you, I wasn't sure, whether there was a future for me. Yeah. And over time, as we all do, we grow in confidence and self-belief. But I enjoy it. I love it. I love the people, everything about it. But if there is any uncertainty, there are other things that I can do. And I've become that passionate about the Bulldogs and the club and the people in it, that if ultimately either of us think at the end of the year that it's probably time, then I just think I won't, in the immediate term, be equipped to coach anywhere else.
Right.
Who's to say whether that, in a year or two or whatever, if we do part ways, that I don't go and coach somewhere else. But immediately I will definitely not be if I'm not with the Dogs. Okay. So that's that's my sort of thought process.
Yeah. It'd be a shame, but anyway, I totally agree with how you're managing your life.
Bevo, thanks for your kind words. Much appreciated. I just want to talk to you about the playing group, and I'd imagine the thought of starting the season, or the first 4 or 6 weeks, without your skipper and superstar and Adam Treloar, to that extent, might have caused a few sleepless nights, and it's great to see them both back. And clearly, you're a better team with them both out there. But from the outside looking on, over this first 6 or 7 weeks, it looks like the group's really used that as an opportunity, not just, I guess, from a mechanical or personnel point of view, to give some new opportunities, but also from a dynamic point. I mean, I don't think you've ever been without Marcus for that sort of extended period, and you've been able to rely on his leadership. But it's looked like over that first 6 or 7 weeks, the group has used it as more of an opportunity, whether to spread the load across the field or just give opportunities for guys to step up into sort of leadership roles. Is that fair to say? Yeah, we have, Paulie, and sometimes obviously we're forced into it a little bit, but as we do over the journey, you look for the, I suppose you're back in the promise, and that means those sort of 5 things that we were talking about, or I mentioned a bit earlier. If you've got all those, you can almost play anywhere. It depends then on your height and your weight, and so when we look at players like, say, a Joel Frazier and his evolution, definitely a Sam Davidson coming in, Riley Sanders, even Luke Cleary, who's been chipping away as an undergrad, really. It's time to promote. It's time to make sure that they've got self-belief. Our coaches do a tremendous job in instilling that. So it's not a risk, because you've got to go there, and it's just been so encouraging to see some of them really shine, who haven't necessarily had a big impact at this level yet, and then and just to establish the cohesion. And I think some of those mature boys who came from other clubs, definitely Matty Kennedy and James Harms in recent times, particularly last week, that experience and their sort of hardness around the footy is helped the others walk a bit taller. So the blend that we've sort of struck in the early parts hasn't been formidable, but it's been a blend that I think other teams have seen as a challenge. So now, hopefully, with the boys you mentioned coming back, hopefully we can keep them on the park, and we can maintain or build on a momentum that is there at the moment.
Luke Beveridge with us on ABC Sport. Luke, I know you got the game coming up, and we appreciate your time so close to the bounce. Just a couple of quick ones before you go. So on the Jamara Ugle-Hagan situation, I heard you sort of speak yesterday about that, and basically that chapter is done for now, and he's obviously taking leave from the club. Given the fact that the AFL took over the handling of this for a period of time, which you'd spoken about, your club is basically playing without essentially $850,000 to $900,000 in your salary cap. Do you think the Bulldogs deserve some kind of cap relief for his absence?
I think there's two schools of thought on all of that. And it's probably best that I don't go there, I think, Corbin, because what I'd say about that is probably going against maybe even the common train of thought. So, you come at it from two angles. It's buyer beware, or it's, you're stiff because this is what's happened. But, I'll stay out of that one.
And last one, I've heard you talk a lot about next year, and if you and the Dogs are on the same page, and you mentioned again you wouldn't coach anywhere else, do you want to do it? Do you absolutely you want to be here next year and be the coach of the Dogs around 2026? Yes,
I do, but I said a couple of weeks ago that if you feel like you're outstaying your welcome, then you absolutely don't want to stay in that place. So I think if the uncertainty prevails for long enough, then that'll probably mean that the club and I would have probably come to terms with what happens beyond this year. But enormous passion for it still. Fit and healthy and energetic, and loving the challenge that this competition, which is probably from an equity point of view, needs to be straightened up a little bit with what's happening around the competition, which is another interview for another day. But but ultimately, as I mentioned earlier, my passion for our club and our people has not waned an ounce, and I hope that it ends up that I'm still the coach at the end of the year, but we'll work through it.
Luke, you're welcome here with us anytime on ABC Sport. Good luck for the remainder of the year with the Western Bulldogs and for what's to come. Really appreciate your time.
All the best,
Thanks,
mate.
Corbin. Thanks, Mick. Thanks, Paulie.
Yeah, buddy.
Luke Beveridge, the premiership coach of the Bulldogs, a man who's coached more games than anyone else in the club's 100-year history. We appreciate his time. Great to have him on. Is it time to put pen to paper?
Well, yeah, I mean, that's the obvious answer is yes. And maybe it's a little bit different behind closed doors. I kind of like the mature and refreshing way that they're going about it. I don't know, I meet pretty well as well, and it seems almost like more of a business-like sort of relationship. Let's just things change. Yeah, I mean, especially in the footy world. I reckon you might agree, but
Paulie, I reckon the Dogs are taking peace each way there. You know how good he is. You know what he's done with his team.
Yeah.
And I just say at round 7 or 8, get rid of the uncertainty. Either say, look, we're going to move on next year. There's other competitions in the world that are mature enough to say Jack Spratt's last year, and the players and the coach gets on with it. I'm just saying, if they think that, say it. But if they don't, sign him. And I think they'd make a horrible mistake if they don't re-sign him.
I think they think he's the man, don't they? Or am I wrong? No.
Well, I don't know what they're waiting for if they think he's the man. Okay. I feel like they're trying to give themselves a little bit of wriggle room. But,
okay. Well, who's coming out of contract to grab Corby? Are they after someone?
Correct. I mean, it's not as if you go to the good coach store and you pick one off the shelf and all of a sudden they come in and take your club to the next level. I mean, those shelves are like the COVID days. There's nothing on them.
Nothing on them, that's right. And that's the point about Longmuir a bit too, that they were making a bit earlier. Like, he's still relatively early in his journey. You heard Simon Garlick talk about it. And, okay, if the call is to move him on, well, you still got to find someone else. Now, there's a bit of a spectre of, the experienced premiership coaches in Simpson, Longmire recently, and Ken Hinckley's going to be available. We know that. So that looms over it a little bit, but I'm not sure that just plugging one of those in is the answer as well if they're not 100% committed. So, it's interesting, isn't it? It's a real watch this space.
Let's take some calls. 1300 558 222. This is AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass, Mick Moldhouse, the coaching icon, and the premiership pie, Luke Ball. Rulai from Adelaide is the first of our callers. Hello, Rulai.
G'day, lads. Hey, I've been loving Mick's at times brutal views on some of the other teams and even a player or even some of your fellow commentators. I wish he was my teacher. I thought I'd have a bigger backyard now. But he made some interesting points on North Melbourne not knowing how to win, and that would help them win. And it rung true to me down here in SA because when Ryan Harris, ex-Australian angry fast bowler, came to the Sacker, he noticed that no one was really talking or thinking about how to win. And it's understandable after 29 years, but blah, 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 we won the Shield and someone stole the stump. Nick, my question to you is, how do you reckon I should go about turning that attitude around?
Well, if you don't know how to win, you've got to get winners into the place for a start off. That's fundamental to it, because if you bring in, I've seen, and I'm not going to name people here, but I've seen players who have got a wonderful pedigree behind them of being best and fairest winners and this sort of stuff, but they just don't know how to play. They haven't played a lot of finals football, and when they did, they got beaten early. I'm saying the team. So that person doesn't necessarily know how to have a winning attitude right around the club, and the player that I'm mentioning is a bloke that I remember being down at three-quarter time thinking he still doesn't know how to get his team over the line. So we've got a chance here of winning this game. The best one you could get, a team that has got low confidence in its ability and hasn't won games for a long time, is to bring people into the organisation that know how to win. It might sound flippant, but winning culture is something that you can't go. Corby used the thing about plucking it off a bench, off a shelf. No, you can't. It's got to be given. So get winning people around an organisation.
Michael from Tasmania, the next of our callers. Hello, Michael.
Mick, really appreciate how you've wrapped up St Kilda. I'm a huge St Kilda supporter for 60 years. And just backing up what you said about giving all the clubs a bit of a lick of the ice cream for playing these Thursday, Friday night games. And I think we get overwhelmed with, you only have to go back a few weeks to look at Carlton. Collingwood had a great game on a Thursday night. It was a terrible game, 46-63. Geelong, Melbourne on the next night, 85-46. Like, we forget that there are some shockers.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just because they're a big club. And that performance from St Kilda was spectacular. And they deserve every, as you said, there wasn't one poor player on the field. They all did their job. So I just wanted to say thank you for recognising that.
No worries. I stand by it.
1300 558 222 is the talkback number. Thanks, Michael. Appreciate that. One of our favourite segments. Given the fact we lost half an hour with the earlier scheduling of the early Saturday game, we're alternating mixed messages and Cool Hand Luke. So we're in the Cool Hand Luke week. So it is now time for Cool Hand Luke.
On AFL Saturday.
What we've got here is
the champion bloke.
Failure to communicate.
This is Cool Hand Luke.
I think it works, Corby. I think it works to the alternation.
I like it.
Week in, week out.
I like it.
We can, there's room for both of us then. I think Nick isn't there, but no, I'll be punchy today. And there's been enough spoken about the big issue of the week with Paul Curtis, and there's nothing we can do about it now. So we need to move on. But and I know Mick, we're aligned on this one. I just thought. I don't want to be hysterical about it, but I just thought I'm probably still deciding where to direct my disappointment or anger. I was probably even thinking on the drive down that even at the tribunal members, I just think we're asking too much of a player in terms of executing that skill. I'm only talking about that skill. We're not talking about the fact that we're trying to mitigate for concussion, all that sort of stuff. I'm talking purely about that skill of let's call it the chase down tackle or the tackle from behind, which is very instinctual. We know with some players, and Paul Curtis is one of those. And whether you've got a thought on the penalty, the 3 weeks, or the structure of the MRO, just the idea that skill needs to be, I guess, executed perfectly, time in, time out. Players accept that. I've heard the term footy action thrown around a fair bit as well this week. Players accept that in footy actions, every now and then there's going to be accidents that sometimes that players contribute to, and that was certainly my view of this one. I mean, I say by the end, Mick, tackling was probably the only thing that I was sort of good at, and knowing that and being a proponent of that skill, that is to ask Paul Curtis in that situation what we think we're asking him by virtue of the fact that we've found him guilty. I just think we've missed a trick there.
So the tribunal, with 2 former players, Paul Williams and David Nates, plus Jeff Gleeson, said Curtis did not need to propel him forward with such force. He made no attempt to release either arm. there was no or insufficient attempt to roll him sideways. He had time to sum up the situation before he tackled, and that there was no attempt to pull him back, and that players tackling from behind where both guys have momentum going forward has the risk to cause concussion if care is not taken to avoid the risk. And they used the term that a prudent player would have done differently in the same scenario. So, Mick, who is this prudent player? Where do we get him?
Yeah, well, he's the mystery. Paul Williams, goal kicker. A lot of goals, not many tackles. Neats, full forward, never tackled in his life.
Oh, he
bumped.
Like
no,
guys.
He bumped and he huffed and puffed. And Gleeson, very good on a horse. Now, let's have a look at it in its reality. All those points they said are all BS, because quite frankly, he's not going to think before. The chase stand is the hardest one to do because it takes effort, and quite often you think, I'm not going to make it, but I've still got to chase. You get yourself in a position to chase and tackle. He's not thinking, I've got to release one arm. I've got to turn him on his side. In fact, if you have another look at it, he ends up on his side. It is the most ridiculous, and they should go and revisit this. You say it's the end of it. They should revisit it, North Melbourne, and go, no, we want another look at this, because this is costing us a player who perhaps could have got him over the line on Thursday night, Bawley. It's a disgrace.
Yeah, there's more contributing factors with that sort of mechanism and that skill. And I thought, there's not intentionally, but Sin unfortunately contributed to it as well. Anyway. We have to move on. Bit of a mixed messages
like
over the top there.
No, it's worked beautifully.
Combination there.
Just before we move on from it, so Laura Kane did say on SEN during the week that basically we need to look at the MRO guidelines and the possibility of even being able to downgrade things the same way that we can upgrade them for the potential to cause serious injury. Now, my ears pricked up because I remember we had Andrew Dillon on the program way back in round 2, Mick, and I put a similar question to him about the ability to downgrade such charges with the MRO.
Once you bring in too much of that and you move too far away from, the table that we do have, that's where you end up sort of back where we were before 2005 when it came in. What the opportunity that the players do have is to be able to take it to the tribunal, and whilst the tribunal is guided by the table, they do have that discretion. So I think we've got enough processes in place, but we're again always looking to review it. And one of the things that's on the table is that the turnaround time, which we've got with the MRO by turning it around in less than 24 hours, is there an opportunity to bring tribunals forward, particularly for games that are played on Thursdays and Fridays, and if you've got a game the following Thursday as well. So that's something that's on. We're looking at that at the moment.
So we're always available to change things. Just gives himself, keep it 90, as the kids like to say, keep it 100. Just keep it 90, give yourself a little wiggle room, and it looks like the AFL in 6 weeks have decided, you know what, that would actually work best. You formerly sat on the MRO, Bawley, or the match review panel as it was then. Would you like that, the ability to downgrade things the same that we upgrade them? So if they said in the Paul Curtis case, we find him guilty, but 3's ridiculous, why not take 1 week as a way to try and curb behaviour?
Yeah, I think so. We used to talk about the footy acts versus non-footy acts, because that's what people can't stomach, can they? That a swinging arm off the ball or a little jumper punch or whatever it is gets less than an instinctive footy action. So I think that's where it needs to come into play. But he sort of mentioned there that the tribunal do have discretion to downgrade if need be.
Well, interestingly, Michael Christian could basically send something to the tribunal without a grading. Yeah. So he could just send it there and say, hey, let the tribunal decide it, which I think in this case probably would have worked, where you get a bunch of people to sit around and come up with an argument rather than put it through the matrix, whereas at the moment we put every single grade through the matrix.
Yeah, but so maybe the matrix doesn't need to change, but the tribunal, so those chaps you mentioned before, Mick, they have the discretion to say, I understand that by the matrix that it's this, but we're saying, because of these factors, that it's actually 1 instead of 3. And maybe people could have copped it a little bit more. I still think that he should have been not guilty.
We're fast running out of time. The Bombers obviously had a 3-point win over North. There was a savage injury toll on the back of it. Gresham's got a low-grade adductor, so a groin concern. Jordan Ridley's done his hamstring, so that's no good at all, the right hammy. And good news for Harry Jones. So it is a badly dislocated left ankle. It looked gruesome.
Yeah, it did.
But there's no break. He's still going to miss at least a month of footy, but but it's only a month on what looks like could have been much more at one point in time. Mick, huge game tonight at the MCG. Collingwood and Geelong, two of the better teams in the competition. Jack Crisp, a special milestone, game number 245 consecutively. He breaks Jim Stein's record. Will it ever be broken again? Will anyone ever play more than 245 and counting on the bounce uninterrupted?
One thing's for certain in life, Corby, no record stands forever.
Yes.
And that's a fact. It's a bit like people saying you win a premiership. One thing is for certain with a premiership, you've got the medal, you don't have to give it back unless there's some untoward that you don't deserve it. But that stays. But records come and go, and as great as it is, it will be broken. And maybe not your lifetime you'll see it. I may not.
Yes.
Yeah. It's a staggering,
amazing, isn't it?
It really
is, but it'll be broken. Especially with the AFL have gone from 18 games when I first started to 20 to 23. It'll be 33 soon because we'll play just after December the 31st, and we'll finish at November 9.
He was born a month after Jim Stein's retired, and now he breaks his record all these years on. Mick, quick tip, last 30 seconds. Who wins tonight, Pies or Cats?
Oh, Pies will slaughter the Cats.
Ooh, and who wins the Q Clash, Suns or Lions?
No, I'm going for the Suns.
Paulie?
No, Lions for me. Still not there with the Suns yet. I think it'll be closer tonight. I know Stewart's out, but I think it'll be within two goals either way tonight.
Enjoy your Saturday, Mick. Don't forget to vote. The footy coming up next. Paulie's sticking around for that.
ABC iView covers every angle. Insiders.
Who will govern Australia for the next 3 years?
Swingers.
Swing voters are where all the action's at.
And Gruen Nation.
You can trust me.
ABC iView. Always free, always informative. The footy might stop with the final siren, but with ABC AFL, the conversation keeps rolling. Get ABC AFL Daily Podcast with Premiership coach Paul Grooves alongside Corbin Middlemass, Ben Cameron and Poppy Penny.
From walking on thin ice to dancing on the mountaintop.
It's your daily footy conversation. Find it on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
It's all on the line. Here we go.
And the moment of truth has arrived.
What a matchup this is. What a game.
The umpire holds the footy up.
I wouldn't want to be anywhere else on earth.
On ABC Sport, this is the AFL.
Oh, they're defending get inside of the mountain.
The intensity and the pressure around the ball is unbelievable. Take your moment. This is that moment in the game of footy. This is just football at its best.
And that'll be it. From walking on thin ice to dancing on the mountaintop, the Brisbane Lions never stopped believing, and they are the champions.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. Don't get better than
He's called the through for a magnificent goal.
Comes out, gathers, snaps, goal.
An extra bit of class.
He smashed that through. What a kick. Goes bang with everything he's got.
They are leaving nothing out there.
Listen to the roar.
The drop punt. He's gone. And the building is jumping.
We know he's a big shot taker. He's a big shot maker.
Leans back on the kick. Game on.
that camera action, baby. Countdown to contact.
From the right forward, on it. Oh, he's a sharpshooter, all right.
Step up in the big moment.
Close to the man on the mark. Drop punt. He's there. Gathers, snaps. He'll bring the house down.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. Don't get better than this.
He'll put it on the boot. Kick up towards the logo.
Take a seat, cause it don't get better than
He
this.
defies the laws of gravity. He runs onto it 50 from goal. He's in Dusty's pocket. He shoots. Oh, he's as bloody good as Dusty. Oh, yeah.
Rose snaps goal. The drop punt. It's good. And you can hear that mighty roar.
Walks one way and the next and the snap. There's the finish.
60 out. Oh my goodness. That's a massive kick. Big time spot. Big time goal kicker.
That's why we love football. Brilliant to watch.
From the centre wicket. Whacks it for 6. Scores level. Running past. Throws it on the left. Could that be the sealer? Seconds ticking down. We're not done yet. What a finish.
Welcome to the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport. on radio, on digital, and on the ABC Listen app.
You take a seat, because it don't get better than this.
A pair of 4 and 3 teams, the Western Bulldogs and Port Adelaide, Saturday afternoon footy in round 8. The Dogs have won 9 of their 13 encounters at their home away from home here in Ballarat. It is election day, so maybe they're just gerrymandering the borders to be able to include Ballarat as part of the Western Bulldogs region. Interesting though, in the 4 losses they have had here, 2 of them have been to their opponents today in Port Adelaide. The Power on a little hot streak themselves. They've won their last 3 games to get themselves back in the season. There is no late change, and Jed Buslinger is the sub for the Western Bulldogs today. The young man who obviously plays key back, he's going to start as the sub. And Jeremy Finlayson is always also a key. He's going to start as the sub for Port Adelaide, so a bit of height and size among our subs today. My name's Corbin Middlemass. There is barely a cloud in the sky. It's a glorious day, 16 degrees. It is crisp, and we would expect nothing else down here in the gold mining, or up here in the gold mining town of Ballarat. I've been reminded it is up from Melbourne. It is certainly not down. It is regional, and that's where we love to be, amongst the people here on ABC Sport. Ben Cameron's alongside me for the call. Hello, Ben.
Hello, Corb. Tremendous to be here. We've got the 2 longest serving coaches in each of these clubs' history, and a very windy day here in Ballarat. And so much so that I did note while you guys were doing AFL Saturday, Port Adelaide were doing some kicking out on the ground. Then they retreated to the shelter of the grandstand at the club end of the ground to do their kicking to try and avoid some of that wind. So tremendous to be here in Ballarat. I've been here a few times now and can't wait for the game to start. Good to see Borley and Ramo, who are both here nice and early, ready for this game.
The broadcast is starting and they're right in position where they need to be. Interesting banner that the Western Bulldogs are rolling with. Keep politics out of footy, the naysayers will condemn. But we just have to say it, Libba for PM. Of course, it's election day, so get used to some more corny political puns that'll be coming your way throughout the afternoon. Luke Ball is here, as he was for AFL Saturday, the Premiership Pie. Hello, Bally.
Corby, yeah, and I think this man next to me, Ben Cameron's got plenty of them stored away, hasn't he, up his back sleeve. So we might keep a tally of those today. Some ordinary election-related puns. Well, sorry, yeah, that's probably unfair. Let's try and get off on the right note today, Ben. Considering we are snuggled in here, the commentary box, nice and close.
I was about to say, I think the box is smaller than where we're usually situated, and we ordinarily sit 2 and 2, so 2 in front, 2 behind. So we've got a smaller box, and we're 4 in a row. So we're nice and tight like that.
Let's keep it nice.
It's a bit like community footy, where they're all small bench, and we're all huddled together, and that's how Adam Ramanauskas likes it as well. The youngest Essendon Premiership player on planet Earth. Hello, Ram.
And made it just in time. There was, as normal, there was roadworks or non-roadworks on the Western Highway, and set me back a fair few minutes, it's fair to say, but we're here, and it's a different-looking Ballarat Stadium at the moment. Without that stand, I'm used to seeing the caravans behind the goals full of food and full of people and people having a couple of drinks. But I must say, as the fireworks go off as the Western Bulldogs run out, it is the first time I've ever worn shorts in Ballarat.
So you and Luke Ball are both in the shorts today, which I think is brave. It is early in the season. We're still in May. And yet the shorts are hanging around for at least one more week. It is very crisp. I've got a thicker jacket on, and I think that's probably more the appropriate dress code.
Well, it's a beautiful 22 degrees in Melbourne, so it's a little bit cooler up here, as it always is. But as you mentioned, Corb, not a cloud in the sky, so it's a perfect day for football. A little bit of wind, but that's okay. But
none of the boys, none of the Dogs have the long sleeves on.
Well, I think the Bulldogs players will be very, very grateful they're playing a game in Ballarat this earlier in the season, rather than at times when we've been up here and there's been a bit of snow on the mountains just in front of us.
It is a political issue, of course. This stadium, which was meant to be hosting the athletics for the upcoming Commonwealth Games, that is not happening. So that is why all the redevelopments are taking place. They will continue. This was meant to be a legacy stadium of the Com Games. So there needs to be, obviously, to host a major athletics event, there's meant to be not just one main stadium, Ben, but there needs to be some kind of a support track.
Yeah, there needs to be a warm-up track. So as we look out, we can see the excavators. We can see a massive erect drill ready to drill down about 5 metres away from the fence, which is 5 metres away from the boundary line. So approximately 11,000 is the usual capacity here at Eureka Stadium. Only 5,000 here today. When it's all done, we'll have 10,000 seats in this arena and small boutique venue.
Pretty much from one half-forward flank at one end all the way through to the other half-forward flank at the other end. So it's the entire outer, plus completely behind the goals at one end is a construction site. So that is how the ground looks. We're in the main grandstand on the broadcast wing, and we're very comfortable from where we're situated. But that is what we're looking at here at Eureka Stadium in Ballarat. There's no late change. Jed Buslinger is the sub for the Bulldogs and Jeremy Finlayson for the Power. So the Doggies, we spoke a little bit about them, Bally, during AFL Saturday with their coach Luke Beveridge. This is a team that's now won a couple on the bounce. They're always an interesting conversation. They've had to do it with sort of pieces, key pieces missing. Obviously, Bontempelli and Treloar for much of the season. They've now lost Darcy on the run. Waitman's been unavailable to them. And yet, if the criticism of Luke Beveridge for a long period of time has been, gee, they don't want for anything, they've got this great list and they've never been a top 4 team, feels like the conversation's flipped. He's never had more challenges, and yet he's getting more than the sum of its parts out of this group, certainly through the first 7 weeks.
Yeah, it does seem that way, and that was sort of the point that I was trying to get across in my questioning with him earlier, that sometimes a forced absence of your captain or your champion player or two, we put Treloar in that boat as well, and it is great to see them back out there, but sometimes that is a necessary or it can be the opportunity just to create that 5 or 10% of dynamic across the group. That, hey guys, whereas in the past we might have always been able to say, it's okay, Marcus will get us out of trouble here, or Adam will, All Australian last year, they'll get us out of trouble. No, we got to. It's we, not me here. We got to share the load, and it's just looked like a couple of games this year. It's just looked like that's been the case with the Dogs, and that's been. Maybe the missing 5 or 10% over the past few years, probably since they played in that grand final, obviously over in Perth against Melbourne, and haven't been able to recapture that form. Maybe that's the 10 or 15% rammer that's been missing to take this side from good average side on their day can beat everyone but inconsistent through to no, we know what we're going to get week in, week out from this mob.
I think adversity provides opportunity, and that's simply what some of these younger players have taken. If you look down the list of the Dog players, like Matt Kennedy taking his opportunity at a third club, he's been terrific to start the season. Riley Sanders now looks like a bona fide midfielder. Riley West, I know he's into his career now, but it looks like he's grown into a really important player.
Rory Lobb.
Ed Richards gone from strength to strength. So you can keep going down the list. Joel Frazier looks like a real star of the future. Lockie Bramble looks like he's found his position now within this team. So there's a number of guys. Sam Davidson, the other one, the mature age recruit. So adversity is opportunity for mine, and the Dogs are taking it. And Luke Beveridge is coaching as well as he ever has, in my opinion.
There's less reliance on the name tag. Sorry, on the starting lineup.
It can happen, can't it? There can be a thing, addition by subtraction. They often refer to it as that. Someone comes out, everyone else steps up.
Yeah. And I think the perfect example of that is last week with Liam Jones going out of the team. We all have gone, what the hell is he doing here, Luke Beveridge? You're coming up against GWS, you're coming up against Jesse Hogan, but he made it work. And he made it work through coaching.
Let's have a little look at Port Adelaide. So 4-3 on the season. They're in a very different situation. So, and yet as much spotlight on their coach as anyone. So we know for Ken Hinkley when the finish line will be. It'll be at the end of this season. And a couple of weeks ago, it looks like a year that wasn't going to amount to much. They've now won 3 on the bounce. And they get themselves well and truly back into the season at 4-3. It feels like a critical crossroads game today. So winner goes 5-3, loser finds themselves even at 4-4. And I don't think it's any coincidence that in their last 3 games that they've won to get themselves back into the season, Zach Butters has returned.
Yeah.
He's polled 29 of a possible 30 coaches' votes during that period. So all but 1.
Look, he's a star. I think that's all for clear to see for us. But I think Port Adelaide play their best when they're a little bit on edge. Mm-hmm. And as much as the Jason Horne-Francis incident was highlighted last week around, how he reacted to it, if you look at the behind the vision footage of that, he reacted as probably I would have reacted as well if somebody's come up from behind me and given me a bump. And then, okay. But I look at the next part of that. So, okay, he's reacted like that. But then you see Zach Butters, you see Connor Rosie around him trying to show leadership, trying to calm him down, trying to get his head back in the game. So I just think as a general rule for Port Adelaide, they need to play a little bit on the edge. When they don't they look plain, they look stale. When they're on edge and there's a little bit of fire in their game, they look a lot more dynamic. Connor Rosie going to a half-back flank has worked so far. When do they reintroduce him back into the midfield? I don't think they do now.
Yeah.
I think he just sets up well there. He's a beautiful kick of the football, so you get him out of the hustle and bustle of a contest and you use his real weapons.
Well, he's a problem, isn't he, for opposition coaches? He creates a real challenge. Do you have to sacrifice one of your six forwards to play on Connor, to actually nullify his influence? And we know that a lot of the game these days, we talk about the best sides. They can get you at stoppage, but a lot of the game these days is transition, turning the ball over and moving the ball, from half back to scoring, and he's been really significant over the last 3 weeks as they've turned their form around. Really significant in that. But the Butters pieces, that is just stark, isn't it? No one. I saw some commentary this week, which I tend to agree with. No one really is more important to their team than Zach Butters. I think because he the way he plays, so not just his skills and his ability to impact the scoreboard as well with score involvements, but just his mentality, his mindset. He embodies the way that they want to play, and the rest of them just jump on board. They have no choice.
People in the that get right into the player movement space, Rammer, they love to talk about pre-agents, which is different to a free agent. It's essentially a player who is going to be a free agent, not at the end of this season, but the following season, which is where Zach Butters comes into it. So he's got a year to run on his contract after this, but it's been well documented. He will be a free agent the following year. Is it better that Port Adelaide try to get more for him at the end of this season if he's going to leave anyway? And the relationship that he has with Ken Hinkley, he's spoken often about that, how close that they are. Obviously, Hinkley won't be there next year. And he's a guy that loves being back at home. He's from Darley, which is out near Bacchus Marsh. We would have driven past it coming up here to Ballarat from Melbourne today. And just a little added wrinkle, I don't know if this ever plays into a player's thinking, hardcore Bulldogs fan growing up. So he loved the Dogs. He went to the 2016 grand final as a young man, was there to see them win that second premiership and break the long drought since 54. So Zach Butters comes up against his childhood team again today. Ray Chamberlain's with us. He's made the trip up to Ballarat from Melbourne, and he's with us on the boundary, which is a very crisp afternoon. On the way to 16 degrees. How are you, Ray?
Good afternoon, gents. I am particularly well, thank you. Just shifting gears down here. I left the Bayside this morning, trained, and a disturbing amount of men running around with their shirts off this morning, so they were vibing with Rammer in terms of the summer attire, but it's not that down here today. Wind pushing hard right of screen and across to the construction side of the ground, and I'm looking forward to today's game.
Ray, we enter the Hurt Chamber as we do each and every Saturday with you and speak about the officiating of this great game of ours. We had Steve McBurney, who is the head of officiating at the AFL, with us on Thursday night pre-game. I know you would have listened to that. The bit that really raised our eyebrows was around the fact that he said they only get one holding the ball decision wrong per game. Were you given those kinds of numbers when you were a part of the umpiring cohort, and what did it look like?
Yeah, intermittently throughout the year, we would get some feedback about how, the umpiring department had assessed how we're going in certain areas. And the key indicators generally in officiating around contests, so holding the ball and marking. I guess like with any individual within the game, whether it be Laura Kane talking about, footy matters from the AFL, whether it be a CEO from a football club, I didn't expect Stephen to come on and sort of talk in a negative sense about what's happening with umpiring. I mean, I don't think you guys would have anticipated that.
No.
Probably my question around that type of data set is who audits that? So, when you're self-assessing, I'm not sure how much weight the data carries.
So what does that week look like? I've heard all the stories, and I empathise with the umpires that there's no proper training base, basically. They get Dockland Stadium, but half the time a portion of the ground is sectioned off and they're regrowing turf and they're not allowed to use it and everything else. But is it true the umpires only have one skills session each week in terms of sort of refining the actual decision-making process?
Yeah, well, so they're two different issues. So one when you talk about skills, when we talk about skills, we talk about things like bouncing, running, positioning. We talk about set kick control. And so the umpires will go and train with the clubs. We call those club visits, and they are the best type of training and practice that we can have because it's the closest thing to the real thing, right? And so the umpires are out doing that multiple times a week, every week. And then in terms of sort of assessment, coaching, debate around decision making and education, that is on a Tuesday, and it's a all afternoon, all evening session in at Docklands.
So once a week on the Tuesday.
Yeah. Now there's obviously online training. We get all our feedback online. I say ours, their feedback. I've got to get out of that 20 years. But yeah, there's ongoing training, coaching, and assessment that takes place out of hours. In terms of not face to face where we're all there at once, but in terms of everyone coming in, it is once a week.
We're just having the coin toss at the moment. How's the crowd down there, Ray? Obviously half the ground's unavailable, but for the seats that are available, looks pretty packed.
No, the rest of them are full as a goog, so I think everyone's in good spirits here at the moment, so we're looking forward to a cracking game. These two sides always have good games in my experience, so I'm really interested in see how it goes today.
The coin toss goes up in the middle, and you can see the breeze that both Ben and Ray have spoken about, significantly favouring the southern end of the ground in which Connor Rosie has won the toss, and no surprise, Bally, he's going to kick to that end.
Yeah, I mean, it is going to play a factor. There's no doubt about that today. As you said, we saw both teams out there a couple of hours before the game, just getting a read for it, and I know the power trained here yesterday as well, so it'll play a factor. It's not going to be as slick and high-skilled game as we might have got, let's say, under the roof at Marvel Stadium, Benny, but I'm looking forward to the contest. You know, in time, I think the two of the best midfield groups in the competition. Do you tag Butters? It'll be really interesting. I sense that both coaches will be happy to go head-to-head to start with, and then, you know, have a plan B up their sleeve in case one of these star mids gets off the chain.
Is it as simple as the old country footy tactics as well? Like, if you are defending the club room's end, can you just almost bottle up a quarter on the brick factory wing? Is that fair?
Yeah, that's absolutely fair. So, yeah, just limit the damage as much as you possibly can and contest and stoppage after stoppage.
The Western Bulldogs have one Norm Smith medalist in the club's history. It is Jason Johannisen. He plays game number 200 today, so well done to Jason Johannisen, the 29th Bulldog to reach that milestone, and game number 150 for Sam Palpepper. Interestingly, he becomes the 29th as well in the club's history to get to 50 games fewer. So 2, 4 and 3 teams. Let's see which one of those makes the jump this afternoon. The Dogs and the Power on ABC Sport. And you're with Ben Cameron.
Sweet wins down the opening tap against his old teammate there in English. The opening clearance goes the way of Butters for Port Adelaide into the pocket. Back there, O'Donnell. He picks up the footy for the Dogs, tackled to ground, and a ball up coming left forward pocket.
Yeah, straight away, Laith Vandermeer is the one that's been set for Connor Rosie, and he laid about 12 bumps on him before that ball was even bounced. He's going to try and terrorise him all day.
Sweet. Flicks it down again, trying to pick it up English. Bontempelli does. Willie Rioli steals it, snaps on goal. Bouncing ball. Kind bounce. He was touched on the way through. So a minor score to begin for Port Adelaide and Willie Rioli.
Oh, was it?
Have a look.
Oh, was it?
Going to check it.
Gee, we got the arc here.
Well,
the arc.
They have to.
The arc travels.
Let's go. Well,
I like it.
It's got to travel every game, doesn't it? Surely.
So here we go, and we got a TV. in the
we
box.
have
This is we're well looked after here in Ballarat.
I'm not sure this was touched on the way through. Marcus Bontempelli, a lunging effort, I think
did
it was.
It touch?
Ray Chamberlain.
Yeah, if as practice and as if a field umpire calls touched off the boot and the ball goes through for a goal, they will review those always.
Okay,
good practice. Yep.
Well, I think
looks like he's got a hand on it.
I was about
it's
to
hard
say,
to see.
it's going to be hard to work.
It's going to be hard to
I think that's a goal. I think that's going to be our first goal of the game.
No, big umpire's call.
You reckon?
Yeah. Oh, I think that looks like a clear
It's
gap.
clear air there.
I'm with Paulie too. The other angle looks like this is a goal.
We need the split screen from behind when it's touching the boot and side on to see where it is in relation to Marcus Bontempelli's hands.
Gee, you're asking a lot, Ben, with all this technology and 2 shots at the same time.
Yeah, we are being well looked after.
Looking at this angle, we can see a gap between the ball and the Bulldogs player at all times. Decision on scoreboard.
All clear, Rioli with the first goal of the game. He tumbles it through with a fortunate bounce over even the enormous Rory Lobb. And that's gone under Marcus Bontempelli's hands and bounced over Rory Lobb. 1 straight 6 plays, no score, 2 minutes played. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
So then you wonder what the field umpire saw or heard there. I think it's Rob Finlay, I think, who was the officiating umpire, the in-zone umpire there, and he called touch straight away. So interesting.
Who was it, Ray?
Yeah, no, I think the other thing is sometimes you'll hear the hand hit the boot.
Yeah,
and so
okay.
it's hard to distinguish between the two. So that's part of the reason why they'll always review the ones where the field umpire calls touched off the boot.
I thought Ray was ready to name and shame like you were, Runner. I thought he was going to highlight them.
I haven't had a chance to read out my umpire names just yet today.
Go on, give them to us, Ben.
We've got Alex Wetton, Robert Finlay, Martin Roger, my favourite, and Matthew Young.
Well, I know Rob Finlay because he was a couple of years older than me at school.
Here's Horn Francis, who's had a week again in the headlines as he gets a hurried kick out to the wing. Johannesson knocks it down straight to Butters. Sends him inside 50 for a second time, but picked off, and Williams takes the intercept mark for the Bulldogs.
And he's still umpiring.
Yeah, why not? How old were you when you retired, Ray?
Just a sprightly 48 years of age.
There you go. Williams up to the wing. Port pick it off. They keep it in the front half through the hands there of Radicalier, and then got it away towards Evans. Comes to Horn Francis. His hand pass picked off. Harms wins it. Handball to Kennedy. Took a little while to get rid of it. Back to Harms. Fumbles. Costly. And Burne-Jones locks him up on the wing.
Not going to be a day you would think for flipping around the footy too much.
Correct.
I think, especially early when the heat's on. Take the space. Take the yards.
Both teams in their traditional jumpers. The Dogs all in blue with the red and white hoop and the blue shorts. Kick from Horn Francis inside 50. O'Donnell picks it off. Hand pass picked off by Pau Pepper. Was he tripped? Said no. There's Butters. Goes darting through again to win the footy. Hand pass to Georgiades. Away to Lorenz. And now to Drew. Against the boundary line. Half forward. Kicks Port to full forward. Rioli's in the pack again. Ball comes out back door to Lobb. He's under pressure. Gets a handball to Fraser, and it's a rush behind.
So you look at that scoring opportunity there for Port Adelaide. That's simply because Zach Butters just went harder at the ball than Lockie Bramble.
Well, the kick in is dicey. It brings in Laith Vandermeer, who gathers the footy, tries to break through the Farrell tackle. He's pinged, holding the ball. And Farrell will get the free kick for Port Adelaide.
Port 1-1-7. Bulldogs yet to score. 2 minutes of game time in, and the ball is living in Port's front half with the breeze.
Farrell kicks it on the breeze towards full forward. Lob comes out, spoils it down. Georgiades picks it up. Handball errant. Liberatore loses it. Butters goes after it. Georgiades gets a kick away. Swills back out to Butters. Handball to Pau Pepper. Trying to get it on the boot. Kick smothered by Richards. And he can clear for the Bulldogs.
Kicks to the wing. Norton should take the mark. Doesn't. Radicalier invited in. Breaks it up. Loose footy. Vandermeer knocks it away. Back to Norton. He's got it in live play now. Handball for the Dogs. Middle of the ground. Finds Treloar on his return. Big roar for that. Kicks inside 50. Jones up strong. No mark, but had his arms chopped. Free kick for Lockie Jones.
First touch for Adam Treloar in his first game back. He just had to scan. He had Marcus Bontempelli flying through the middle of the ground by himself. Looked up, blazed away to two Port players. Let the power off the hook there.
Port with the stiff breeze. Kicks out to the wing. Georgiades the target. And knocked away from him. Here's Burgoyne up against the boundary line. Handball to Georgiades, but retreating. His handball picked off. Fraser has it for the Doggies. Hand pass inboard to Williams. Williams traps it, then gives it away to Kennedy. Handball out further wide to Treloar against the boundary.
Here's Treloar again, kicking up towards half forward, looking for a marker there in Norton. Can't take it. Horn Francis, strong tackle there on Laith Vandermeer. He gets it off towards Norton, dribbles the kick to half forward. No one able to gather it cleanly for the time being. And we'll get a ball up right half forward here for the Western Bulldogs.
Jed Buslinger and Jeremy Finlayson, the two subs. The Rucks share it down. Drew knocks it away to his teammates' advantage, Farrell, who is drilled in the tackle. And the young man, a bit of spice on that from Joel Fraser. It just halts him in his tracks. Ball up half forward here for the Dogs, kicking into the breeze in this opening term. Scrap on for it at ground level, and if I said there was a scrap at ground level for the footy, you'd probably guess who's there. There's Liberatore trying to share it with Horn Francis, and a ball up again. Half forward for the Doggies, kicking into the breeze.
Sweet wins the tap down. Richards trying to come through. Paddles it out in the end to West. West gets a handball out. Sweet knocks it away. Back with it is Port Adelaide. Burgoyne kicks around the wing. Williams there for the Dogs. Wins it back. Loops a handball to his namesake, Bailey Dale. He kicks to half forward. Going back. Strong mark taken there by Kennedy for the Dogs.
Yeah, terrific courage.
High half forward. Wide out. Dogs attacking the club room's end of the ground. Kennedy sets it up towards full forward. Up they go, no mark. Down at ground level, Fraser gets rid of it. Back there to mop up for the power is Lorenz, and they'll clear.
A long kick up towards halfway. The Bulldogs well set up here, and O'Donnell will pick it up on the wing. Sends a kick out to half forward. Target is Bontempelli and broken up by Lockie Jones. Punches it out of bounds high half forward for the Dogs.
So 2 times Port Adelaide have been able to clear the contest deep inside their defensive 50. Bulldogs have obviously set up a spare behind the ball. Port Adelaide need to even up numbers behind the ball if they have the wind. Otherwise, it just makes it too easy for the Bulldogs spare to come and impact.
Umpire flings it in. The English and Sweet both miss it out the back. Butters goes and gets it. Handball away towards me, to Rosie, zigging, zagging, and he'll kick around the wing. Up towards Locke, who takes the intercept mark.
It's a great mark, isn't it? Again, we love key defenders who take the front spot, back themselves in to mark the footy. Good matchup that one today. Georgiades been in great form for power.
Lob across a half-back line to Fraser, who's been busy early. Short kick to Dale. Chips further ahead of the wing to Vandermeer. Marks and immediately plays on. 70 out, looks inside 50. Radagalia should have taken the intercept mark, spills it. Follows up, gets a hand pass away to Richards. Half-back here for the Power. Runs it down the wing against the boundary line. Eastern side, kicks out in front of Pau Pepper. Hand pass Kevin Bartlett trying to hang it inside the boundary line. Does so effectively. Further handball up towards the 50. Williams leading in the chase for it. Picked off though by Wines. Power win it back. Gives it to Burn Jones. Kicks for Georgiades. He's outnumbered 2-on-1. No mark. Does well to win it. Trying to bounce it through from the pocket. And his kick trickles right across the face. And in the end it's out of bounds in the opposite pocket. So no score. The Power 117. Dogs yet to score. We have travelled 9.5 minutes into this opening term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Port kicking with a noticeable breeze in this opening term. Umpire 5 metres around from the behind post. Throws it in. It hangs in the breeze. Sweet. Taps it down. Drew comes through. Dumps it on the boot out of bounds on the full. Opposite pocket. And the Bulldogs to get it back.
Interesting in the front half, Rammer, isn't it, for the Dogs? They're starting small.
Yeah.
So Norton's the only real tall there. Karma started forward. He's only a mid-sized player. Just looking at Alir, just plays into their hands a little bit. Going to have to keep their eye on that today, whether they need to shift a taller player forward there to at least keep him company.
O'Donnell kicks to a contest on the wing. Sweet doing the roving. Kicks it back inside 50 here for Port. There to mop up Johannesson. Milestone game. Handball away to Bailey Dale. Dogs handballing. Bailey Williams back to O'Donnell. Kicks beyond the defensive arc. Getting a hand in though, Bergman. Spills down and a clearing kick from Lockie McNeil, but straight to Jones of Port on the wing.
Well set up. He's had a few intercept marks already, Lockie Jones. And now the long driving drop punt inside 50 over the head of Pau Pepper and picked off. A good mark, O'Donnell, back pocket.
Really emerging, isn't he? Becoming a really consistent player. You can tell they liked him. They really threw him into the deep end last year and persisted with him. And he's starting to repay the faith, James O'Donnell.
Gee, barely 15.
Yeah, well, nearly a 50-metre penalty.
Yeah, says it was all okay, and the Dogs able to get it out of defence. And a short kicking game now as Dale gives it to Liberatore. Back to Dale, kicks down the wing, finds his intended target, and that's Johannesson. Kicks in the middle of the ground, wanted Sanders, he spills that. Lord comes into it for the Power, looking for a little spin move, can't pick it off. Locke wins it back, turnover a minute at the moment, back towards Wines, away to Lord, hand pass to Drew. He decides to do it himself as he kicks goalward, but Willem Drew misses. A minor score. It's all Port Adelaide kicking with the breeze, so the Power are 1-2-8. They lead the Western Bulldogs, who are yet to score. We're, about 11, 12 minutes into this opening quarter Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Story during the week about the Western Bulldogs being interested in Willem Drew. The kick-in, rather. For Bailey Dale goes short to the pocket and Kennedy marks.
Is he a Ballarat boy too? Have I got that wrong?
No, he's from country Victoria, but not Ballarat. Kennedy kicks up towards the wing. Norton launching at the footy. West roving the pack. Dogs in possession. Handball misses Sanders. Wines pinches it. Centre half forward for the Power. Gives it off to Pau Pepper, who swivels, swings it on goal and misses away to the left.
It's a basic skill errors at the moment, Rammer, isn't it? Yeah. Now we know it's swirly around there, but just twice in a row, the handballs missing targets.
And that's where your basics are just so important.
I think we've got the first apology of the day on deck here.
It's a word Corbin doesn't know, but sorry, Bawley, you're right. He's from Ballarat.
North Ballarat. Another score for Port Adelaide, 1-3. Dogs yet to score. That's Willem Drew, who's drafted from. As the Dogs trying to come out of defence and well set up. Port Adelaide, Alir with the intercept mark. Ships it down to half forward. Just got to the intended target in Logan Evans. Mark's here about 60 metres from goal. He's one of their two ins today, along with Will Lorenz. The 2 coming back for Port. He lays it up into the forward pocket, hands on it from Georgiades, but it slips out of bounds.
That's certainly not the kick with the wind. Deep into a forward pocket. That's if you want. You've got the wind. Kick it to the most dangerous spot inside your forward 50, and that's 10 metres out, 15 metres out from goal.
Umpire brings it in. Sweet. Puts it down to the front. Drew can't gather it. Ollie winds out after it. Gets rid of it to Butters. Handball back beyond the arc to Burgoyne. Usually a good user. He spots up Sweet. Hands to it. Drops the mark. And it tumbles out. Throwing coming. Left forward pocket for Port again. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Port lead it by 9 points. The Doggies yet to score into the stiff breeze.
14 minutes into this contest. No late change. Bustlinger and Finlayson, the 2 subs this afternoon. Boundary throw-in comes down to Kennedy. Kick smothered, rolls out of bounds. Is this good for the game? That we're out here playing in... It's awesome we're in regional centres, bringing the game to Ballarat and everything else. But the fact that a game is so impacted by conditions in a way that none of the other games are in season. Like, it's almost a different sport. I'll get that one to you both on notice. I don't want to give up on the afternoon already. We've just got here.
Sound like you almost had
as Richards tried to get a kick away. It was smothered.
I was expecting this to come in the second half.
And a ball up half forward here for the quarter for the Power. It's just so... the ball is living at one end of the ground, and obviously the breeze plays a huge role in that. Port Adelaide haven't been able to cash in on the scoreboard as yet with a ground with half the stance missing us. Butters got a handball away to Rosie. Kicks inside the forward 50. Spills through towards Lobb. Back pocket for the Dogs. Handball away towards Williams. He's tackled by Richards close to the boundary line, holding the ball.
Yeah, well done.
Spun around 360 degrees, and Joe Richards will get it forward pocket.
Saw a few of those last night, didn't we? I mean, he eventually did get the handball away, but he did hold the ball too long. And the 360s the giveaway. And well done, Joe Richards. That's what he's in the team for. Front half pressure.
You think about the Dogs usually play indoors at Docklands, and most of the modern stadiums, Perth, Adelaide, MCG, SCG, they're so protected by the major grandstands. It's almost the breeze almost never comes into it in the modern game. As Richards in the left forward pocket, he misses near side. Let us know, 0437 774 774, the SMS number. Another behind, Port Adelaide 1-4-10, kicking with the breeze. The Dogs yet to score. We're almost halfway through the opening term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Bailey Dale with the kick in, goes to Fraser, who moves it on to Richards. Wants to get onto his left, takes on Rioli, handball to Sanders. Handball back to Richards, through the bullseye. Goes for a little run, kicks inside 50. Karmas goes up, hand to it, doesn't mark. Norton at the back. And then chopping it off, Bergman. He'll hook a kick, a clearing kick, but that's a turnover. And the mark taken by Fraser. Attacking point of the square here for the Dogs.
He goes short to Richards. He marks it left half forward. Were they saying boo-coo when he went near the footy? I like that.
I like that.
I know, Ben, you and I are big Buku Karmas fans, as Richards hits up Norton, who marks it left half forward.
Norton has to take that mark, Paulie, on the boundary virtually, because the Dogs are standing in the leading lane. And when you're small and you're standing still inside forward 50, you're just wasting space. You're a waste of space there.
Tough
Lead up, get out. Oh, yeah, this is going to near impossible for a left footer.
Where would you aim it?
At the goals.
Here's Norton on his way in, kicks it towards the behind post, trying to bring it back. Karmas floats through, marks it on the behind line. And they're going to check whether this ball was through or not. Karmas thinks it's still alive. The soft call is... As the umpire sends it to the arc, I think he's calling a mark. So soft call is a mark for Karmas.
Yeah, I think that'll be paid too.
As he kept it alive on the behind line. The Dogs looking for their first score of the day.
She has aimed it at the point post, Norton. Started there, just drifted across, hasn't it, across the face of goal. One stage it looked like it was going through, but kept going with the wind, and I think that's going to be paid a mark.
So just to paint the picture there, he's left half forward against the boundary line, left footer, aims it at the near behind post. It swings violently across the goal face.
Well, the entire ball has to be across the line, so this is a mark.
They're all setting up for a point. I'm not sure. I think this will be paid a mark.
Review complete. Looking at this angle, we can see the ball is controlled before crossing the back of the goal line.
There we go. Okay. It's a mark for Karmas, who's set up for the behind, and now he's trotting all the way down to take his kick.
Well, he's a left footer, so all he needs to do here is step out and kick the ball 5 metres. Don't go back too far.
Yeah. One and a half a dozen lefties in the team.
uncontested mark in between Aaliyah and Radaglia too, wasn't it? So, albeit tricky with the win, that'll disappoint Ken Hinkley.
There's a free ball coming up for a kid behind the ground.
She's gone back a long way. The grandstand's probably 12 rows of seats max. And this one's about to head out of the stadium. Buku Khamis snaps across the body. He has the Dogs first. Buku, as the 5,000 fans roar down here in Ballarat, kicks the opener for the Dogs. And Port Adelaide are not making the most of this advantage. 1-4-10 the power. The Bulldogs are 1 straight 6. A 4-point game. 18 minutes into the opening term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport with Luke Ball and Adam Ramanauskas.
He did well, didn't he? Just stayed in the game. It would have been easy to switch off there, Khamis, like his direct opponent did, to be fair, and assume that was going through from behind, but a little half chance. And they're going to be important today. We spoke about the Aaliyah matchup, with the Dogs only going with Norton forward of the balls. We looked out now and Tim English runs down into the forward 50. And Khamis is actually going to go and have a spell on the ruck against Ollie Wines. What's the record, Rammer, for the two shortest ruckmen combined in the history of the game? This would have to be close, wouldn't it? Both these boys are about 6'2".
Khamis and Ollie Wines. Wines wins the tap down straight towards Butters. He's running the wrong way. Runs a little arc. He'll kick Port inside attacking 50, looking for Rioli. He's got it on his chest. 35 out directly in front.
It's an interesting one, isn't it? So English runs, so he was off the bench. He's not looking for a spell, but instead of running to the middle of the ground where he would have had a clear advantage over Ollie Wines and the ruck, he goes forward, and they lose the stoppage. Brilliant work from Zach Butters, who's off to a flyer. 8 possessions, 6 of those contested, 3 inside 50. So it's a watch that. He's in too good a form, I think, just to let run around without any close attention.
Kick the first goal of the game, Willie Rioli. This is more conventional, and it's straight through the middle. Port respond and make use of the breeze. And it's that man in the middle again, Zach Butters, their fire starter. 2-4-16 plays 1 straight 6, 19 and a half into the first. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Well, Bully, it's really textbook play out of the middle of the ground, albeit Zach Butters is going the other way from contest. But that's where now, we see so often the one-on-one contest in a centre bounce, but Butters on the move there. Bang, gets it, brushes a little tackle. Treloar can't go with him. I'm critical here of Luke Cleary. He's got to be closer to Willie Rioli than that coming, particularly on a centre bounce. You've got to be arm across or front shoulder there. Willie Rioli takes a chest mark 40 metres out directly in front of goal.
20 minutes into this opening term, 10-point lead for Port Adelaide. Saturday footy on ABC Sport as Sweet wins the hit out down towards Butters, and they got him this time as Kennedy tackles him. Ball comes out, and the ruckman then share it in the tackle, so Sweet and English will do it again.
We get the effects of Ray downstairs as well. The others that can't hear. Ray's actually commentating the umpires at the moment.
Down it comes to Horn Francis. It's a high bomb inside the forward 50. Hands on it from O'Donnell. Spills through to Cleary. And the Dogs maintain possession in the back half. O'Donnell, handball out towards Bailey Williams. Gets around Pau Pepper. Kicks down the wing. Khamis the target. Good intercept mark for Radaglia. And the power reload. He gives it to Farrell. And he switches play immediately all the way out here towards Lorenz.
Uses the breeze. Farrell, who, as Corbin said, found Lorenz. He goes short, and now Berry.
Yeah, they got 3 back here, the Dogs. They got Bailey Dale. They got Rory Lobb. They got James Harms sitting inside their 50.
Berry with it on the wing, kicks to Radaglia, shocking kick, might have turned it over, straight to Vandermeer. Dogs in possession, Sanders sweeps a handball back. He'll go all the way back to Harms, who gives it to Treloar, running past Bailey Dale, nothing he likes further afield, goes out wide. And Vandermeer marks, very wide out on that Brick Factory wing, comes back infield to Treloar. Just forward of the logo, Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Well, English has got to push forward because they look up. There's no one tall that's 6'3" in the Dogs' forward line at the moment. I think Norton's just getting a rest.
He's just getting there now, Bally.
He's now, but they look up and see Radaglia and Aaliyah.
Treloar goes short to Liberatore, who tries to chip it to English, and it's spoiled out of play. It was bracketed by a couple of power players there, English. Throwing coming in front of that Port Adelaide fan group section.
Vocal, aren't they?
Yeah. Port by 10 points. 22 minutes into this opening term, but kicking with a noticeable breeze.
You're not used to seeing the cheer squad, are you? The travelling cheer squad at half forward, which is where they're at, given the ground's been redeveloped. Inside the forward 50 go. The Bulldogs spills down towards West. Tight angle. Not for him. Superb finish And the ultimate son of the West puts it through. The Dogs 2 straight 12, Port Adelaide 2-4-16. And a 4-point buffer for the Power. We have now travelled 23 minutes into this opening term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
That was outstanding by Riley West. He was more central in the corridor of that contest, but then came through at speed. So his direct opponent there in Lockie Jones, just no body contact coming to that front and centre. And West being clear. Oh, it's a great kick, but just so clean coming through, that little front and centre there for Riley West. Allowed that little separation of space, and he liked that one, Riley West.
He has flushed that, hasn't he? That's straight into the teeth of the wind too. Great finish.
He's in good form at the moment, Riley West. Ray Chamberlain.
More praiseworthy with the scoreboard here for the Western Bulldogs. Obviously kicking into this breeze, but they're having to transition the thing from their defensive 50 nearly every centre bounce. I think the dominance from Port Adelaide in the middle is significant. And then to have to transfer the ball that all the way into the breeze and still only be 4 points behind.
Yep.
They'd be loving this, the Bulldogs.
3-zip centre bounce, Port's way.
Umpire tosses it up in the middle. English down to Liberatore. Richards out of the middle. They get the centre break here. Kicks to full forward towards the goal square. Alia's back there for Port. He'll whack a clearing kick. It will swing on the breeze, and Richards will get a free kick. He was being held on to. Half forward here for the Dogs.
Started the game well, Ed Richards. Up to position 7.
Last year had a bad concussion here in Ballarat. Sets it up to the hot spot. Up they go. Big fly coming from Harms. Down at ground level. The good doctor trying to get it on the boot. Davidson. He squeezes it wide. And through for a minor score. So Port Adelaide lead by 3 points. 2-1 plays 2-4. 24 minutes into the first term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Your thoughts on the SMS? 0437 774 774. We'll filter them in throughout the day. Logan Evans with the kick-out duties goes long to the middle of the ground. Lob had a play on it, spills the mark alongside the centre circles. Picked up by Liberatore for the Bulldogs. Hand pass comes out wide to McNeil. Short, very short.
7 metres minimum.
To Davidson.
Maximum, sorry.
Yes. Here's your man, Dr. Davidson, who kicks inside the forward 50 for the Bulldogs. They've come from all directions, and Aaliyah just kills it out of bounds.
So you mentioned the Port Adelaide supporters before, Corb. 5,000 capacity today?
Yes.
They are allowed 500 tickets.
It's a pretty good contribution.
10%, that's not too bad.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think they've used them too. That box, that
10%?
Well populated.
Okay. They're 50% of the participants in the game.
Yeah.
I suppose it is a Dogs' home game.
A boundary throw in, Port win it. From Lorenz to Burgoyne to Aaliyah. They work it out by hand. It comes back to Farrell. Long kick to the wing. Good mark. O'Donnell gets up high, keeps it in the front half of the Bulldogs. Not be happy with this opening term so far. They trail by just 3, kicking into the breeze. They're out to change that. Williams long inside 50. Offhand spills down to Evans, and he just bangs it again out of defence for Port.
Clearing kick. English with hands to it. Sweet wrestles him at ground level. Then Davidson comes in, applies a tackle. Horn Francis gets a handball out. Ball jars free. Johannesson dumps it on the boot. Mongrel punt. Full forward for the Dogs. Karmas can't mark. Ball bounces. McNeil gathers. Norton pinches it. Handball a turnover. Clearing kick coming there from Lorenz beyond the defensive arc. And Darcy Byrne-Jones takes it for Port, gives it to Butters.
Butters, handball away towards Horn Francis, gets around Lob. He's getting booed, Horn Francis, in the shadows of the grandstand broadcast side. Kicks deep to Rioli. Diving effort, can't mark. Cleary mops it up for the Dogs. Handball away to Liberatore. Rush kick, bounces off the side of the boot, trickles away to Bailey Williams. Got it on the back flank for the Dogs. Kicks in front of the boundary line, finds Buku Karmas, who marks in front of Aaliyah. And Aaliyah is one of the few out there that's got the long sleeves on, and a crisp day in Ballarat. And our man Buku has it right in front of us and in front of the benches. The Bulldogs in fact, the Power by just 3, despite the fact the Bulldogs kicking into the breeze.
Feels like the balance of power, certainly the way of the Western Bulldogs. Considering the breeze as Fraser kicks along towards full forward, looking for a marker down there. Norton goes up, hands to it, doesn't mark. Down at ground level, Wine's doing the work, gets a handball out, and there's a free kick in amongst all of that. That will go the way of
Rosie, the skipper.
Yeah, Rosie.
This will be his 3rd possession, so no damage done for the Dogs' point of view so far. Been pretty well held. His opposite numbers only had the one. The Bont only had the one handball to this point.
Rosie goes long up towards the wing, looking for Georgiades. Ball hits the deck and we'll get a ball up on the logo. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Just can't quite get into the game. Just watching him. It looks like Drew has the matchup.
Definitely got the matchup.
Sweet wins it down. At the feet, though, of Kennedy. Got a hand pass back into dispute. Richards knocks it down to Lever. Hurried kick forward for the Dogs. Treloar clever. Just spoils the would-be mark from Rosie. Close to the boundary line. Treloar gets a handball out. Misses Bontempelli. Only by a millimetre, and that would have been the Dogs away. Rushing inside 50 again. A throw in here between wing and half forward for the Dogs. Power by 3. 3 minutes to go before quarter time.
Umpire brings it back in. Down breeze too. That is a mighty boundary throw in. Sweet again with the palm to it. Down in front. Trying to get a handball out. Lorenz. Butters getting involved. Ball jars free. Dogs are there in numbers. Liberatore gathers it right there with him, Butters. And another throw in coming almost from the same spot.
I think you're paid to watch those two. Just throw a ball on them, in between them, and just watch them go at it all day. They're going to stand next to each other at this throw in.
Might have modelled himself a little bit on Liberatore as a Dogs fan growing up. Port by 3 points, 28 minutes in. English palming it down to the front. Lorenz slips over, allows in Kennedy for the Bulldogs. Handball to Libba, to Fraser. His kick. It will float on the breeze inside 50. Wide out. And then a mop up. Evans for Port Adelaide. Away to Farrell. Nearly runs into trouble. Then flares a kick. It hangs in the air. Getting involved, Johannesson breaks it up. Ball hits the deck inside 50 for the Dogs.
A handball goes back to Johannesson. Kick smothered. Close to the boundary line. Power keep it alive now as Burgoyne to Farrell. Back to Burgoyne. Handball away finds Burn-Jones. Hand pass down the boundary line for the Power. Tracking it is Mead. Collects. Turns it over. Straight to Dale. Gee, he's tackled as soon as he got it. Tackled a little high. Free kick going Dale's way. It was young Berry that got him over the shoulder. Joe Berry, the youngest Port Adelaide player out there, one of 2 teenagers for the Power, 1 for the Dogs. And Fraser is their only teen running around today. Goes short Dale to young Cleary. 3-point game. Power lead it despite kicking with the breeze. 2-4 to 2-1. We're only 100 seconds away from the quarter break. Long kick down to half forward. Picked up there by Lorenz for the Power. Got a handball away, but he was taken high in all of it. And a free kick for Lorenz at half back for Port.
So Lorenz wants to retreat, goes back to Farrell. 40 out from his defensive goal. Flares a kick, high out towards the wing. Trying to find a marker there in Joe Richards. Bounces off his chest, the Dogs swarm. Just forward of the logo on the wing. Port emerge with it. Rosie, handball to Wines. Wines with the kick out wide for Mead. Just in front of the interchange gates. Ken Hinkley standing there, arms crossed. Port leading by 3 points. Half an hour into the opening term. Richards kicks around the wing. Up goes Georgiades. Off the hands of Lobb. Comes down at ground level. Berry dribbles it inside 50. Burn-Jones right there with him. Johannesson out of play it goes. Throwing inside the forward pocket here for Port.
Inside 50s, 15 to 13. So they've done a good job, the Dogs, since about the 10-minute mark of that first quarter where it was living in Port's front 50. They need to try and capitalise here, Port, see if they can scramble a goal.
Port by 3. Sweet. Knocks it back boundary side out after it, Ollie Wines. And we'll do it again.
The Dogs will be happy just to shut this one down, get numbers around the footy.
Yeah,
inside the last minute.
Here.
Luke Ball, Adam Ramanauskas, premiership pair. Right here on Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Umpire flings it across his body, back into play. Sweet there. Off a suite of hands as well. Ball comes down towards the attacking arc. Fraser, big tackle. And another ball up just inside the attacking arc here for Port. Umpire tries again. Puts it aloft. Bontempelli trying to extricate it from the congestion. Bramble goes in. Handball to Kennedy. Handball to Sanders. The Dogs out around the wing.
The Bont off and running in the shadows of the grandstand. Sends a helicopter down to half forward. Tough one to mark for Jones. He can't. West trying to trap it. Numbers with Port and they win out. As Jones collects, goes short to Rosie. And the last of the seconds will peel off the clock before the break. He gives it to Logan Evans. Down to half forward. Hands on it from O'Donnell. No mark. And quarter time. And it's the Power who lead by 3 points, and yet I'm sure it's the Dogs who'll feel pretty chuffed about that. Port kicking with the breeze, 2 goals, 4-16. They lead the Bulldogs, who are 2-1-13. So despite what we thought was a significant advantage, kicking with the breeze in that opening term, the Power rather, unable to capitalise, just a 3-point buffer. The goal kickers, Willie Rioli has both for Port, so 2 goals for him, and then 1 each for Buku Kamas and for Riley West, the 2 goal kickers for the Bulldogs. The election, of course, you can catch election coverage tonight on the ABC from 6 p.m. So that's Australian Eastern Standard Time. And don't forget to vote, for those of you that haven't as well, before voting closes later tonight. Off the SMS, which is 0437 774 774, Willem Drew is from Koroit in the Hampton League. He would have played under 18s in Ballarat, and he did. He played for North Ballarat. From Brendan in Hobart, York Park and Belrive have some interesting conditions at times. There's no doubt about it, and there's a reason why with the new bid for the Tassie Devils, they're looking for an indoor stadium. That's all part of it. Corpse, if we take your logic on regional grounds, then Gather Round is done.
Oh, yeah, might have you there, Corp.
There's part of that.
Touche.
From S in Bayswater. Like Ballarat, Manuka Oval is also subject to wind, from Phil in Elstonwick. The location of this game with this wind underlines the farce of the AFL that conditions such as Hobart, the second driest capital, should have a roof stadium, from Wes. So Wes is basically saying, hey, this contradicts basically what the earlier message has from Brendan about the conditions with the grounds down there. And from Tony in Coburg, playing footy / election commentary bingo here. First call goes to the Dogs having the balance of power. Keep them coming. Let's complete the card from Tony in Coburg. Thanks, Tony. That Ben just slipped that one in. Dogs nice and neutral, though. They got the red and the blue represented on their jumper today. So playing it very safe.
Teal as well.
Yeah, we do.
We're all covered.
3-point advantage here for Port Adelaide at quarter time. Your thoughts on 0437 774 774. The thoughts about premiership pair coming up next. This is Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Get your footy fix on the ABC Listen app.
Can you believe it? A new game high.
Wherever you are and whatever you're doing.
He drives it home.
AFL and NRL.
Bing, bing, bing.
Live and ad-free on the ABC Listen app. This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Sweet. Flicks it down again. Trying to pick it up English. Bontempelli does. Willie Rioli steals it. Snaps on goal. Bouncing ball. Kind bounce. Was touched on the way through.
What was it? What was it?
Going to check it.
We got the arc here.
You see a gap between the ball and the Bulldogs player at all times.
All clear. Rioli with the first goal of the game.
Here's Norton on his way in. Kicks it towards the behind post. Trying to bring it back. Thomas floats through and marks it on the behind line. And they're going to check whether this ball was through or not. Karmas thinks it's still alive. Buku Karmas snaps across the body. He has the Dogs first. Buku
Once wins the tap down straight towards Butters. He's running the wrong way. Runs a little arc. He'll kick Port inside attacking 50. Looking for Rioli. He's got it on his chest. Kick the first goal of the game. Willie Rioli. This is more conventional. And it's straight through the middle. Port respond and make use of the breeze.
Inside the forward 50 go. The Bulldogs spills down towards West. Tight angle. Not for him. Superb finish. And the ultimate son of the West puts it through.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Sounds here from the opening term, 2-4 to 2-1. It is Port Adelaide who lead it by 3 points. The thoughts of Adam Ramanauskas and Luke Ball on ABC Sport.
Yeah, an interesting first quarter, Ramo. We've covered the wind enough and the fact that Corb's not sure if we should be here. I think we'll leave that to the side. But I'm looking at the contest and clearance work of both teams, and that's been the difference so far. It's just been the fact that Port haven't been able to capitalise on that dominance. And I think when we say they're kicking with the wind, it's not the traditional wind directly going one way. It's still a bit tricky, and you can certainly still score at the other end. But 12-5 clearance domination, really, from Port Adelaide's point of view. Zach Butters has led the way there. He's had 4, and the contested footy reflects that as well. They're +9. So I've got no doubt that those red numbers will be up on Luke Beveridge's whiteboard, and we know that that's traditionally a strength of this Dogs team as well. So they'll be looking to turn that round this quarter. Spoke about the Bontempelli struggled to get in the game a little bit. He's only had the 2 possessions. Richard's been good. He's had 7. Libba's had 8, but probably hasn't been as effective as he usually is. So it's a really good battle going on in the middle of the ground, as we suspected, with Butters and Horn Francis and Wines involved as well from Port Adelaide's point of view. So then it's a matter of either end of the ground, and we spoke about the Bulldogs starting short, really only with Norton as the lone key forward. Buku Karmas is that mid-sized player. Looks like he's probably been set for Aliir, but he was sort of off and on him a little bit as well. And it'll be interesting to see whether they persist with that this quarter now that they're kicking with the supposed scoring end, because I do feel that plays into Port Adelaide's hands a little bit in terms of, certainly aerially. They've been able to keep Rosie under control. It's been a little bit of Vandermeer, Sanders and Treloar. Fraser started high half forward for the Dogs as well and come up the ground a bit. But numbers-wise, the difference in the game is just clearance at the moment, which, a day like today when the conditions aren't great, field position becomes pretty important as the game opens up a little bit. So that would be the one thing that would be of concern for Luke Beveridge, albeit they'd be reasonably satisfied with a quarter where Port had more of it, but only, what do they have? Only a 3-point lead going into quarter time.
That is the margin. We'll get a bit from you in a moment, Rome, as English wins it down towards Libba, gets a hurried kick going forward. Bergman trying to grab it out of the air, spills down towards Rosie, hand pass back into dispute as Drew throws his body at it. The ump gives him a minute to work it out and Libba extracts it. Got it to the Bond. Hand pass to English. Kicks inside 50. Ball clean bowls a couple and rolls out of play. Forward pocket for the Dogs.
I'm interested to see what the Bulldogs do with the breeze. I thought Port Adelaide had a really poor quarter. The way they played, they allowed the Bulldogs to have two numbers behind the ball, and that's why Bulldogs dominated uncontested possession, 65-47.
In it comes, spills through towards Butters. It's a get-out-of-here kick as he jams it on the boot, but turns it over.
This is kickable from here.
And Bramble takes the mark, so he's 55 out, but kicking with the breeze.
And I say that because you've got to take the most advantage with the breeze, so you've got to back your defenders in to win one-on-one. Okay, so Port then kept Aliir as a spare for that quarter. They had another spare because Bulldogs had two. Didn't work. Even numbers up.
Bramble is going to take your advice, Rammer, and try his range from outside 50 and off hands. It smacks into the behind post, so we'll have a boundary throw in forward pocket for the Bulldogs. They're now kicking with the breeze, powered by 3 early in the second.
Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Umpire hard up against that point post. Left forward pocket here for the Dogs. Sweet and English go for a little waltz. English reels it in one-handed, gets a handball out, onto it Horn Francis, and then picking it up Willem Drew. He gives it away to Rosie. Runs beyond the defensive arc. Rosie will snap around the corner, and Lobby's there. He marks for the Bulldogs. Neutral territory on the wing. Newly shorn Rory Lobb. They shave Bonts. Floats it into the pocket, looking for a marker. Karmas through his hands. Radagalia close to the boundary line, wants it. Gets it, shoved out there by Norton.
It's a big adjustment, isn't it? To go from, the Dennis Rodman style colourful hair to going, none of it.
Didn't have many options left, did he?
Just clear the canvas. He'll probably start again next week.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, blank canvas.
Umpire brings it back in. Forward 50 stoppage for the Dogs. English to the front. Handball away to Richards. Left footer. Hard up against the boundary line. That is a special goal. He holds his arms out to say, how do you like that?
There's no one there. There's no one there if you're going to kick goal of the year.
The construction workers loved it.
They did. He had no one to celebrate to.
Sitting in their tractors, they were all over it.
They had a great view of it.
Ed Richards, wrong side for a left footer. That's nearly the Luke Bruce Chinana. And he has slotted it through, and the Bulldogs, they lead for the first time in this game by 3 points.
Perhaps there's nothing more backyard than that, Baller. Usually it's the sandpit and the Tonka truck, and yet he's done it in front of the real thing.
Yeah, security guard, and you're right, a couple of construction workers and no one else. Poor old Ed. He was left hanging out there by himself, but it's a stoppage goal again, and Jackson Sweet needs to adjust there. That's 3 times in a row. He's trailed Tim English to the ball. English has been able to take the ball out of the ruck, feed off the handball, and that was an unbelievable finish. Ed Richards, who's off to a terrific start.
First lead change of the game. Dogs on top by 3. Now kicking with the breeze, and Port Adelaide have got some concerns. Sweet down to Horn Francis. Gives it to Butters under pressure. Somehow linked up with Rosie. But they're under pressure here. Port retreating with ball in hand. Drew to Rosie. Now they cough it up. McNeil for the Bulldogs. Hand pass to 50. Needs a kind bounce. Trelaw doesn't get it. Runs away from him. Trelaw still collects. Now steadies up. Kicks inside 50. Was the bot infringed upon? Yes.
Definitely was.
It was being held in the marking contest, and the Bot's going to get a look at it right half forward, 25 out.
Well, you've got to be allowed to jump at the ball. And simply, he didn't have that luxury there, Bontempelli, so the umpire certainly made the right decision there.
It was a little panic, wasn't it, from Evans? So I think the ball was travelling over his head anyway, and probably just saw who the opponent was and just panicked a little bit and gave away a free kick.
In he skips. The Gabot, as he's dropped punt, misses.
He's given it plenty as
Kicked
well,
it through the wind,
Yeah.
didn't he? He probably aimed at that post, but just punched it through the wind.
Didn't want to take any chances in the breeze, so just...
Well, that's just the left post. Just start at the left post and off you go.
Yeah, it's a behind, so 3-2 to 2-4, 4-point lead for the Dogs early in the second term.
Rosie with the kick in. It's a good one for Radaglia. Marks almost on the elbow of 50 in the boundary line. He kicks around the wing, looking for a marker down there, but lobs in front, drops it, follows up at ground level. Getting involved, Rioli slaps it out. Johannesson picks it up. He's tackled by Mead. Handball away to West, though. West clever handball to Lob. Dogs in possession. Harms gets around a couple. He'll kick up towards the attacking arc. Norton goes up, doesn't mark. Threw his hands out the back. Jones for Port. Gets rid of the handball away towards Evans. He gives it off to Rosie, runs out of room. Out of play goes, throwing coming. Half forward flank here for the Dogs. They lead it by 4. 5 played second term Saturday footy on ABC Sports.
I'd like to see him hang on to that, Aaron Norton. Yeah, I mean,
he should hang on to that.
Fight. Well, exactly. Yeah, that's a better way of putting it. He's got to mark those. Opportunities are going to be hard to come by today.
5 minutes into the second, Dogs by 4 points. Boundary throw in. Horn Francis, a stoppage win. Kicks into the middle of the ground. Free kick over the shoulder. Dogs way. Coming back to O'Donnell. Dogs now home strip, all in the royal blue with their red and white hoop. Port Adelaide in their home jumper, but with the white shorts. So the black jumper on with the teal on white V. Kicks inside the forward 50. Hands on it from Buku. He's getting the free. Was dragged down.
Chop the arms or dragged down.
Regardless, it's a shot at goal for the Bulldogs, and it comes 35 out dead in front.
And he's been a good target, Paulie.
He has, yeah. It's a big win, isn't it? Yeah. If you can draw a free kick out of Aliir, and I think it's the way you've got to play Aliir. You've got to stay in line with the ball. Yep. Don't be leading into dead pockets, because you know what Aliir's going to do, drop off. So that was and take front position. That's what I like about it.
Well,
as well.
Your teammates got to kick you the ball as well, which the Bulldogs are certainly doing that in this first quarter and a bit. So they are forcing that Aliir to go with Karmas.
Buku Karmas, he's got one already, and two. BK, he goes hard. He's got 2. 4-2-26, Port Adelaide 2-4-16. It is a 10-point lead for the Dogs. It felt like it at the time. It feels even more like it now. The Power did not make the most of the breeze, and now they're down by double digits early in the second.
Yeah, and you're right. They certainly didn't make the most of the breeze. And this is where, when you're kicking with the breeze, you've got to be smart. It's not about bombing the ball all the time and going, we're just going to take territory. Like O'Donnell there, just that little kick inboard to Johannesson just shifts Port Adelaide's defence. So rather than O'Donnell getting it and bombing it straight down the same line that the ball had come from, he chips it across and then has to shift Port Adelaide's defence. Karmas comes at the ball, drags Aliir out with him to take a really to get a free kick and kick a good goal.
Need a clearance here, Port. All of a sudden, 5 inside 50 to zip. They need to give their defenders a spell.
Saturday footy on ABC Sport, and here's Ben Cameron.
Crooked bounce from the umpire there.
I was about to say, we didn't get Ray's commentary on that bounce, unfortunately. So.
I know he was a big fan of the bounce, Ray.
He's not. You were one of the leading causes to kill the bounce, aren't you, Ray?
You complained about a sore back.
Just because I had a sore back doesn't mean I want the bounce to go. I just didn't want to do it. That's all.
So are you in favour of the bounce remaining?
Yeah, absolutely. I actually I ran into, of all people, TDK at the Subway 2 weeks ago, and I asked him about it because I think probably on issues like this, speak to the ruckman, given that they do it. Don't worry about me. And he loves the bounce and demand, particularly with the rules the way they are now, where the big boppers can sort of stand there and block with space with their arms. He goes, no, we need a little bit of variation rate to the restart of play. So that's straight out of TDK's mouth. So I'm happy to align with him.
But are you happy rather than rotating the bounce, just get the best bouncers to do it as often as they can?
Well, particularly when you've got 4 in the group, right?
Yeah.
So you can share it between the 2 or 3 best, and they're going to only do 10 a game. Geez, back when I started, I'm going to sound like a real old man now. We'd do 30 a game around the ground.
Yeah.
I think I paid holding the ball here.
Yeah, holding the ball. So English snapped the Dogs inside attacking 50. There was a ball up and Riley Sanders applying the tackle on Connor Rosie.
Did he disposed of it?
It looked like he did. Let's have another look.
Yeah, dribbled off the boot, didn't it?
Gee.
That's a hot whistle.
It's a red hot call. Red hot prior opportunity call too.
That might be one of the holding the ball mistakes for the game.
It's good. Statistically, we're on track to get the rest of them right.
Yeah.
Riley Sanders, man on the mark, 40 out, directly in front, chips his kick, rides it on the breeze, and the Bulldogs, they're all over Port. Kicked the last 4 in the game, 3 to start this second term, and they lead it by 16 points. Saturday footy on ABC Sport, 5-2-32 plays 2-4-16. Luke Ball, Adam Ramanauskas.
I'm interested in inside 50s this quarter ball. I don't think Port Adelaide have had one yet.
No, 6 to 0. They're just completely controlling field position. I mentioned that last clearance that. And looking down now, Jordan. I think I called him Jackson before. Jordan Sweet. You got to get going here. Roll your sleeves up and get to work. Butters goes into the middle. They just need a clearance. They need to give their defenders a break. And okay, they might have got a bit of a lucky 50-50 there, the Dogs, but they are absolutely dominating field position, which we've seen them do on this ground before. We know that they play this ground very well, and those opportunities that you spoke of in the first quarter that Port didn't take Rammer, the Dogs are taking at the start of this second.
5-2, Dogs by 16 points. Kicking with the breeze, Bontempelli at the coalface, got it out. Karmas, handball away towards Vandermeer, slick hands, releases Treloar from centre half forward. Treloar hits the post.
No, he's going to get a free kick. Yeah, he got pushed in the back and was a clear free kick.
It's going to go Norton's way, so it was against Radicalier, and then he somehow doesn't even stand the mark. Twice. Norton popped it through, and yet the umpire wants to call him back for a third time.
No need to.
Radicalier didn't know.
Bad luck.
Yeah, I agree with you.
But where was he going? His man was behind him. The footy was coming back, and twice Radicalier just walked away. Norton for the third time,
and he missed it, which is ridiculous.
Yeah, I don't know what was happening there.
Norton was standing right where the mark was being marked by the umpire.
Yeah,
and he told Radicalier to come back. He didn't come back. Norton kicked the goal. It should be a goal. That's ridiculous by the umpire.
Why did he make him come back, Ray?
Ben, I wasn't out there, but my question would be if Norton is on his line of kick and he has gone back over his line of kick, the only thing is if the umpire was resetting play, called time on, because obviously he wasn't on his line of kick, he has to wait for the umpire to call time back on. So that might have been the issue.
Dogs by 17, Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Butters with the kick up to half forward, but the Dogs are there again. And an intercept mark taken by Bailey Dale. Has it at centre half back. Waits the kick out wide for Davidson. He's off and running. Kicks inside 50 here for the Dogs, looking for a marker through the hands of Alia. West Rose off to Vandermeer. Loops it to Norton. He will walk it in. Rattles it into the fence. And the Dogs are running rampant in Ballarat. 23 points to the good. 6-3-39. Plays 2-4-16. This is Saturday footy on ABC Sport. 12.5 into the second.
Oh, they did finally get over halfway, but an intercept mark for the Dogs, and straight back it came. And look, Davidson blazed away a little bit. The wind just carried the ball over Alia's head in the end, and sometimes a little bit of a chaos ball works on a day like this. And Norton, who might have been denied one a little earlier, walks an easy one in, and it's red alert time now for the Power. Not sure what they can do here. Just looking down now, it looks like Ollie Wines is going to go into the ruck again. I'm not sure that's the answer. They just need to get their hands on the footy and again give their defenders a bit of a breather at the moment. Just holding up the damn wall.
23 points the margin. Karmas and Wines, the ruck's not required with the crooked bounce. One thing I do miss about the reconstruction that's happened here is there used to be a magical old scoreboard, which was a brick scoreboard down to our right, which unfortunately has disappeared as the ground's been developed. I would have liked to see that at least stay in some capacity. Big leap from Karmas at the restart, but Port get it going forward. Picked up here by Dale. His hand pass picked off by Rioli, tackled by Bontempelli. And after all that, a ball up again. In fact, has he played holding the ball here? He has. Wow. It's a hot whistle and Rioli caught centre half back. So free kick for the Bulldogs. 23-point lead. Dogs on top. Bontempelli, their skipper, has it on centre half back. He goes wide to Norton, who marks against the boundary line on the eastern side.
Norton goes short by a foot, moves it on to Luke Cleary, former Swan. High pick in the national draft a couple of years ago now. He moves it on short to Bramble. Offensive point of the square for the Western Bulldogs. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Bramble goes for a little run. Kicks towards the attacking arc. Karmas. So too Norton through the hands of the ladder. Out the back for Wines. He gives it off to Farrell. Farrell kicks around the boundary line for Port. Wide out. Georgiades out on the full. Georgiades thought he might have roped it in, not to be. So Bontempelli to get the kick right in front of the... what do you call that? Scissor lift.
Scissor lift. Cherry picker, isn't it?
Haven't spent a lot of time on construction sites, which won't surprise many of you.
Long kick inside the forward 50 for the Bulldogs. Punched away by the power. Picked up here by Wines against the boundary line. He gives it to Alir, but he was out of room, so a throw in forward pocket for the Dogs. Was it the famous story? Was it Mel Brown in the waffle that coached from the cherry picker?
I think it was, yeah.
I think he got banned somehow and wasn't allowed on the ground, so he got a cherry picker to basically lift him over the fence and to address his players.
It doesn't sound like Mel to be belligerent.
Classic. It's a great story, but maybe I've got a few of the details wrong, but I'm sure a few of our listeners will be able to clear that up. 0437 774 774. Bulldogs by 23. Boundary throw in. Forward pocket for the Dogs. Going nowhere fast. West is tackled. Jed Buslinger is the sub, along with Jeremy Finlayson.
Two odd subs, aren't they?
Yes. Very unusual. A centre half back and he's almost a swingman now, isn't he, Jeremy Finlayson? Yeah. But a third tall type. And we're out of bounds from the ball up, so we got another stoppage. Fourth time we'll have a stoppage in the forward pocket here at the southern end of the ground where the Dogs are attacking. They've kicked the last 5 goals of the game, Ben, to come from 10 down to lead it by 23. Dogs on top midway through this second term.
Wines wins the tap opposed to Buku Karmas. Ball comes back to him. Clearing kick towards the defensive arc there for Port. Holding free kick. It'll go to Pepper. He runs away with it. Handball to Rosie. Handball to Butters. Wide out. Eastern side of the ground. Forward handball to Bergman. Chaining handballs away to Pepper. Back to Bergman. Drops it. Fumbles it and then he's caught. They were doing so well working it down that eastern wing, Port Adelaide, but just a little Bergman fumble and a ball upcoming.
Just inside the boundary line. On the outer side, Karmas knocks it down in front of Butters. He's bowled over, picked up by Sanders. Little handball away to Fraser. Quick kick down to high half forward. Dogs lose it though. Bergman intercepts. Handball away to Radicalia. Fended off one. Just got it away to Alir, his fellow key back. Hand pass to Rosie. Short kick against the boundary line. And Richards, former Magpies, got it. Joe Richards. Power yet to score in this term. Inside 50 count into quarter bally. How are we looking?
10-1. Dogs way.
10-1 to the Dogs.
And I reckon that one just trickled in from the centre bounce too.
It went to about 49 metres out.
Richards long kick down the wing and off hands out of bounds again.
And that's where you see what they were trying to do, chain the ball with hands down the wing there. Maybe they just need to look at maintaining a bit of possession. Like the Dogs did in that first quarter, some uncontested marks, short kick their way up the field.
Doggies by 23. Both rucks miss it as the ball's taken in the breeze. Butters gets on the end of it. Another inside 50 here for Port. O'Donnell out after it. Paddles it down. Dogs will rebound. Handball to the runner, Bramble. Kicks around the broadcast wing. It's a good kick. It'll sit for Davidson. Gets it on the boot. Deep entry here for the Dogs. Norton's back there. Bergman too. Bergman barks in the back pocket. Kicks across the goal mouth. Dangerous kick for Burgoyne and too wide out of play. Throwing coming left forward pocket here for the Dogs.
Not a day for the long switch, is it?
But look, a lot of courage from Bergman to come off his direct opponent in Bontempelli.
Terrific.
to come in and intercept mark there. Kick wasn't great, but well done.
Forward 50 stoppage here for the Dogs. That's a wild boundary throw in as the Breeze catches it. Karmas wins it down to Norton. Hand pass away to McNeil. Gives it by hand to Harms. Goes back to Williams. Handball to Treloar. 60 metres out under pressure. High up and under inside the forward 50. Touched on the way through. Spills to Davidson. Dogs keep it, but under pressure. Harms to Dale. Slick hands out towards Cleary. He gets a look at it. The kick is good. And it's his first in AFL footy. And the young dog is swarmed by his teammates. What a time to kick it down in Ballarat. And it now means 6 uninterrupted by the Swans. They move to 7-3-45. Port Adelaide at 2-4-16. The Dogs lead balloons to 29 points. 19 gone second term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
You've got Swans on your mind, I think, Corb. That's the Dogs that have kicked 6 unanswered.
No, I don't say the Swans. I think Benny's trying to
Benny's throwing him off.
I don't know what you guys are talking about.
You knew what I meant.
Swans. He's a Sandringham Dragon.
Yeah, I made a mistake, all right.
Anyway, I'll tell you what he is. I tell you what he is, and we heard the coach refer
First
to
one ever.
I didn't even know I'd said that.
We heard the coach refer to him before the game. He's another one. He's listed as 191. Luke Cleary, really nice mover. Another one of those versatile players that they've been able to bring into the team through some injuries, getting an opportunity. Lovely finish.
Been up since 5:30 since
Here
Corbin's early departure to get here to Ballarat as English gets the clearance. And Bergman's back there, takes a defensive mark for Port Adelaide. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. We love sharing it with you. Plenty of fun as always as Bergman goes out wide and a good juggled mark by Mead. Just able to run it in. Son of Darren Mead, the inaugural Port Adelaide AFL best and fairest.
Good player, Darren Mead. Hard and tough he was.
Short to Burgoyne, son of another inaugural power player who goes to Power Pepper.
Peter Burgoyne, silky smooth mover.
Runs in the family as Power Pepper looks into the pocket. Georgiades clatters into the pack. Ball jars free. Horn Francis gets a kick away. Goes to Butters. He'll swing it on goal. It'll hold up in the breeze towards fullback and English. He gets back there and punches it away. And we'll get a throw in close to the behind post. Left forward pocket for Port. Bulldogs by 29. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
6 in a row for the Dogs. 29-point lead, game high, 21 gone second term. Election Saturday, all the coverage tonight from 6 o'clock Eastern. Boundary throw-in. Sweet wins the hit out, picked up by Power Pepper, trying to hold out his defender and swing a kick goal, but it's smothered. Fraser collects, surge kick out of defence is wide. It is, if it's not out on the full, it's insufficient intent and a free kick for the Power. Corbin, Middlemass, Ben Cameron, Adam Ramanauskas, Luke Ball and Ray Chamberlain. Rosie reloads, kicks inside the forward 50. No mark, spills down to Cleary. The goal kicker from moments ago, he's ducked in the tackle.
Just need to find one here, Port. It go really against all flow of the game.
Up it goes. Comes down towards Fraser, who's tackled. And Stacks on the mill. We'll have a ball up.
So clearly it won't be pretty how they find that goal, Port Adelaide, but just got to find one.
Umpire puts it aloft.
This might be it. There you go.
Yeah, holding free kick. It's going to go the way of Sweet.
That's poor by Tim English. Just no need to hold in that. There's so many numbers around that contest. Port Adelaide would have to have done something remarkable to score from that stoppage. And Tim English has chose to hold.
Yeah, he did just wrap him up. What do you think? Was there anything in it? No? Do we need a referendum on free kicks in ruck contests?
I'm not acknowledging that, Ben.
In comes Sweet. 20 out, slight angle, steers it through. A much-needed goal for Port Adelaide into the breeze. And it's back to 23 points. Ends a run of 6 from the Western Bulldogs. 7-3-45 plays 3-4-22. 23 minutes into this second term, Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
The worst thing, Bally, is he's making it obvious now, Benny, and that's hurting him.
Do you know, honestly, you won't believe me, I did not mean that.
I reckon you've got a sheet of references that you're going to get through, and you've just... It was too quiet of a moment to use it, I think. So
I promise you I didn't mean that one. I genuinely meant the question. Like,
Who's that man who texted in? He's on punt count. We'll get that at half time.
Yeah. It does feel like they
that wasn't a free kick.
Yeah.
That certainly wasn't a free kick against Tim English.
I think the Dogs got a 50-50 one the other way, so one each. But yeah, certainly a very important goal. And let's see if they can go two in a row here, get themselves back into it.
23 points the margin. Sweet and English back at it in the middle. English wins the hit out. Comes down the Dogs' way though. Liberatore connected with Kennedy. Kicks inside the forward 50. Trelaw the target. Bergman knocks it to the boundary line. Radagalia keeps it in. Hand pass on half-back away to Burgoyne to Bergman. And kicks off the back flank for Port. Close to the boundary line and in the end into the lap of Richards.
He's got to compete harder than Aaron Norton. That was just too easy with Radagalia. Just pushed him off the line of the ball. He's got to just contest that football a lot harder for his team.
Doggies by 23. Burgoyne off a step, sends the kick up to half forward, holds in the breeze, and the mark taken by Richards. Bulldogs back in possession, goes back to Bailey Williams. He'll kick laterally to Harms, half-back flank. Harms pokes it short. Bailey Dale running around. He marks just beyond the defensive arc. Little unsure here, Bailey Dale. Loops a handball over the top, trying to get it back to Harms. Lots of power players around there. Strong tackle. Harms on his head as he's tackled to ground by Georgiades, and seems okay. Unharmed.
Hard head, isn't it? Tough head. That was... it could have been a bit nasty. Just lifted their pressure a little bit, Port, the last 5 minutes. Sense the danger.
Sweet wins the hit out. Off hands though, it spills to English. His handball a turnover. Port get it back. Lorenz handball away to Butters. Dangerous hand pass back inboard, but Johannesson awake to it. Wins it back. Handball to Dale. Slick hands to Richards. He got it on towards Vandermeer. Vandermeer tackled. Holding the ball. Good work, Burn-Jones.
Yeah, good scrambling. Butters, Burn-Jones and Farrell involved there. Looked like the Dogs were out. They've just dialed it up a bit, Port. They needed to.
Burn-Jones was pretty good last week. Kick 3 and the win over North Melbourne comes wide to Will Lorenz. He's one of the 4 lefties out there today for Port Adelaide. They have 10 on their list. And there's a nice left-footed drop punt down to half forward. Georgiades crashes the pack. Lord stands in front of it trying to claim the mark. It's not a team game. You can't sort of take a mark through multiple hands, despite the fact they were all Port Adelaide's. A ball up half forward for the pair.
Still 23 points to the good, the Western Bulldogs. Clearing kick from Bailey Dale. A towering kick into the middle of the ground. Bergman goes up and gets it. Port in possession.
Been good this quarter.
Centre of Eureka Stadium. Long kick to full forward. Lob comes across, drops it. He's impeded. Free kick going the way of Big Lob.
So on that then, Corbs, cricket, which you do a lot of during the summer, if it comes off the keeper's gloves and first slip catch it, should it be a catch?
Yes. Yeah, but I don't mind it. But you think footy should be a mark? Imagine trying to put that on the umpires.
Ray wouldn't have that.
I already got enough today.
Lob short to Kennedy. Kicks infield, just a bare 15 away to Bontempelli, who switches it out to Bramble. Plenty of space on the Brick Factory wing.
Here he is, the former Hawk. He's off and running, has a bounce, sends a hand pass down to Davidson. Kicks across the ground. It's not a good one. Picked up by Burn-Jones for the power. Handball away towards Berry under a fair bit of pressure. Got it to Mead. Now to Wines. Sweeping hand pass to Richards. Kicks inside the forward 50. Georgiades takes the mark.
He should have played on there, Georgiades. Trying to run that. It's going to be a really tricky kick.
Very. So he's 45-degree angle or slightly worse then. He'll kick from about 35 out, but into the breeze.
Yeah. He had enough space in front of him there, Bally.
Yeah, he did. Yeah. So I don't mind. I mean, take the responsibility. He's been in good form. Hasn't seen a heap of the footy this quarter. I mean, none of their forwards have. In fact, he hasn't touched it. Him and Ollie Lord haven't touched it this quarter. So get a feel of the ball in your hands. Go back and hit that left post here.
Of course, his dad, John, a former Footscray footballer. Mitch Georgiades for Port Adelaide to give them a couple in a row. The kick is left.
Yeah, see, if you play on in that instance, you can kick it low and try to pierce it through the breeze there. You have to obviously kick over the man on the mark. it gives it so much air, the wind just takes it.
Dogs by 22, Saturday footy on ABC Sport approaching half-time.
Might have a quiz question around that. Georgiades, old man, as the kick from Bramble up to the wing is marked by Burgoyne.
Give it to us.
Speaking of sons of guns, how many goals on debut did John Georgiades kick for the Western Bulldogs?
6 or 8? 6.
What's your answer? 6?
Yeah.
Burgoyne kicks up to half-forward off the hands of the pack. Lord, he got the first touch that time. Made the mark here for Port Adelaide, half-forward flank.
Ram?
Dogs by 22.
I'll just go in between 7.
Okay.
Short kick to Lorenz, who goes short inside 50, and Horn Francis marks 49 metres out, half-forward flank, and this is nigh on impossible. 6 and 7, boys?
Yep.
Both be wrong. He booted 8.
Damn, I did say 8, didn't I? 6 or 8?
Yep. In a Mick Malthouse coached Footscray side in 1989.
Yeah, I've got a very, very vague memory of that. Anyway, has the wind died down a little bit down there, Chambo?
Just as he's about to take his kick, I'm looking at the trees at the other end of the ground from a reed, and yes, it has. But I back him in here. Come on.
Ooh. Should push this away from the goal mouth. He starts it narrow, and it's not coming back that much, but
just came back a lot.
Did swing a lot.
Yeah.
That wasn't as far off as it may have seemed. Through for a minor score. Dogs by 21 points. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Johannisen with the kick out. Bontempelli marks it, draws the defender, gives it to Davidson. Dogs up the halfway. Ugly kick, but it skids through to West. Dogs still on the halfway line. Hand pass away to English. Slick hands. Sets up Liberatore. Kicks inside 50 to the top of the goal square. Norton with the big-time contested grab. Top of the goal square.
Gee, they got down there quick, Rammer, didn't it? I mean, that will really disappoint Ken and his coaching staff. That was a very slow play.
Well,
go back to Horn Francis, a shot at goal.
Riley West, just centre wing, just stood up. Like the ball didn't come to him as a mark. It was along the ground, and Ali was running back with the flight to put pressure on. But Riley West just stood up in that tackle.
What a quarter this has been. A heavy swing to the Dogs as he pokes it through. Make it a 6-goal term with the breeze headed their way. And the Dogs move along to 8-3-51. Port Adelaide 3-6-24. And the margin is out to 27 points. Norton with a couple. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
It was a space though, wasn't it, from the kick in? I mean, when you're defending against the breeze too, they had ample time to set up, and Dogs players were able just to stream into space here out on the wing. Richards and West, as you said, Davidson.
The interesting thing, Bally, now is what Port Adelaide learned from this quarter from the Dogs. Like, if you look at the Dogs, they've evened the numbers up all around the ground. So they're not allowing Port Adelaide to have spares, whether it comes up to the contest, whether it's sitting in the Bulldogs forward 50. They've evened the numbers up and relied on their one-on-one wins to kick 6-1 in this quarter.
English and Sweet, they both miss it. There's going to be a free kick though. It'll go to English.
Time for one more here. Get it in there, Tim.
Big English puts his laces through it to a contest. Alia punches it away. Horn Francis bumped off the footy, loses it. Port rebound though. Back to Horn Francis from Drew. He'll kick it round the wing, looking for a contest up there. Pau Pepper slaps it on, runs onto it. Is there time for Port Adelaide? Handball back infield. Wine soccers it on up towards half forward.
English, long way down for the big man, but he collects. Handball away to Cleary. He's kicked his first goal as a Bulldog earlier today. And in the AFL for that matter. Short kick down the wing. Burne-Jones picks it off. Hand pass to Bergman for the power. Long inside the forward 50. Georgiades with the one-hander. Holds out lob with strength. And then grasps for Sharon in the other mid.
I think it was Bailey Williams that he held out there. It's really, so there's a little bit of a mismatch, but I thought Bailey Williams had really good position there in that contest. Yeah, he just lent into him then, Georgiades. So terrific there. This pretty important kick here for Port Adelaide. Just a little bit of momentum going into half-time.
Had the cider, hasn't he? Almost an identical spot.
What did he learn from the last one, Bally?
I think he probably gave the wind too much last time, didn't he? Hung it out too far to the left.
Mitch Georgiades hasn't got one so far today. His drop punt after the halftime siren means he still hasn't. It's out to the left, it's a behind. And we felt at quarter time the Power didn't make enough of their quarter with the breeze, and that was just reinforced in that second term as the Bulldogs put on 6. The wind in their back to just 1 for Port Adelaide. So a 6-goal to 1 quarter and a 27-point advantage for the nominal home team here in Ballarat. Part of their zone, or do we go as far as to say part of their electorate? 8-3-51, the Bulldogs over the Power, 3-7-25. A 26-point advantage the way of the Bulldogs at the half. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. ABC Radio's coverage of the election will start at 6 p.m. Eastern tonight on ABC Radio. If you want to listen to the footy, all you got to do is download the ABC Listen app and you can follow along. You can toggle between the two games, either the match in Perth between the Eagles and the Demons, or the blockbuster at the MCG between the Pies and the Cats. You'll find it all on the ABC Listen app. All right, half-time here, 26-point lead for the Dogs. The thoughts of Luke Ball and Adam Ramanaskas, our premiership pair.
Well, if you look, well, certainly a game of 2 quarters. There's no doubt about it. The way Port Adelaide played with the wind, and then the way the Dogs played with the wind. So Port Adelaide, they kicked 2 goals for with the wind in that first quarter. So 6 scoring shots. Then the Dogs come with 6 goals in that second quarter. And I mentioned it a couple of minutes earlier around how the Bulldogs played it with evening numbers around the ground, around the contest, but also inside their own forward 50. They didn't allow Aaliyah to really just roam around in that defensive half and do his own thing in that second quarter. Karmas was his direct opponent. Karmas got a goal that quarter, which is an added bonus, but Aaliyah wasn't able to take intercept marks. He wasn't able to come across as third man in a contest and spoil the ball. Radagale has certainly got his hands full with Aaron Norton in that quarter. But I just love how the Dogs are moving the ball. If you look at the way the game's shaping up, yep, the Power, no dramas in the contest, plus 13 in the contest. So when it's in tight, yep, they can go and win the ball, but it's uncontested possession. So you would sort of think in that quarter the Power would try to bottle the ball up more, but it's the Bulldogs. They're plus 30 in uncontested possession in that half of football. So trying to get the ball out into open, trying to get the ball out into space, trying to use their foot skills in that quarter. So nice quarter of football by the Dogs. Bailey Dale's been terrific off half back. Matty Kennedy's going well. Ed Richards is going well. I like what James O'Donnell's doing in the back half of the ground. So look well organised and well versed in how to play both against the win in that first quarter when they had 2 or 3 numbers sort of dropping behind the ball, to then how they played in the second quarter with evening up the numbers all around the ground.
Yeah, clearance is interesting, isn't it? The clearance battle. And so when you've got a day where clearly there's a scoring end and there's a bit of a wind and it's favouring one end, the importance of clearance and centre bounce clearance to set up that field position. In the first quarter was Port, who were dominant out of the middle, the opportunities that they did get, and around that sort of mid part of the ground in terms of stoppage, and it allowed them to get the ball forward. And as you said, they didn't capitalise. That quarter was the Bulldogs who were really dominant when it came to centre clearance. I think it was 6-1. 6-1 out of the centre. And so when you've got that sort of field position, you're able to set up your defence behind it. Really, for the first 20 minutes of that quarter, the ball was absolutely played in the Dogs' front half, and they were able to capitalise a bit more and actually get a few goals from stoppage. And I thought actually Port, their defenders, held up relatively well considering. I mean, Rosie had 9 possessions. Thought Bergman had a terrific quarter, had 8 possessions and nearly 200 metres gain. He pumped the ball inside 50 a couple of times. So the Dogs were dominant in those first 15 minutes. Really asked the question of the Port defence, and as the quarter went on, they responded and held up pretty well and gave themselves a few opportunities that unfortunately Georgiades wasn't able to take, and they'd be a little bit closer. So you're right, Ramo. Can they learn from their first quarter mistakes in terms of not being able to capitalise to the scoring end, Port? Well, clearly they have to. If they have any chance to win this game, given that the Dogs will come home with it in the fourth quarter, Port have to make hay with the scoring end in this third quarter.
Ray Chamberlain mentioned earlier he ran into Tom De Koning at Subway, and Catherine off the SMS asked what was Tom De Koning purchasing, asking for a friend, depending on whether he's expecting
So was it at Subway or at the Subway? At the train station? I didn't quite...
We don't call it. We don't call it train station.
The Chamber might.
Yes. We'll have to wait and see, but I don't know if that's a little reference to the fact that...
It's a good name drop, that's what it was.
Yeah, oh yeah, and a couple. It wasn't just one TDK, it was 3 or 4 TDKs.
I don't know if Catherine's referring to the fact he might have an influx of income coming soon, TDK, given the fact he's off contract at the end of the year. Dane off the text line. Dockers supporter listening from Perth. Glad there's a game today, seeing there wasn't one played last night. I didn't miss anything, did I, from Dane? And from Daniel, and what do you always get this one wrong? Is it Castlemaine or Castle? What do you guys say? All the Victorians.
I think it's Castle, isn't it?
It's Castlemaine here.
Yeah.
It's a shame the gunslinger is starting on the Pine. He was good last week on debut. Speaking about Jed Busslinger.
He was, yeah. It'd be interesting to see how they deploy him. How they deploy him here in this second half.
Interestingly, the Oz kickers are having a run around. He's a former Oz kicker of the year, Jed Busslinger. He's the kind of guy you'd put on the poster.
Yep.
He was the 2012 Oz kicker of the year. And how's this for a nice full circle moment? It was presented to him by Luke Darcy. He toured Europe last year with Sam Darcy, so they've become good mates since playing together at the Dogs. And he actually presented the medal on grand final day to Adam Goods. So forever and a day, the presentation to one of the all-time great players, the two-time Brownlow medalist, is a young Jed Busslinger putting the premiership medal around Adam Goods' neck. So just a beautiful moment, and now we're watching Jed play for the second time at AFL level. It's half-time here in Ballarat. It's the Dogs by 26 points. We'll take a breather for the time being. The second half action not far away. More from Rammer and Bawley then, and Ray Chamberlain and Ben Cameron and myself, Corbin Middlemass for that matter. But for now, the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
ABC News with Satyam Weinstein. Last-minute electioneering is continuing with just hours to go until polls close in Australia's federal election. Garrett Mundy reports.
Prime Minister Anthony Albanese started the day making a final pitch to voters in Melbourne before heading to Sydney to vote in his electorate of Grayndler. Opposition leader Peter Dutton spent the morning in his Brisbane seat of Dixon, making a last-ditch plea to quiet Australians as he looks to cause what would now be widely considered an upset victory. Candidates of all stripes continue to press their claims across the country as the clock ticks down. Polls will close at 6 o'clock in all states, with counting to start immediately after. While Labor is now tipped to retain government, it's not yet clear if it'll be able to do so without crossbench support.
Meanwhile, the Federal Education Minister is seeking to ward off an independent challenger in the Western Sydney electorate of Blaxland. Nandini Deer has more.
Hundreds of people have shown up to vote at booths here at Hilltop Road Primary School in the Blaxland electorate, with issues like cost of living and housing being a priority for many. With a large Muslim population in this Western Sydney electorate, the Israel-Gaza conflict is also front of mind. The seat is held by Federal Education Minister Jason Clare. What has been a safe Labor seat for many years is facing a divide in the Muslim community, as some say they're turning away from Labor in favour of the Muslim vote-endorsed candidate Ahmad Oof.
British actor and comedian Russell Brand has been granted conditional bail after facing a London court on charges of rape and sexual assault involving 4 women. The charges involve raping a woman in her hotel room, groping one of the women, and trying to pull another into a toilet. The alleged offences took place between 1999 and 2005. Russell Brand did not enter a plea and has previously denied the allegations made against him. And if you're in an abusive situation or know someone who is, call 1-800-RESPECT. That's 1-800-737-732. Prince Harry says he's disappointed after losing a court case over the level of police protection he gets when he visits the UK. The BBC's Sarah Campbell has more on the response from Buckingham Palace.
All of these issues, they say, have been examined repeatedly and meticulously by the courts, with the same conclusion reached on each occasion. And this has been a very long legal process. This was an appeal Harry had already lost at the High Court. Today, the Court of Appeal ruled that Harry had made powerful arguments about the level of threat that he and his family face, but that his sense of grievance, this is what was said in court, did not translate into a legal argument. Hence, the appeal was dismissed.
The German Foreign Office is defending a decision to classify the opposition AfD party as right-wing extremists. It comes after sharp criticism from the United States, with Vice President J.D. Vance accusing bureaucrats of rebuilding the Berlin Wall and Secretary of State Marco Rubio slamming the designation as tyranny in disguise. The German Foreign Office has directly replied to Mr. Rubio on social media, writing, "We've learned from our history that right-wing extremism needs to be stopped." The AfD came second in Germany's federal elections in February, winning a record 152 seats in the 630-seat parliament. WA's worst measles outbreak in 5 years is starting to slow, but experts say people should remain vigilant. A new measles case was recorded this week, bringing the state's total for the year to 18. It's 3 times last year's total caseload, and experts remain unsure of how the outbreak started. The WA Department of Health's Paul Armstrong says vaccination is the best way to prevent the disease from spreading.
The vaccine is highly effective. You need to have 2 vaccines to get good immunity to measles. That can be up to 99% effective if you have 2 vaccines.
Scientists say they're studying the blood of an American man who allowed himself to be bitten by snakes hundreds of times in the hopes of producing a universal antivenom. Truck mechanic Tim Frieda developed antibodies in his blood after subjecting himself to bites from 16 different deadly species. Mr. Frieda says he was curious to see if he could build up an immunity to snake bites.
I picked the most dangerous ones in the world: black mambas, taipans, cobras, kraits, coral snakes, rattlesnakes. I couldn't get every single snake I wanted to have. Some you just can't get. And I don't like taking stuff out of the wild. So, I had to pick and choose.
You're up to date with the very latest from ABC News.
Hands on buzzers, everyone.
This brand new quiz show is your favourite celebrities out to get each other.
Just wait.
Claire Hooper's House of Games.
The pressure is real.
Weeknights at 6:30 on ABC TV. And always free, always entertaining on ABC iView.
Get ABC AFL Daily Podcast with Premiership coach Paul Roos. Alongside Corbin Middlemass, Ben Cameron and Poppy Penny. ABC AFL Daily Podcast. It's your daily footy conversation. Find it on the ABC Listen app. This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
450 stoppage for the Dogs. English to the front. Handball away to Richards. Left footer. Hard up against the boundary line. That is a special goal. He holds his arms out to say, how do you like that?
There's no one there. There's no one there if you're going to kick goal of the year.
The construction workers loved it. They did. Davidson. He's off and running. Kicks inside 50 here for the Dogs, looking for a marker through the hands of Aaliyah. Westroves off to Vandermeer. Loops it to Norton. He will walk it in. Rattles it into the fence.
Bills to Davidson. Dogs keep it, but under pressure. Harms to Dale. Slick hands out towards Cleary. He gets a look at it. The kick is good. And it's his first in AFL footy. Dogs still on the halfway line. Hand pass away to English. Slick hands. Sets up Liberatore. Kicks inside 50 to the top of the goal square. Norton with the big-time contested grab, top of the goal square. What a quarter this has been. A heavy swing to the Dogs as he pokes it through. Make it a 6-goal turn.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
A pair of 4 and 3 teams coming into the afternoon, and they are playing down in Ballarat, and it's where we're situated at Eureka Stadium, and there is a significant breeze to the southern end of the ground. Port Adelaide didn't make the most of it in the opening term. The Bulldogs did in the second, and that is the gap in the game. 8-3-51 the Western Bulldogs. They lead Port Adelaide 3-7-25, so it is 11 scoring shots to 10. And yet it's the Bulldogs who lead it by 26 points at the half. Corbin Middlemass alongside Ben Cameron. And our premiership pair is Luke Ball and Adam Ramanauskas. Ray Chamberlain on the boundary. Don't forget ABC Radio's coverage of the election will start at 6 p.m. Eastern tonight on ABC Local Radio. So if you want to continue to listen to the football, you can find that through the ABC Listen app. So just download that and you get your choice between the 2 games. You can toggle across even between the Melbourne and West Coast fixture being played out in Perth, or the Collingwood-Geelong showdown at the MCG. Big crowd expected. So you'll find coverage of that available through the ABC Listen app, with the election, of course, on ABC Radio tonight. Coverage from 6 p.m. local. and that'll also impact the back end of the next game, which is Adelaide and Carlton. Now, earlier today, we spoke to the senior coach of the Western Bulldogs, Luke Beveridge, about his coaching future on AFL Saturday. This is a little of what the Dogs boss had to say.
I've become that passionate about the Bulldogs and the club and the people in it that if ultimately either of us think at the end of the year that it's probably time, then I just think I won't, in the immediate term, be equipped to coach anywhere else.
Right.
Who's to say whether that, in a year or two or whatever, if we do part ways, that I don't go and coach somewhere else. But immediately I will definitely not be if I'm not with the Dogs.
Do you want to do it? You absolutely you want to be here next year and be the coach of the Dogs around 2026?
Yes, I do. But I said a couple of weeks ago that if you feel like you're outstaying your welcome, then you absolutely don't want to stay in that place. So I think if the uncertainty prevails for long enough, then that'll probably mean that the club and I would have probably come to terms with what happens beyond this year.
It's a fascinating conversation. I mean, Port Adelaide have made their decision. They've said, look, this is it. Last year of Ken Hinkley, and the end of the year we'll have a new senior coach, and obviously that'll be Josh Carr. But for the Bulldogs, feels like they're willing to wait. Luke Beveridge is keen to do the job. Yeah, the right thing.
But not wait too long, I thought he just said there. I found that most interesting, that he essentially said the longer it goes on, if it goes too long, it's likely he won't be here.
Yeah, but there's no jobs available at the moment.
Yeah.
Well, there's no. So why do the Bulldogs have to jump right now, for example?
No, they don't. But he intimated that if it goes deep in the season, the chances are that
I get
it's
that. But
likely
he's
going to be
coaching as well as he can possibly at the moment. But if for example, I don't know, use if Collingwood get rid of Craig McRae, there's a job available.
Yeah.
Then the Bulldogs have to make a decision quickly, don't they? Right now, it's like, hey, let's just coach the team. Let's keep playing good footy.
Well, I asked Amit Baines at the start of the year, are you worried that someone will come and pinch your coach? And he basically said, what was the line he used, Ben? You referenced it earlier.
Said there's no information gaps.
Yeah.
They're communicating in real time.
Yeah.
So essentially, if someone comes to Luke, he believes, I'm reading between the lines there, that Luke will tell them.
Well, Luke Beveridge rang Melbourne Football Club and said,
not interested.
Yeah.
So as a...
not that he's not interested, that there's no truth to the rumour or whatever he's talking about.
Well, you're in the player management space.
Yeah.
So if you're advising Luke Beveridge, has he almost talked himself out of some of the negotiations by basically saying, "Hey, I won't coach anywhere else. I'm here."
The reality is, Luke, whether it's going to be, he's either going to be coaching at the Bulldogs or another team.
Well, he seems to think he's not going to coach anywhere else next year.
Yeah. That's if the Bulldogs. But that's what I'm saying. If the Bulldogs don't want him, if the top brass say no, we're not going with Luke Beveridge next year, he will get another job if one becomes available.
He'll get offered. Do you think he'll take it?
I think so. I think clearly he wants to coach still, Bally.
It sounds like he's so emotionally invested in this team that he cannot imagine being anywhere else.
But how can't you be?
I agree.
When you're right in the midst of a season.
Yeah.
I also think...
I've seen coaches do it before.
Yeah.
Like the Ross Lyon deal springs to mind.
And how did that work for the team?
Ross is
St Kilda or Fremantle?
Ross is the outlier, though, isn't it? Like, that rarely happens that someone comes and pinches your coach.
Yeah. I also think that I don't think he's 100% desperate to coach next year. This is just a view, the way he's talking.
And that's why
I think he's just as comfortable having a year off or going. He's come from, he worked corporately prior to coaching.
Yeah.
I don't think he's 100% all chips in on coaching next year. That's just my little read on it.
And that's why I asked him about, do you want to do it? Because it feels like...
what do you think of his answer?
He said yes.
Probably similar to you. Yep, similar to you. Because I felt a little bit like we'd heard everything about, I won't coach anywhere else and all the rest of it. But the one thing I really hadn't heard was that I desperately want to be here. I feel like we're on a journey. 2026 is the year or whatever it turns out to be.
We've heard it.
Neither do I. Yeah. You can hear the whole episode, by the way, through the ABC AFL Daily podcast store. Well, that's the podcast channel through the wherever you get the. I'm nowhere today, am I? I feel like
you pay for your podcast, do you?
It's just a little challenge. You're just away from the big bright lights.
I think that's what it is.
He's a big city operator.
I'm a city slicker. There's no doubt about it.
That's all right. That's why we're here to support, aren't we?
I feel like the Toon Squad when all the talents were stolen by the Monstars in Space Jam. I feel like that today. Like I cannot put it together.
It's the cherry pickers, it's the earth movers.
It's all of
Just a
that.
bit
It's all of that. I'm out of my comfort zone up here in Ballarat, as they tell me. 26 points is the Bulldogs' lead. Second half upon us. ABC AFL Daily is the place to find it through the ABC listener.
Bulldogs lead by 26 points. Second half underway. Horn Francis cuffs it up. Richard steals it. Drives the Dogs inside 50. Bouncing ball into the pocket it goes. Tracking it back Jones, and out of play it goes. Ray Chamberlain.
Port Adelaide have activated their sub. Joe Berry has been taken out for tactical purposes, and Jeremy Finlayson will be involved in the game in the second half.
Interesting.
So half-time tactical sub. Very interesting.
Well, he'll certainly play that relief ruck role too that Ollie Wines has been playing.
English trying to take it out of the ruck. Ball bounces off his chest. Rosie with the clearing kick.
Good hands.
And Port Adelaide are able to bounce it off halfback. Through hands they go. Drew away to Butters. Now Lord on the wing. Burgoyne on the logo. Forward handball back to Drew. Gets the handball away towards Lord again. He'll kick out wide and Butters marks.
And immediately plays on. Butters pulls his kick to centre half forward. Bontempelli's there to break it up. Got a hand on it for the Bulldogs. Spills through towards Richards. He coughs it up. Bramble in the defensive 50. Gives it back to the Bont. Kicks to the wing. Butters misread that and leapt a little too early. Slides out the back to Farrell. Close to the boundary line, and Farrell shoves him out.
We're starting deep forward, Finlayson. You've got O'Donnell for company, so have gone for a two-pronged haul. Maybe with the win this quarter, they'll think that the supply is enough, and he can impact the scoreboard for them. I didn't think Berry was too bad actually in that first quarter, but tactical move.
Dogs by 26. Boundary throw-in. Kennedy soccers it forward for the Bulldogs. Up to the wing. Treloar extracts it off his knees, but coughs it up. Aaliyah. Handball away towards Sweet. He gives it hurriedly to Butters. A little fumbled in the spin move. Still worked it out to Drew, to Horn Francis. All by hand to Burgoyne. Kicks inside 50. Overcooks the kick.
Yeah.
And O'Donnell punches it out of play. So throwing forward pocket for the Power.
Yeah, terrific. O'Donnell comes off his direct man, gets into the leading lane where Finlayson was coming, and just gets a fist in right at the last moment.
Camport find a goal, kicking with the breeze in this third term. Forward 50 stoppage. Sweet lays it down. Coming through. Richards soccers it off the deck.
Good effort.
Yeah, flew off the boot, but through for a minor score. So the Bulldogs by 25 points, 2.5 into the third. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. I think it's just the sight of a work site for our man called Middlemass, breaking out in hives. Thought of any physical labour.
Williams marks the kick out and hand pass away towards Dale. Pokes it up to Bontempelli.
Show me the calluses on those big mitts of yours, Benny.
Hand pass to Dale, short kick to Harms. Harms along the boundary line for the Bulldogs, trying to get it down towards West. Traps it, 60 out. Didn't take the mark, keeps rolling, kicks it to full forward. English. The body from Buku on Aaliyah, and standing behind them was the 2-metre ruckman, and Tim English clunks it.
Well, I'm looking at the other ruckman here in Jordan Sweet, where he is trailing Tim English in. No reason why he should be trailing in. It wasn't a real fast play of the football by the Bulldogs, so he should be right with Tim English, but no, he's just 2 metres off him. Then the big fella there just puts up the jukes and takes an easy mark.
Coming off a season high, 23 touches last week against the Giants. Tim English straight in front, into the wind, and that is proper English. Straight through. And we haven't had a whole lot of that today on the broadcast. It is a 31-point lead for the Bulldogs, 9-3-57 to Port Adelaide, 3-8-26. And all of a sudden, the margin balloons out again to 31 points the Dogs' way. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Well, it hurts, doesn't it, Rammer? It felt like the Port have jumped out of the blocks in this third quarter pretty well, but just another instance of the Dogs being able to take the ball from one end of the ground to the other. And as you said, it wasn't super fast or slick. Just kept working to outnumber. I think it was Harms who rolled on, got it in quick, and you're right, just far too. I mean, we know English is a terrific endurance athlete, so he's probably going to test out Jordan Sweet as the game goes on. Just far too much space. Smart play by the big ruckman.
Kicked 8 of the last 9 goals in the game now. All of a sudden, the Western Bulldogs, after Port kicked 2 of the first 3. English rises high, takes it out of the ruck, dribbles a kick forward. Overrunning it, Rosie. Soccer forward from Farrell. Mark taken by Kennedy in the middle. Handball to Bramble. Swings a handball out wide to the run of Johannesson. Chips it short and Vandermeer. He marks 49 metres out. 30-degree angle to the right-hand side. Vandermeer pokes it out in front of English. He's got it again. 30 out, slightly tighter angle. And the big man is running rampant.
This is where, it's always the interesting one here, what you do with your sub. So they went early, Port Adelaide at half-time with Joe Berry. You just wonder if it may be the ruckman that they should have subbed out and kept some speed in the game.
Gone back a long way. This will be right into the teeth of the breeze. Would be well advised to maybe just keep it low. Trots in. His drop punt is just missing. Across the face, through for a minor score. Trying to bring it back on that breeze. Just a reminder tonight, ABC Radio's coverage of the election begins at 6 p.m. It's Eastern time. If you want to continue listening to the football, download the ABC Listen app.
Farrell, the long kick with the breeze right into the middle of the ground. In fact, it carried halfway. What a bomb that was.
The roost. He's just smacks it, doesn't he?
Bramble took the intercept mark, though, so it's coming back. Kicks the Bulldogs to half forward. There's Norton out on the lead. Contested grab in front of Radagalia. Hand pass to the Bond. He kicks all the way to the teeth of goal. Across the goal phase. One bounce out of play. And a throw in the opposite pocket. Ray Chamberlain on the boundary.
Yeah, interesting exchange off the ball there through the middle of the ground. Bailey Dale and Willie Rioli. Dale went to ground holding his face, so keep an eye on that.
Good work, Ray. Playing on each other seemingly at the moment. English down for Richards. Inside the 50 here for the Dogs. Bontempelli slaps it on. West coming through. Handball away. Johannesson picks it up. Squeezes a kick. Back into the attacking arc. Bad bounce for Fraser. Out to half forward. Slaps it on. Coming in Kennedy. Close to the boundary line. Libber goes in low. Whistle on the play. Free kick to the Dogs. Kennedy takes it quickly. Finds Richards. Tight to the boundary line. Right forward pocket, right side for a left footer.
Just a bit overzealous, wasn't he, Horn Francis? I love the way he goes about his aggression and intensity, but I think I saw during the week he's given away the 5th most free kicks in the competition. That time there, just needed to temper it a bit, take the ball out. And Richards, right side for a left footer. Tough kick though today, obviously.
In front of the fans this time. Bullets it low on goal.
Perfect.
And puts it through. His star is certainly on the rise, and maybe so too his value. A restricted free agent at the end of the year. One of 3 key Dogs out of contract with the Bont and also the coach. This is Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Dogs by 38, 8 minutes into the third.
I just don't think Port Adelaide want to do the work today.
Not today, Coach. Too hard.
That's what it feels like at the moment. You look at the intensity around contests of the Bulldogs. You look at the outnumber around contests. You look at the use of ball by the Bulldogs. It's just so much superior than what Port Adelaide are giving at the moment. So Ken should be disappointed with this performance at the moment. I think the uncontested game of the Bulldogs has been outstanding today. How they've been able just to run, to move, to carry the ball. And the Power don't want to go with them.
They're going forward again. Kennedy, surge kick forward, and on the end of it, McNeil diving forward, marks true centre half forward.
There's no excuse for that out of centre bounce where your direct opponent is leading you to the ball. The only way that happens if you're 2 steps behind him at the centre bounce. That's the only way it happens.
Well, English is going to come off, give him a bit of a reprieve because that was him again. He'd seen enough of Jordan Sweet. That was Finlayson in the ruck then, but English, brilliant hit to advantage to Kennedy. Comes off for a well-earned rest.
McNeil's kicked a goal in every game he's played so far this year. This drop punt is on target again, and it's whacked through by Leah. Leaping up on the line, a rush behind. A game-high lead grows, so it's up to 39 points the Bulldogs' way. 9 minutes gone in the third. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Corporate Middleman, Ben Cameron, Ray Chamberlain on the boundary, Adam Ramanauskas and Luke Ball.
Rosie kicks up the middle right onto the chest of Rioli in the bullseye. Wheels and kicks to half forward. Burn Jones, he marks 49 out. He'll have the wind at his back.
I was about to ask how aggressive, how attacking do they go? And
well, he goes short again to Georgiades. Not the required distance. Off a step. He pops it through. Good goal from Georgiades. Ends a run of 3 from the Dogs. And Port Adelaide needed that. Kicking with the breeze in this third term. Adam Ramanauskas and Luke Ball on Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Yeah, well, they have to be, Rama. Have to be aggressive. And that was another penetrating kick, wasn't it, from the kick out from Connor Rosie that time. Luke Cleary just caught napping a little bit on Willie Rioli, who took the uncontested mark in the middle of the ground and was able to roll on to plenty of space. 2 kicks, pretty simple game sometimes, isn't it? Yeah. And Georgiades, who's looked likely, as we said, he's been in terrific form. Didn't capitalise on a couple of chances in that second quarter. Kicks the much-needed goal just to keep them alive.
His dad kicked 8 on debut, by the way, so you should have gone with 8. Paulie, you were tossing up 6 or 8.
Yeah.
He's 15 games with Footscray. That was the 8 goals on debut, 8-4. Rummy, you mentioned earlier, he should have played on at the other end into the breeze. He was forced to there, and it turned out all right. Yeah. The 2 set shots in the second quarter, they were both behinds for Georgiades, his first of the day. Free kick in the middle going the Powers way, and the Brownlow medalist will take it, so Wines just lays it up inside the forward 50, and Karmas looked like the only man that was ever going to mark that. And so he does at centre-half back, and the crowd all says boo-hoo at the same time. He's cult status already. He has cult status already. Kicks away towards Fraser, who's got it back edge of the centre square. 2 power players clean each other up, Wines and Pau Pepper. The latter a little worse off. Kick finds McNeil. Dogs again attacking. Handball to Treloar. Kicks it deep for Vandermeer. Locks up with Evans. No mark. Ball spills out. Vandermeer bounces back up. Tackles Radagalier out of play. And a throw in forward pocket at the northern end of the ground where the Dogs are attacking. They lead it by 33.
He's a bit sore, Sammy Pau Pepper. It was Wines who actually tripped over, so it wasn't a full-on collision. He said, looks okay, he's going to play on.
Who's out there checking on that, Ben?
Dr. Fisher.
Gotcha.
Went and said g'day to my old doc pre-game today as Finlayson takes it out of the ruck and snaps beyond the defensive arc. Tumbles out. Insufficient intent.
Him and the hamstring dude, I think, get more coverage than just about anyone. Who's the hamstring guy?
Steve Saunders.
Yep, he always gets it mentioned as well.
He was chatting to Doc Zimmerman, so a snap from Treloar goes inside 50. Wines drops the mark. Ball hits the deck, and hatching an egg there is Ollie Wines, sitting on top of the football. Ball up, 40 out from the attacking goal for the Dogs.
Did Dr. Fisher remember you or just call you mate?
Mate.
Yeah.
Certainly remembered him. Some of the stuff he saw with
Finlayson wins the hit out. Off the edges of the pack, picked up by Liberatore, as you'd expect. Handball away towards Dale, sells a dummy, low trajectory drop punt inside 50, no mark. Falls away of Wines and just a tumble kick out of defence for the Power. Lob with the shape Bonds, wins it back. Handball to the 200-gamer, Johannesson. He goes back to Cleary. There's a first time and only time Dog as he chips it short and finds Fraser, who marks alongside the centre circles. Luke Cleary kicked his first goal in AFL footy earlier today. Inside the forward arc, a turnover and an intercept mark for Finlayson, the sub, who's on the ground for Joe Berry. Half-back for the Power.
Yeah, I'd love to see him keep attacking here. Keep using the corridor.
They have to.
Yeah.
Because, a 6-goal margin.
Look at that kick.
Into the middle of the ground he goes. Looking for Butters. It doesn't get there. It nearly gets to Georgiades. Lob slaps it away. Sits for Mead. Walk quickly into the attacking half. Mead slaps it on. Butters beelines the footy. Over the top of him, lob. So too Johannesson. They halve it. Ball upcoming. Well done, Dogs.
And I say that because the likelihood of Port Adelaide chasing a 6-goal margin into the breeze in the last quarter is near on impossible.
He did well then, Johannesson. That applause was solely for him. Looked like they were out there, the Power, with Zach Butters. Just created the stoppage.
Bulldogs by 33. 13 minutes into this third term, and Rioli caught holding the ball. Finlayson punched it straight to him and driven into the turf there by Bramble. What did you say, Borley?
No, I thought it was one of those holding the balls that then almost turned into a dangerous tackle, but umpire was right there.
Bramble to take it. Former Hawk. His name will be on the jumper tomorrow that their team wears in their 100-year celebration game. Long kick down the wing, but picked off. And Aaliyah has the footy. And the long sleeves rolled up to the elbow. A long kick inside the forward 50. Offhand slips out the back. Here's Pau Pepper. Knocks it through. And boy, did they need that. A couple on the bounce for the Power. Gets them back in the game. And the Bulldogs lead cut to 27, so the power moved to 5-8-38. The Dogs out in front, 10-5-65, a 27-point advantage for the Bulldogs halfway through the third term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Oh, it's just your classic front and square there by Sam Powell-Pepper. He beats his direct opponent, Bailey Dale, to the drop of the ball, and you can see Bailey Dale when Powell-Pepper gets that ball in his hand, the head drops. He knows he should have been closer. Good play, but they need a few more. You know, they need to be level or ahead, Port Adelaide, at three-quarter time to have any chance.
So probably 4 goals is what they need.
Yeah. Still plenty of time. There's still 11 minutes to go in this quarter, so plenty of time to apply that scoreboard pressure. But what's concerning me most for Port Adelaide is the uncontested game. It's just not there at the moment. They can't find loose numbers.
English wins the tap over Finlayson. Fresh airy there from Burgoyne. Vandermeer picks it up. Handball chopped off by Wines. Comes back towards English and pinching it quickly, Port Adelaide, but there's a free kick going to the Dogs. Big English gets a handball away to the runner, Bailey Dale. He'll poke it inside 50, looking for Karmas. Goes up Karmas, brings it down Vandermeer. Handball to Sanders, off to McNeil. One more handball to Frazier. Darts around them, gets it on the boot and finishes. What can this kid become? He is something special. And the Bulldogs answer again. 33 points their lead, 11-5-71, plays 5-8-38. 16 into the third. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Just moves well, doesn't he? He hasn't been in the centre bounce as much today with Treloar coming back into the team, but he evaded one.
There's 4 missed tackles in that passage of play, Bally.
That's right. Yeah, it's become a bit of a theme, hasn't it, as the day's gone on. Vandermeer first onto the loose ball. McNeil. Yeah, it's a beautiful goal, isn't it?
Yeah,
a real highlight. And they've just had the answers, haven't they, at the moment? The power can't get 2 in a row. Out of the centre bounce again, though. Was English involved? He's having a real impact, Tim English.
Had 19 contested possessions last week. Joel Frazier, a career high. Didn't get a rising start on all of last year, and yet what a player he looks, as Ben said, and he could become at just 19 years of age. The Dogs win it out of the middle. Richards to Bontempelli. Now the long entry. Karmas in the pack again. Gives them an option. Competes. Spills down to Vandermeer. Handball away for the Bulldogs to English. Inside 50. Back to the Bont. A bit of Bont brilliance. Hooks it through. And the Gaboot. Goals for the Doggies. Make it 12-5-77. To Port Adelaide, 5-8-38, and all of a sudden returns the game to a game-high lead. 39 points the Bulldogs' way. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Well, he had the ball in the middle of the ground, the Bont. Then he just continued to follow and track the ball forward. And no Port Adelaide player near it, and he's absolutely kicked the cover off that snapshot of goal, and it just bended beautifully with that left foot. So I'm looking there. He runs past 3 Port Adelaide players to get to the contest or somewhere near the contest, and they're just trailing him, the Port Adelaide players. Just, again, it's just that effort piece that I was speaking about earlier, boy.
You would have
they
thought
just don't want to do it.
You would have think he's one guy you probably need a track.
Yeah. Well, I spoke about clearances at half-time as well. Since quarter-time, it's just been a demolition from the Dogs. 5-1 set out of the centre this quarter. Here they go again.
Richards retreating though initially. Gets the handball away to Bontempelli again. Kick smothered. Ricochets away. Out after it, there is Horne-Francis. Burgoyne picks it up for Port on the wing. Handball to Mead. Slapping it on there, Burgoyne. Wrenched off at Richards. Free kick. Illegally dealt with there. So the Bulldogs' possession on the wing. Front of the cherry picker.
Yeah, he's had a good day, Richards.
Here he goes on his left again, kicking in the Karmas direction. No mark taken. Down at ground level. Bontempelli's at the fall and a ball upcoming. Saturday footy on ABC Sport following this game. Adelaide and Carlton from the Adelaide Oval.
6-time best and fairest winner Marcus Bontempelli. Only Scotty West has now won more for the Dogs with 7 as Rosie racing away from the stoppage but just turns it over. Kicks it straight to Davidson, pokes it back inside 50. That's a turnover 2.
Lazy kick
to Farrell. Marks centre half back. Sends the power down the wing. Williams favoured by the kick. Drew did well to break it up. And then Williams wins it back. Picks the pocket of Powell-Pepper. You want to appease him that. There's Dale. Handball away to Davidson. Kicks down the wing, and Fraser has it knocked away from him by Evans and out of play.
Oh, peas in the pod.
All of that. And a throw in front of the benches. 39-point lead. The Bulldogs. 20 minutes gone in the third term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Dogs by 39. Thought that deserved a little more, to be honest, but all good. Sweet. Taps it down. Rosie turns over a handball. Treloar for the Dogs. Kicks up towards Karmas.
Well
Slides in. Takes the chest mark.
been really good since quarter time.
Yeah.
This matchup's worked well. Karmas forward.
Gives it off to West. Half forward for the Bulldogs. Forward handball. Davidson gets it on the left. Snaps to full forward. Through the hands of Bontempelli. Mead out the back. Tackled out. Throwing coming. Right forward pocket here for the Dogs. They lead it by 39. 20 minutes into the third term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
He's here all day, ladies and gentlemen. Ben Cameron. Alongside myself, Corbin Middlemass, Ray Chamberlain on the boundary, Adam Ramanauskas, Luke Ball on Saturday footy on ABC Sport as Sweet wins it down. Sanders gets a hand pass back inboard for the Bulldogs, still at half forward. Cleary to Treloar, tackled, dispossessed. Comes to Willie Rioli and he's locked up. And we'll have a ball up.
I thought Benny might have been on ABC's election coverage tonight, just as the colour man.
When you see the notes being slid in throughout the coverage tonight, there's Ben who's writing them. There's the little kick going forward, smothered from Port Adelaide. So the Dogs win it again. McNeil to Sanders, handball away towards West. He turns, looks at the sticks, kicks off line to Bont. He's got it again. He shakes a leer and takes the mark on the behind line.
Well, we're seeing what Paddy Dangerfield's doing at Geelong now, playing as a permanent forward.
Yeah.
The day will come when Bond plays more as a permanent forward.
Especially with the emergence of Fraser and a few of these others.
He's got one. He's now got a couple. The Bonds kicked the last two. And this game is out of hand if it wasn't already. A 45-point lead for the Bulldogs. And they are extending their advantage into the win. 13-5-83 to 5-8-38. It is a 45-point lead for the Bulldogs. Time on third term, Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Well, you talk about extending the lead. It's 5-2 against the Breeze this quarter for the Bulldogs. So just terrific play there. Lear's got to be better in that marking contest. Loses his feet. Yep. This is the thing. Like Bontempelli's 6'4". So when the day does come, when the midfield minutes do start to die down for him, he's going to be an absolute handful for any defensive unit that has to find a matchup for him. So just so strong, so balanced in what he does inside forward 50.
So out to 45 points, 22 minutes into the third term. Bounce back in the middle. Sweet wins the tap. Rosie's in there for Port Adelaide. Going in, Willem Drew. He can't pick it up. Kennedy can. Has it knocked out of his hands though. Pau Pepper. 1 metre handball away to Drew. Another redhead. Richards goes in. He's tackled. Umpire lets them rumble. Drew extracts it. Out to Rosie. Port finally clear the congestion. Inside 50. Georgiades can't gather it cleanly. Rioli soccers to himself. Flicks out a handball. Harms with the tackle on Richards. And he's got him.
Good tackle.
Holding the ball. Hot prior opportunity or lack thereof. Poor old Joe Richards. And Harms to get it at fullback here for the Western Bulldogs.
It's a great execution of the tackle, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Coming from behind.
Sort of brought him down, like Harms went to his knees to not drive him into the ground.
Yep, kept him out of harm's way.
Yep, like that from you, Bawley. Gives it off to Bailey Williams, who kicks up towards the wing. Karmas is up there, lets it go out the back. Gathering it quickly, McNeil. He'll kick up towards half forward Norton. Soccers it back into the congestion. McNeil is there.
Gets a handball away to Liberatore. Flicks it out further wide to Treloar. Back from his calf injuries today. First game of the year. Looks for the Bont. Inside the forward 50 and Burgoyne helps him out of bounds. Throwing 40 out from the Dogs' goal. So a 45-point lead for the Bulldogs.
Yeah, and they've just got this swarm going, haven't they, the Dogs? So they were minus 10 contested footy in that first quarter. And since then, they've just worked in numbers, which we know they do so well.
Sweet wins it down, comes to Burgoyne, kicks smothered, ricochets away to James Harms, who kicks a high up and under to full forward. Karmas a hand on it, spills front and centre, picked up by Lorenz, good tackle, Davidson, had an arm pinned, and then holds him up, and now there'll be a ball up, top of the goal square for the Bulldogs.
Umpire quickly puts it up. Both rucks miss it again. There's a holding free kick. It'll go to English. That is the ruck battle lotto that we have at the moment. Ray, what are the cues that you're looking for when you're officiating a ruck contest like that?
Well, the spirit of the laws in relation to ruck contests are the same as marking. Okay, so they're essentially exactly the same rules. You can't hold the player, you can't block him. The ones where you get the most free kicks where people aren't quite sure what's going on is in relation to a block, where a ruckman will take the front position and defend the space but not get back to the ball. That's the one that generally raises the most eyebrows.
English kicks the goal, and Jordan Sweet was once his junior. He's understudy, and he's failing the English exam in Ballarat. 51 points is the Bulldogs lead. 14-5-89 plays 5-8-38. 25 minutes into the third. This is Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Hey, look, the reality of that contest.
That's a free kick.
Well, he's not looking at the ball.
You've got to look at the
that's
ball.
Right.
Yeah.
So
he's got him spooked now. English.
Yeah, that's right. English is like his movement around contests is really, as Paulie said, has spooked Jordan Sweet. So he's trying to initiate contact to take English off the line of the ball. But in doing that, English is running straight at the ball, and that's the cue that the umpire is looking for. And soon as Sweet's eyes aren't on the ball, it's an easy decision for the umpire.
Restart back in the middle. English palms it down to Kennedy. Handball away towards Richards. Runs back onto his left side, and then an easy clearance inside the forward 50. Back with the flight goes English. Threw his body at it. Norton tries to tap it on and then tried to follow up, but picked up by Bergman. Kicks out of the defensive 50 for the power. Up to the wing. Georgiades and Cleary hunting the footy. They both leave it behind. Cleary goes and gets it. Gives it to Richards. Handball to high half forward. Finds Harms, the inside 50 kick. McNeil up, competing, no mark. Ball hits the deck. Trelaw goes and attacks it. They just want it more at the moment, the Dogs. Handball to English, now to Kennedy. Kicks inside 50.
Well done.
Karmas decided to spoil. There's his defensive craft down to Trelaw. Tackled, somehow got it out to Evans. Evans gets a handball away for the power, and Pau Pepper will collect.
He's onto the ball quickly, nowhere to go. He's wrenched off it. Caught holding the ball. Free kick, Bulldogs, Kennedy.
Power fans livid. They thought they should have got one. I think I agree with them on Jadam Trelaw, who was given a lot of time. And then Pau Pepper gets pinged right in front of them. They are filthy.
Bulldogs by 51. Kennedy short, and that was like it was designed for Port Adelaide player there in Willem Drew, who was able to take the mark. He kicked short into the middle of the ground, and now the Bulldogs win it back. English snaps it out wide. Back in possession, the Dogs. Away to Liberatore. Gives it off to Johannesson. Low bullet-like pass for Norton. Hands to it. No free kick. There is.
Yeah, there is.
Free kick, Norton in the pocket.
Yeah, and it was there, Benny, as well.
It was the out of zone. It was your man Martin Roger who came charging in to pay it.
He's got to mark that still, Aaron Norton.
Yeah, I agree.
I like the way he's presented.
And, strong. You've got to be strong in your forearms. Yeah, take the mark. Look, Alir's, not Alir, that's Radagalia there, chopping the arms or too high, whichever way you want to look at that. But yeah, Norton should take the mark still.
Jewel leading goal kicker at the Dogs. Hooks it through on the left. Party time in the Rat. Bulldogs by 57, 15-5-95. Plays 5-8-38. 29 minutes played. Luke Ball and Adam Ramanauskas.
Well, they've kicked 7 goals into the breeze.
Absolute demolition. Just looking at the numbers, backing up what the eye's seen. They've had 60 more possessions, 20 more contested possessions, and 12 more inside 50s.
Is that in the quarter?
For the quarter.
Yeah, for the quarter.
In the quarter.
Yeah, for the quarter. No, and it started at clearance. 15-6. English has just absolutely dominated. They haven't had an answer for him. Then the mids have got on the move, got on the run, and they've got their work rate going. That hunt, which the Dogs do when they're in good form. Their midfield has completely just dominated this quarter. Plus 60 more possessions. Incredible.
So to give you an idea,
it's the effort piece.
This could be like a 90-point game.
This will blow out hard in the last quarter.
They've kicked 7 goals into the breeze in the quarter, the Dogs, led by 26 at halftime, now up 57. And they're coming home with a stiff breeze. This could get bad for Port Adelaide if it's not already. Back in the middle, Harms comes charging in off the square. Drew hits the deck, a little slow to get up. Pau Pepper wins the footy. Hand pass back into the rubble. And the pack is going to form, and the ump calls for it. The Power got a good record against the Dogs. They'd won their last 4 leading in. So they hadn't lost to them since the demolition that was the 2021 prelim, and we know what happened that night in Adelaide. And they'd also won their only 2 previous trips here to Ballarat, Port Adelaide, and yet tonight, this afternoon, it's been all the Dogs. Finlayson marks the hurried kick forward, long kick into the pocket, and it's punched out of bounds. Cleary got his fist onto it, and he's picked up by all his teammates in the back 50. One of the boundary throw in forward pocket here for the Power, who have kicked only 2 goals themselves with the advantage of that breeze in this third term. And Bulldogs by 57 points, half-hour mark, third term, Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
In it comes. Sweet, palming it to the front. The Dogs are there. Fraser gets rid of it to Bailey Dale. Back pocket. Oh, floater beyond the defensive 50. Tumbles out. And we'll get a throw in. The umpire says, yep, bring it back in. I like this from Trucker Pete. You realise Port will be savaged in the press and respond by winning this showdown. Such are the vagaries of human motivation.
Saturday night in Adelaide.
They keep riding the roller coaster, don't they, Port? Throw in half forward here for the Power. Sweet down for Powell-Pepper neatly. Snaps inside 50. Punched away by Cleary. Horn Francis onto it though. Handball to Powell-Pepper. He's like a bull at a gate. Turns over the handball. Vandermeer for the Dogs. Centre half back to Bailey Williams to Johannesson.
A 200 gamer now. Long kick to the boundary line. Finds Harms. There's a few on it, isn't there? The AFL roller coaster.
Not many spare seats on the roller coaster.
I think Freo is side by side with Port Adelaide.
St Kilda have a seat on there as well. The up and down nature of the season so far.
Blues and Melbourne had a seat on at the start, didn't they?
Williams, long kick to the contest down at half forward, spills to Norton. Clever, soccers it further inside 50. Wines comes through, collects. Handball away to Rosie. Hurried kick into the middle of the ground. Con bounce for Lord, or he just overruns it. Dogs with the numbers. And Cleary goes back by hand to Johannesson. Dogs going forward again. Kick out towards Davidson.
Here is Davidson. Wants to twist and turn. Farrell's got him. Has to get the handball away. Richards comes in, picks it up. Squeezes a kick inside 50. Overshoots West. Tumbles towards the line. Radigalea wants the line and flicks it out. Got lucky. Nearly.
He nearly made a meal of that, Radigalea.
Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Power out in the regional centre of Ballarat. I've got a question about that in a moment.
Which we love.
Umpire brings it back in and Sweet taps it down onto it quickly. Liberatore wrenched off it. Ball jars free. Radigalea whacks it on the boot and Harms juggles it. Left hand to right hand, back to the left hand, holds it to the body and marks. 49 metres out and into the breeze. You would think it's beyond him.
Yeah, it's certainly beyond him. A minute remaining in this quarter, so he'll try just take a little bit of time, and here's no one even near Johannesson.
He can amble up to the arc of 50 in game 200. It slews off the side of the boot. English goes up. He's marked it. Juggles it down deep in the right forward pocket. It's a tight angle, but Tim English has done everything else today.
Simon Madden in this quarter.
No, he's been dominant, hasn't he? This will be his 10th possession, 4 contested, 8 score involvements.
He kicks back infield to Harms, who's got a 35 out. Tough kick from a 30-degree angle into the teeth of the breeze.
He's looked back to his best, hasn't he, Tim English? It's the best game I've seen him play for a fair while here at the Dogs.
I mentioned last week had 23 touches. That was a season high. So getting himself
building,
getting himself going. He's had a dominant third term.
Just the impact here, though.
James Harms with the season high, 4 goals last week. A helicopter here, and it nearly swung through the middle. Just missing. Doggies by 58 points, closing in on three-quarter time. Just clipped the post, I think, on the way through.
Yeah. There's a kick out from Farrell, finds Rosie, and now the long kick with the breeze. Big 60-metre drop punt up the centre half forward. Horn Francis punches it to the boundary line. That might be a good result for the Power. They get a forward 50 stoppage. No, they won't. The siren beats them. And the Bulldogs fans who make up most of the 5,000 in the house are on their feet applauding their team. They'll be chuffed with what they've seen there. That is what we call a 7-goal quarter into the win. 7 goals to 2 in the term, and the Bulldogs, who trailed by 3 points at quarter time, led by 26 at the half, lead by a whopping 58 points at three-quarter time. 15-6-96. The Western Bulldogs, they lead Port Adelaide 5-8-38. All right, the goal kickers. Aaron Norton's got 3, 2 each for Bontempelli, Richards, Karmas and English. And then singles for Sanders, West, Fraser and Cleary. Meanwhile, for Port Adelaide, Willie Rioli's got a couple. They both came in the opening term. And then 1 each for Power Pepper, Georgiades and Sweet. Your thoughts on the SMS line, which is 0437 774 774. And the thoughts of Luke Ball and Adam Ramanaskas coming up next. This is Saturday Footy on ABC Sport.
Listen up. Do you like to laugh?
Yes. You do? I don't.
Search for Comedy Bites.
Uh-oh.
Yep. Uncle Bertie's Botanarium.
I'm going to remove my monocle.
And TGIF.
Okay.
Comedy is on the ABC Listen app.
It's as simple as that.
This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Here, that's the footy. The long sleeves rolled up to the elbow. Long kick inside the forward 50. Offhand slips out the back. Here's Pal Pepper. Knocks it through. And boy, did they need that.
Bailey Dale. He'll poke it inside 50. Looking for Karmas. Goes up Karmas. Brings it down Vandermeer. Handball to Sanders. Off to McNeil. One more handball to Fraser. Darts around them. Gets it on the boot. And finishes. What can this kid become?
Richards to Bontempelli. Now the long entry. Karmas in the pack again. Gives them an option. Competes. Spills down to Vandermeer. Handball away for the Bulldogs to English. Inside 50. Back to the Bont. A bit of Bont brilliance. Hooks it through. Little kick going forward. Smothered from Port Adelaide. So the Dogs win it again. McNeil to Sanders. Handball away towards West. He turns. Looks at the sticks. Kicks off line to Bont. He's got it again. He's got one. He's now got a couple. The Bont's kicked the last 2.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
The greatest Bulldog of all time, Marcus Bontempelli, with a couple of goals in that third term, and the Bulldogs lead it by 58 points as we turn for home here in Ballarat. Next up on the Saturday slate is Adelaide and Carlton from the Adelaide Oval, and Aaron Bryan's heading up the call on ABC Sport. Afternoon, Az.
Afternoon, Corby. We've touched on it a few times through the coverage, but it is Election Day on ABC Sport, and much like I imagine a lot of our punters are unravelling these enormous Senate ballot papers, there are a fair few candidates eyeing a final spot in the AFL this season. 2 of those battling this afternoon, the Reborn Blues and the inconsistent Crows. Carlton eyeing 4 wins in a row after a 0-5 start. And Adelaide, meanwhile, looking to re-establish some credibility after failing another major road test. There's a lot of big names out for this one as well. So the Blues are missing Zach Williams, Jack Silvani, and the Crows, meanwhile, Mitch Hinge suspended, Matt Crouch out for 4 to 6 with a hip injury, and Nick Murray the same as well with his knee. So some heavy hitters missing this matchup, but feels like the classic kind of big game for both these clubs as they look towards September, and maybe this could decide how the 8 shapes up later in the year. We'll have Rod Jamieson and Dean Brogan as part of the call. There are no late changes as the teams just dropped, so Sam Berry is the sub for the Crows. He was the match winner last year when these two sides met, and Lockie Cowan will be the sub for the Blues. And a reminder as well, if you are listening to the AFL through the day and you want to hear the end of the Adelaide and Carlton call, we are diverting on local radio to the election coverage at 6 p.m. Eastern, so you can hear the AFL on the ABC Listen app and through Sport Digital, Corby.
All over it, thanks, Az. So that's the place to do it, ABC Listen app. And you can toggle across for the night games too. You get a choice of the 2 games, either the Eagles and the D's, or tonight the blockbuster at the G, Collingwood and Geelong. Rammer and Bawley, what have you got for us through 3?
Oh,
the Dogs by 58.
Yeah, that was a disaster for Port Adelaide, that quarter. So, in an absolute brilliant quarter of football by the Dogs. 7 goals to 2 in that quarter against the win. Disposal, 121 to 58. Inside 50s, 21 to 9. Clearance, 16 to 9. Metres gained plus 600. So I spoke about effort in that quarter and the uncontested possessions that the Bulldogs were able to gain. But Port Adelaide, they're just not up for the fight today. They just really don't look up for the fight. And the Dogs are on. That's a simple way to put the Dogs are on. They're cleaning with their disposal. They're running to create. They're running in waves. They're running in numbers. So, sometimes it's not about, what stats show you. It's about what the eye sees. And what the eye does see at the moment is Port Adelaide continually trailing their Bulldogs opponents. Continually, when the ball goes inside forward 50, a Bulldogs opponent is in front. When it goes in Port Adelaide's forward 50, a Bulldogs defender is in front. So, that'd be really, really disappointing for Ken Hickley and his coaching staff. But all credit to Luke Beveridge and his team. They've played a brilliant 3 quarters of football.
I'll bring people behind the curtains. The way you two use the stats is generally you will see something and you use the numbers to affirm what your eye is seeing, and that's what you're alluding to there, Rama.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, you're right, full credit to the Dogs. Since quarter time, when they were a little bit slow out of the blocks in terms of their contest work and clearance, which we know, as we said, on a day like today, is critical for that that field position to set up and generate repeat entries and scoring opportunities. But that third quarter, I mean, Tim English really was the one that drove it. He was just magnificent. It was as good a quarter as I've seen him play for a long time. As he said, 9 score involvements. That's a huge number for a quarter of footy, and all his teammates jumped on board.
Final quarter underway. Bulldogs leading by 58 points. English wins the tap. Out after it, Horne-Francis. Richards rides him like a bucking bull.
He did, yeah. And he was the other one too, Richards. Oh, I've loved his game. I thought his third quarter was terrific as well.
He's in his first rodeo. He's back in the middle, slapping it down quickly. Sweet spits out of there, but Bailey Williams for the Dogs picks it up in the bullseye. Handball to Sanders. Shrugs off a tackle. After Johannesson. Kick for the Dogs to half forward. Looking for Davidson. Can't take the mark. Has support in Fraser. Snaps around the corner. Karmas on the bounce. Can't trap it. McNeil coming through. Slaps cleverly to himself and snaps on goal and misses. Did all the hard stuff there, McNeil. Couldn't quite finish the deal. And the Bulldogs lead it by 59 points. 1 minute played. Final term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Farrell to Rosie. Marks the kick out. Goes short to Bergman. Continues the shift out to Burgoyne, who's got it in the defensive 50. A underwhelming showing by the Power. Can they save a bit of face in this final term? Long kick down the wing, punched away by Georgiades, spills to Drew. His hand pass, a turnover. Bramble's got it. Handball back inboard, took a kind bounce. Richards gives it to Treloar, 70 out, kicks inside 50, and Kennedy takes the mark, 40 out.
And that's the example right there. So that wasn't a great kick coming inside forward 50 by Treloar. But Farrell's just simply not close enough to Kennedy. He didn't want to be close enough to Kennedy. He wanted the ball to come over the back and just get an easy possession. Get closer to your direct opponent. That's 40 metres out from goal.
He's had another good day, Matty Kennedy. Up to 21 possessions here, 9 of those contested, does all the hard stuff that we know.
The drop punt misses near side. He's having the highest rated 6-week stretch of his career, Matt Kennedy, so that puts it into a bit of context. His 8th game for the Bulldogs.
Yep, good on. He benefited, obviously, from the absence of Bontempelli and Treloar early. But
he found his spot.
But he's found his spot, and now he's not going to give it up. You love those sort of stories.
60-point lead for the Bulldogs. They lead by 10 goals clean.
Rosie goes up the middle to Zach Butters. Do you let him hang around in Victoria after this game as he shanks a kick here up to the wing, but it works out. Sweet. Marks gives it off to Lorenz. Low bullet-like pass. Mark taken by Finlayson. Off to Horne-Francis running by. Kicks inside 50. Dogs are there. Ball gets out the back though. Lining it. Kennedy, who was up at half forward a moment ago. And he ends up with the footy. A ball upcoming left forward pocket here for Port.
Always had that next one in, haven't they, after quarter time, the Dogs? They've made a 2-on-2. They've had the next one in, 3-on-3 then. Kennedy, great work rate to work back and support his defence.
Dogs by 10 goals neat. Slapping it around here. Bailey Williams gets it onto Kennedy. Still in the forward pocket for Port. They burrow in, nowhere to go. And another ball up, deep in that left forward pocket. In front of their club rooms here at Ballarat. I went in there, saw the photo of Mick Malthouse on the wall.
Oh. Sweet, wins the hit out. Not close to the boundary line. Picked up by Libber. He's tackled out of play. Just give a little bow on the way through.
Yeah, well, he still had the Mustaka then as well.
He did.
I think Mick's been a 50, 60-year plus Mustaka man. I can't remember a picture without Mick and a moustache.
He's a loyal man.
Yeah.
60-point lead. The Bulldogs early in this final term. There's a free kick. It is going Port Adelaide's way for a hold. I'll give you 3 guesses where it occurred. It's at the stoppage, and this time it's going to go Horne-Francis's way. So you'll get it at left half forward, and he'll kick from about 40 out.
Just waiting to see why. Clearly it was a holding decision.
Am I right in saying in a team that's well beaten, he's tried pretty hard today?
Yeah, I think he's kept trying.
He's been far from their worst.
17 possessions, 12 contested, yep.
He's had a couple of eye-popping clearances. Oh, that kick lets me down big time. He has kicked that at the right-hand goalpost, and it's ended up out of bounds on the full, out to the right by about 10 metres.
Out on the full at half-forward flag.
Incredible. Almost went backwards off the boot. Behind, not even a behind. So 60 points is the Bulldogs lead. 4.5 gone final term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
O'Donnell moves it on short to Bontempelli. He'll heave a kick up to the wing. It overshoots the pack on the breeze. Pitches in play and out for a throw-in. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
This is one way to follow along, Ben, from Gaza. Another great call, guys. Listening while cruising in my triple road train, heading to Karratha. Go the Blues. Coming up next, Gaza, you'll hear that right here on ABC Sport up against the Crows. And as Aaron told us, no late change there at Adelaide Oval.
Drive safe. Gaza up there. Northwest of Western Australia. On the wing, the Bulldogs claim it again through Dale. Off to Bailey Williams. Now Richards cuts in. Kicks up to half forward, looking for a marker down there. He can only find Bergman. Low down, picks it off the blades of grass. Port back in possession, and he wants the switch. His kick takes a long time to get to its target, Lorenz, who has to retreat. Back to Aaliyah. He'll kick off a step, and Lob will run and jump at it. He'll try and punch it. Comes down for Sanders. Dogs possession again through Johannesson.
He kicks inside the forward 50. Aaliyah leaps up and takes the mark. Reads it a little better as it catches the breeze. And the former Swan low trajectory drop punt just finds Farrell. So now they're playing uphill, Port Adelaide, in this final term, kicking into the wind. They had the breeze in the third quarter and they conceded 7 goals. And that's why it's a 10-goal game. As Farrell trying to switch, dangerous, trying to get it back to Aaliyah, spills the mark, invites McNeil in and then takes him high. Free kick for the diminutive Bulldog at left half forward.
Become a really good role player for them, hasn't he, McNeil?
Coming back from a hammy, so hasn't played since round 6, which means that's a pretty minor hammy, isn't it? He's only missed 1 week. Back in the side today, Lockie McNeil. To extend the advantage for the Bulldogs, he kicks from right on the 50 and drives another one through. It is a Bulldogs beatdown in Ballarat. And it is an 11-goal spread. 6.5 gone final term. The Dogs crack the ton on the back of Lockie McNeil's goal. 16-8-104 the Bulldogs. They lead Port Adelaide 5-8-38. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Our premiership players, Luke Ball and Adam Ramanaskas.
I just got a text message from the great Pete Ryan, and he sent me a photo of Mick Malthouse without a moustache.
Wow. That's what his face looks like.
Exactly. Jeez, yeah, you look at the eyes; they're even scarier now, aren't they?
It's a full beard now, isn't it? Really?
Yeah, it's a bit of a goatee.
Yeah.
I'd like the option of growing a moustache, to be honest.
Have you ever shaved?
He's on the call tonight, Mick, as well. So if you
pies,
Cats,
Geelong, that's a ripper.
Big time game, big time call team. So you'll hear Mick tonight on ABC Sport.
English wins the tap and the Dogs get it moving forward again. Out after it, Burgoyne, and then off to Rosie, who gives it off to the runner Butters. Going for a gallop down the wing. Couple of bounces. Now he'll kick up towards half forward. Low down, Bailey Williams can't mark. Picking it up, Palpepper. Ported half forward off to Rioli. Chips it back centrally. Spoil comes late from the Dogs. Cleary does well. Spits out towards Fraser. Now Palpepper always bullocking. Trying to burst through. Nowhere to go. And a ball up as they're wrapped up. 30 out from the attacking goal for Port.
English again getting back to support, affecting the tackle.
Great work rate.
We've liked his game this afternoon as Sweet wins this one down, but straight to Williams. Kick smothered, spills to Wines. It's a hurried kick on goal and slams it into the post. And behind for the Brownlow medalist. Had that heart scare. He's got the heart condition he's been dealing with a couple of weeks ago against the Swans. Was subbed out early in that game.
An old teammate of mine had similar, David Hill.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, a couple of times before a game he had to settle things down.
So non-life threatening, and this is the third time he's been subbed out in a game due to the incident, and on 2 of those occasions played the very next week. So right to go, and he manages it in a way that he knows how.
Bulldogs quickly down that eastern wing. Old brick factory wing here in Ballarat. Ball ends up with Norton. He just rides it on the breeze towards full forward. West comes in. Unable to drag in the mark, and the ball hits the deck. Ball up. Top of the goal square.
I've got a question for you, Ben.
Yeah.
Where is the brick factory? Because I can only see one brick house on that outer wing. Right.
It runs literally the entirety of the wing.
It looks like a construction site out there at the moment, so it's behind on the other side of the road.
Sanders gets a handball away in the pocket towards West. He tries to loop it back towards Norton. Richards picks it up on his backside, flicks it out to Norton. He gets a handball away. English, hand to foot, the big man chips it through for a third. 71 points. Mike stacking bricks here for the Bulldogs today as they've built this lead. 10 minutes into this final term, Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Luke Ball and Adam Ramanauskas.
And that's been emblematic of the day since quarter time, that passage of play, Rama, hasn't it? I mean, they had to find a way to get that through or at least create a stoppage port. Just missed tackles, Dogs fighting their way through tackles, getting their hands free, keeping the ball live and in motion and action. And Tim English, who I'd say has probably been the best player on the ground, him and Ed Richards be fighting that out, getting on the end of it.
He's looked like
just superb, hasn't he?
He's looked like all Australian.
He has looked like,
English,
that's right. Which you know, probably was it 2 or 3 years ago when he
23
burst onto the scene in a sense and has struggled a bit here. We know he had that big knock that
a couple of concussions.
That really might have slowed him down since this year. He looks like he's getting back to his best, which is great news for Dogs fans.
Got it done by committee again today, so they've got 10 different goal kickers, and they've got 2 guys that have kicked 3, another 3 guys that have kicked 2. So a great spread, 17 goals for the day, and the Western Bulldogs are going to win large today as Liberatore hand pass to Harms, long kick to the top of the goal square. Lockie Jones trying to claim the mark. It was touched first by Radicalier, and now we'll have a ball up. 15 out from the Bulldogs goal, coming home with the breeze. They pushed up against it in the third quarter, kicked 7 goals to 2 to set it all up. As Sweet grabs it out of the ruck for Port. Hand pass got to Lorenz. Handball back in and under for Mead. Somehow hands it out to Horn Francis. Was he taken high? Yes. And a free kick for the Hornet inside the defensive arc. A 71-point advantage for the Bulldogs. 2, 4 and 3 teams coming in. We mentioned in the pre-game a crossroads game. Who goes to 5 and 3 and who falls back into the pack? We got a clear answer this afternoon.
Horn Francis with the kick up to the wing. Davidson at the fall of the ball. Picked up by Lord for Port Adelaide and then lob. Whacks it back to Buku Karmas. Dogs again. Handball towards Bontempelli. He shrugs a tackle and they're chaining handballs. Treloar to Williams. Back to Treloar. Running room on the wing. Driving kick. Shallow inside 50. Up goes Radicalier. Doesn't mark. Spills to Sanders. Handball to Davidson. He stops. Fires on goal and misses left. From behind. Bulldogs by 72.
James Harms wanted that right at the top of the square. He wasn't happy.
It's that time of the afternoon, isn't it? Where you get a look inside 50.
You're going.
Yes.
How do the Port Adelaide team, how does this Port Adelaide team ride the roller coaster so much? How is the discrepancy so big?
I just don't think they're that good, Ben. Like, I just think, they're best. Clearly, they can wind themselves up for a strong performance. But like we spoke about with Fremantle last night, if they're off, they can they fall away.
They have been a top 4 team 4 of the last 5 years.
Yeah.
And you think they overachieved to get there?
No, I don't think that.
It's a.
You don't overachieve to do it 4 and 5 years. No fluke.
Well, how does it amount to this? Where you're 71 down against the Dogs at 4 and 4 on the season as Wines gets a handball out towards Richards. High half forward, kicks inside 50. Georgiades collects on the half volley, gives it to Wines, kicks into the pocket, and Lord, a contested mark. Inside the boundary line, just 35 out, right half forward.
Yeah, but you're relying on natural improvement from younger players. So, you look out there now and you look at the younger players and go, okay, which ones have improved?
Mm-hmm.
Like, you know the level of performance you're going to get out of your key players. Can you get an extra couple of % each year? But you're expecting like a 10% rise, for example, out of Jace Burgoyne.
Yeah.
That hasn't quite happened yet.
So it's just too reliant on the big 3?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. And then when I should have qualified, when I say they're just not that good, we're talking about comparing them with the top teams, the top 4 teams. They're just not at that level. And today's been a great example. They've had far too few contributors across the day. You spoke about it before, Corb, that it's been by committee for the Dogs from the Dogs 6-quarter time. Port have had too many passengers today.
Lord up against the boundary line. It was a good effort. It was whacked into the post though by O'Donnell, who's had a good game himself down back. So 17-9 to 5-10. Minor score for Port, 71 points the Bulldogs lead. We've travelled 14 minutes into the final term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Bailey Dale with the short kick into Treloar, who sends it up to the wing, looking for McNeil. Reaches over to take the mark and now moves it on. Bustlinger into the game for their Bulldogs. Gives it off to Vandermeer. Kicks up to West. West at half forward. Flips a handball over the top to McNeil. Run down by Evans. Evans gets his revenge. And he holds him up at half back. Well done by Logan Evans.
We apologise for this break in coverage and will return with the Grandstand AFL team as soon as possible. Stay up to date with the latest AFL news at abc.net.au/grandstand. Hear from the players, the coaches, check out scores and the broadcast schedule. All at ABC Grandstand Online. We'll return with our coverage shortly. We apologise for this break in coverage and will return with the Grandstand AFL team as soon as possible. Stay up to date with the latest AFL news at abc.net.au/grandstand. Hear from the players, the coaches, check out scores and the broadcast schedule. All at ABC Grandstand Online. We'll return with our coverage shortly. We apologise for this break in coverage and will return with the Grandstand AFL team as soon as possible. Stay up to date with the latest AFL news at abc.net.au/grandstand. Hear from the players, the coaches, check out scores and the broadcast schedule. All at ABC Grandstand Online. We'll return with our coverage shortly. ABC Sport.
Lead it by 76 points now in the final term. 18-9, 117 to 5-11, 41. If you just lost us momentarily, Bontempelli now has 3. The Bulldogs 76 points to the good as we tick into time on in the final term.
He has, Corby. Yeah, he's slowed out of the blocks today, the Bont. Wasn't he only 2 possessions in the first quarter, one kick, but he's just got going as the game's gone on.
Yeah, Bully, just watching that replay, like Jace Burgoyne, that's your opponent. You can't let the best player in the comp just run past you.
Yeah, he's certainly been afforded some space, time and space, hasn't he, since quarter time? But that'll please Dog supporters. And resting deep forward too. I think we'll start to see a bit more of that now. If they continue to roll like this, they can manage him through the season a bit. They've been able to uncover some new players to go through the middle of the ground. We know that.
English slaps it forward from the restart. Ball comes free towards Richards, and the Dogs are away again. Fraser off to Harms, gang tackled. Handball to Karmas. He's worried out of it by Radagalea. Brought there through Palpepper. Handball to Rosie, centre half back. Handball to Butters. Just cuts through a couple of them. Back to Rosie. Rosie looks out wide. His kick just a little wide for Lord. how to play it goes, and a throw in on the eastern side of the ground. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. What's this Gabote you're calling Marcus Bontempelli, or is it Bigote?
The Gabote?
Yep.
G-B-O-A-T. He's the greatest bulldog of all time.
Oh, okay.
I'm not sure it's going to catch on, but we'll see how we go. Boundary throwing comes down the way of the Bulldogs, and Kennedy gets a hurried kick forward. And the intercept mark for Bergman on the outer wing.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's getting a lot of traction. That one. It's a good try.
Here's Bergman. Out towards half forward, finds Richards. Takes the mark, waits for the runner, gives it to Burgoyne. Junk times come very early in this game as he just cruises by, kicks inside the forward 50. English's hand pass picked off by Mead, but he's held up in a hurry. Margin is 76 points the Dogs' way down here in Ballarat. 20th minute of this final term as the Power, unfortunately, have been well below their best today, and they're about to go to 4-4 on the season, and the Bulldogs to pull one ahead at 5-3.
Well, the watch is, can the Bulldogs get this to 100? There's 7 minutes to go. Have they got four more goals in them quickly?
From a ball up to a boundary throwing. Finlayson palms it down. Half back for the Power. Sock it away, or half back rather for the Bulldogs. Sock it away by Bramble. Picked up by Sanders. Runs a full 360. Gives it to English. It's usually not the ruckman who cruises by and gets the handball received, but chips it down the wing and finds McNeil.
He's kept running. He might get it again here, Tim English.
But that's Sanders there. Sanders got to be tackled.
Here's the kick, Paulie, in that direction, and he got a shove to English, and he's getting a free. Dogs want to take the advantage. English is going to get the kick 60 out, left half forward. And why not try his hand as he kicks it long in the Kennedy direction, trying to take the one-handed, not quite, and Kennedy becomes tackler on Farrell. Ball up 20 metres out from the Dogs' goal. Juicy game next Saturday night in Darwin. Bulldogs, Suns. So we get a little heat check here as the pair come against one another. Of course, Gold Coast still to play.
Tough place to go and play the Suns. Touchdown by English. Treloar, welcome back. He snaps the goal. And the Western Bulldogs players engulf him in a sea of red, white and blue. All of the rehab is worth it for a moment at least. The Bulldogs by 82. 19-9-123. Plays 5-11-41. And dare I say it, this is a landslide.
Well, without a Treloar, so he's been ready now for a number of weeks. But what they did, rather than rush him back into the team, they got the actual kilometres into his legs through a pre-season.
Yeah.
So he was made to do basically a 6 to 8 week block of really hard training to get himself AFL fit again. And I think we're seeing the benefit and the reward from that in the way he's played today. He looks fantastic. He doesn't look heavy in his legs. He looks like he's running on top of the ground. So
it's a great point.
Yeah, well done to the Bulldogs.
Yeah, he's going to stay out there. I mean, you'd think maybe now clearly the game's done and dusted. You'd even sub him off, but you're right. He's clearly done the work. He's running out the game well, up to 26 possessions now, and he looks pretty sharp.
Port kicked 2 of the first 3 goals in the game. The Bulldogs have kicked 19 of the next 22. 19 out of 22 goals.
That sounds like a game against Essendon many years ago, Corb.
Yeah. It sounds like the Bulldogs kick with the breeze in every quarter. That hasn't been the case. There's a long ball inside the forward 50 for the Power. Leaping for it, Lord. No marks, pills to Burn Jones. He's tackled. Ump says, I'll have it.
I think in that Essendon game, they kicked 19 of the last 21 goals of that game against Essendon a couple of years ago.
Umpire tosses it up. English knocks it towards the boundary line. Defensive 50 for the Bulldogs. They can't trap it. Wine's looking to keep it alive, and in the end it's knocked out of play by Cleary, and a boundary throw in 40 out from the Power goal. Still to come, Carlton and Adelaide only moments away from Adelaide Oval. There's no late change. If you're listening to the ACT, you're off to the NRL. That is Magic Round with the Rabbitohs and the Knights on deck. If you want to choose whatever you want to listen to, either the NRL or the AFL, the ABC Listen app is the place to be. You can toggle across the sports and all of our live content there.
English wins the tap again. Bramble fights after it at ground level. Kick goes out wide and out of bounds on the full. Doggies by 82 points. Full Saturday of footy on ABC Sport.
It's also, by the way, Ben, it's the last 9 goals of the game.
Yep.
Unanswered.
And been piling on the pain. Butters trying to change that with the driving ball to full forward. Back there, lob. Strong grab. Marks at fullback for the Dogs, reinvented as a defender.
It's funny, his career was, as a forward, was gone. It looked like
done.
There was no more.
And he kicks up to Norton, who's launching to mark.
Like, and there wasn't going to be another club potentially, and you know, they swing him back late last year, and the rest is history now.
Norton kicks around the wing, Libbers out the back, he marks on his chest, half forward flank, chips it over the top, looking to get it to Kennedy or West. Hand in there from Port. West goes in, puts his head over it, and we'll get a ball up, left forward pocket. Bulldogs still by 82 points. It's going to be a big win in Ballarat.
Yeah, it's interesting now, even with Darcy out, they've resisted the urge to push him back forward, haven't they, Lob? They've really settled him at centre-half back. What a story it's been.
Port went up from the stoppage through the hands of Pal Pepper, then Burgoyne, and eventually Wines kicks out of defence.
That's a free kick.
Georgiades involved in a tussle there with O'Donnell, and in the end the ump says off hands out of bounds.
That's a free kick. You can't, with a player in the air, you can't just push him in the back.
It's interesting form line now. You look at the Dogs, so 5 and 3, and their losses too. There's no shame in a couple of those. So 6-point loss to Collingwood. They were really good that night.
Yeah, they were.
The whistle sort of went against them late in the piece, which I know Dogs fans were a little aggrieved about, as Richards is off and running, has a bounce, kicks to full forward, punched away by Farrell, a second time by Evans, and then he catches Kennedy high. Ump says no. Keep rolling. Port Adelaide work it out. Rosie handball to Butters. And he just chips it to Pal Pepper, who marks. Their other two losses to Fremantle in Perth, and then the Lions, so they led for large periods in Norwood. Yeah. And, of course, took a great Brisbane comeback to stop them that day. So they're their only 3 losses on the season, the Bulldogs.
They've got it again here at half forward. Richards running to 50, pulls the trigger on goal and misses to the near side. A little bit narrow there from Ed.
From here they go Gold Coast in Darwin, Essendon at Docklands, and then Geelong in Geelong. So two really big games before the bye, particularly in Darwin and Geelong, with no disrespect to the wonderful Bombers.
It does feel like Luke Beveridge has them wound up at the moment. Dogs by 83 as Farrell ambles to the pocket, sets it up to the wing. Horn Francis in from the side. Good mark. They're in front of Jed Buslinger. Moves it on with a kick for Finlayson. He sends it inside 50. Getting back, Lord. Marks inside his attacking 50 for Port. Now he floats a kick, and Burn-Jones had a flower bag sort of wobbling towards him and was able to control it on his chest.
And was you saying earlier, Rammer, about Porter at their best when they're on edge?
Yeah.
And maybe it's the same for the Dogs. Maybe it's a good thing that they haven't re-signed Bevo, and it feels a little bit like, every week we're playing to keep this rolling, and I guess why maybe the argument from the board will be, well, why mess with that now?
Don't upset the apple cart, I agree.
Yeah. Darcy Burn-Jones started out as a rebounding defender, become a half forward / forward pocket, trying to end the run of goals, and he doesn't make the distance. In English, virtually unopposed. Marks on the last line there for the Dogs.
Here's Luke Cleary.
This is one of those performances today by Port Adelaide where you sort of go, you know what, we're not going to worry about it. Just, we're going to put it away and get on with next week. So next week they've got
a showdown.
Yeah, so it's no point trying to review this hard. It's just, let's get into the Crows next week and let's think about how we're going to win that game.
Big contested mark for Norton on the wing. Long kick inside the forward 50. West, somehow took the mark, running back with the flight, hugs it to his chest. And Riley West, who gets up a little sore, but we'll have a look at them here, just right of centre. They're a team as well, we're about to find out about in a hurry. So they've got Adelaide next week in the showdown, then Geelong at home.
Yep.
That's Geelong in Adelaide, and then Fremantle in Perth.
Yeah,
so
it's a tough stretch.
It's a great mark, wasn't it, by West? He got them going with the goal in that first quarter. He's the sort of player, he's really cemented his spot. He doesn't need to touch the footy much, does he? This will only be his 14th possession, but he's had 9 score involvements.
Riley West skips in, drop punt. He's good. He's got multiples again. Go West and go Dogs. He's got 2. And the Bulldogs have kicked 10 unanswered goals to end this game. 20-10-130. And Port Adelaide, and what has been a horror show for them, 5-11-41, an 83, in fact 89-point margin now. 89 points the Bulldogs play. 29 gone final term.
Yeah, and look, we mentioned the reference to showdown. It couldn't come soon enough, really.
Yep.
To be able to respond for Port Adelaide when you're gonna come off a defeat like they are this afternoon. You need something to motivate you going into the next week, and there's no bigger motivation in Adelaide than the showdown.
So why do they always need that?
Yeah,
that's what type of team they are. That's okay.
We saw it with Fremantle last night.
That's how Ken's coached them always.
Yeah, we saw it with Freo last night, right? So they turned in a similar sort of horror performance. Is it just one of those things where you think, well, you can't write them off from making the 8, but it's hard to take them serious as
Correct. You can't trust them. You can never trust them.
That's right. So they're not in the real pointy end of the conversation with the top 4 or 5.
Dogs out of the middle, through Bontempelli. Long left foot kick inside 50. Norton's down there. Got a hand to it. Radigalia gets back, picks it up. Back pocket for Port. Maybe throws it out to Evans. Umpire lets them go. Clearing kick straight to Johannesen. And a throw in coming. 60 around from the attacking goal for the Bulldogs.
I think on the flip side, Corb, you probably start talking about the Dogs in that vein if they keep this up. Based on your point before, they've really only had one bad quarter for the year. So that's what we're talking about here. A lot of these teams are having really ordinary days, aren't they? The Dogs have been pretty consistent with injuries, with players out for every quarter this year, bar one. So they can start to think big.
English down for Fraser, kicks inside 50, picked up by McNeil. Norton away to West. Pinballing off a couple, eventually dribbles a kick away. Liberatore's there after Bontempelli. Not quite this time, kick smothered, spills to Bergman. Gang tackled, tried to break the tackle. Martin Rogers says, you're holding it.
That's a great sign there, isn't it? Yeah. 15 goals up last minute of the game.
And 2 of them,
Just hunting, and who's claimed it? Vandermeer.
Slim Shady. Leif Vandermeer with the peroxide blonde short hair.
I do want you to do that one day, because you've got a luscious head of hair. Just roll it here with a real peroxide blonde.
Do you reckon I should?
Yeah.
What do you say about your hair, Ben?
What do I say about it?
One day I asked Ben if he was wearing a hat, and he said, my hair's my best feature. That was my answer.
Here comes Vandermeer. His drop punt. He's out to the right.
15 goals neat.
Bulldogs lead by 90 points, which is 15 goals neat if you can't do the math.
And what an end of the game. They kicked 10 unanswered goals to finish. And the team of the mighty West, with a devastating showing at their home away from home. It is a beatdown in Ballarat. The Bulldogs, in devastating fashion, they win it by 89 points. Port Adelaide by 3 at quarter time, kicking with the breeze, and at that stage we felt like Port Adelaide probably hadn't made the most of their advantage with the breeze. Gee, that was reinforced, that impression, in the second term. The Dogs kicking 6 goals to 1 in the quarter to lead by 26 at the half, but the third quarter was even more telling. The Dogs kicked 7 goals to 2 into the breeze to lead by 58 at three-quarter time, and in the end they kicked the last 10 unanswered. They win by 90 points in a demolition job in Ballarat.
Sons of the West, red, white, and blue. We come out snarling, Bulldogs through and through. Bulldogs fight and Bulldogs roar. We give our very best. 'Cause you can't beat the boys of the Bulldog breed. We're the team of the mighty West. 'Cause you can't beat the boys of the Bulldog breed. The team of the mighty
Well, we know our teams up the top. We know the stragglers that are down the bottom. And if you're trying to put together your premiership pecking order, you're quite rightfully going to put the Western Bulldogs now ahead of Port Adelaide in that shuffle. The Bulldogs on the ladder certainly reflecting that as well. They move to 5 and 3 while Port Adelaide fall to 4 and 4. Quick reactions. Luke Ball and Adam Ramanauskas, Saturday footy on ABC Sport, the Dogs by 90.
Sorry, Corby, it was a demolition job, Ramo, after quarter time. Just looking at the numbers, 110 more possessions. Really, it was all just down to work rate, wasn't it? Both inside the contest, they turned it around. They were 10 down, contested footy and clearance, the Dogs at quarter time. They end up 18 ahead, so it just talks to their work rate, both in the contest and then their ability then to run and spread and outnumber and then finish that third quarter. It's an interesting one, whether they do review that or not, because that was as poor as you could be from a Port point of view when the game was there to be won and up for grabs, and the Dogs were just unbelievable. It was led by Tim. He was just looking him down, getting interviewed by the TV at the moment. He was magnificent, back to his best, and then just really good even contributions all across the field from players like West and others who are all at the moment just playing their role. They've got their spot in the team, and they're playing like a team who have players that really understand their role and have accepted and understand their role, and are keen to do what it takes to hold on to it. So, really good, promising signs from the Dogs at the moment. It's a terrific performance today.
Shout out to Robin, by the way, who messaged us a couple of times. She said, I tried to get a message to you last weekend but couldn't get through. I was lying in bed in Rome, listening to my beloved Lions play the Saints. It was 5:30 in the morning and the city was loud, chaotic and preparing for the Pope's funeral. Like football, timing is everything, and ours wasn't great. So glad the Lions got up. Hopefully they can repeat it tomorrow. Thanks, Robin. Nice to hear from you and all our contributions throughout the day on the SMS line. All right, if you're in the ACT, you'll be getting coverage of the NRL Magic Round coming up shortly between the Rabbits and the Knights. For everybody else, you're off to Adelaide Oval for the Crows and the Blues. Of course, election coverage from 6 p.m. Eastern. You'll hear it all here tonight on ABC Radio. If you want the footy, the ABC Listen app is the place to be. Anytime, any game, you can find it there. The votes, Rammer.
Yeah, I got the votes. I'll quickly run through them. So I gave one vote to Bontempelli. I thought he was terrific, particularly in the second half. 3 goals, 23 possessions, 8 of those contested and 8 tackles. 2 votes to Ed Richards. I thought he started the show for the Bulldogs, particularly out of centre bounce and clearance. 30 possessions, 2 goals, 14 of those contested. And it's probably one of the better games I've seen Tim English play. He's kicked 3 goals. He's had 27 possessions himself. 11 of those contested. He's had multiple clearances, multiple hit-outs. So he comfortably beat Jordan Sweet and gave his midfielders an armchair ride today.
I like it. 3 for English, 2 for Richards, 1 for Bond. Happy with that, Bolly?
Like it. Yeah, Dale was good as well.
Yeah.
He's having a good year, all Australian, and they just had contributions all across the field. But through the middle, after quarter time, was just an absolute demolition job.
How should I look at the Bulldogs? Am I looking at them through a top 4 lens, top 8 lens, premiership contender? What are they?
Top 4 at the moment. Yeah, I mean that's the first stop, isn't it? And then you go from there. But yeah, I think they're playing top 4 footy at the moment.
5 to 8, I think they are. Okay. That's where they sit for me at the moment. So I think there's a little group just ahead of them, but they're good. They're good, and they're doing this without Sam Darcy at the moment. So there's a few players that they still have to come back into this team, but. What I love, it's the enthusiasm's there, the energy's there, the style of play there is more important as well. Their back half to front half is really good. The one player that I reckon they want to just get going a little bit more is probably Aaron Norton.
And give me a grading for the power today.
F.
Oh, F. Yeah,
F.
Absolutely.
What comes after F?
Yep. No, they can jump on the bus with Freo on the way home like last night. Just an absolute shocker.
Not a good week for the little brother in town in both Adelaide and in Perth. A 90-point margin in the finish. Thanks to Stu Birchmore, to Ray Chamberlain, to Ben Cameron, to Rammer and Bawley and Craig back in the studio. The Dogs by 90.